Welcome and good morning to the 2020 of the Motos. Myself, Chris Johnson, along with Brian Pierce, will be calling all the shots today, keeping you all up to date with all the action. And I tell you what, you come to the right place if you're looking for some action, because it's right here in Hammertown for this awesome event, the King of the Motos.
Yeah, we're getting ready to start off here in about 10 minutes at 9 a.m. We've got quite the race to show for you guys. They're going to have 4 laps to take on, so that first lap is going to be 8 miles. They're going to add to it, not just in length, but in difficulty to 10 miles. And then they're going to have two laps that are going to be lap 3 and 4 that are going to be 12 miles long, and again, more difficulty. And then, of course, what does Justin have in store at the very end of that last lap? But a surprise finish. They're on the line right now, so we can talk about it. It is a gnarly, gnarly hill climb. Think Carl's Diner, but uphill, and it's going to be cool to see for sure.
There are some boulders there, honest to gosh darn, that are 7-8 foot tall. Some of these riders are going to be trying to launch over these big old boulders going up the hill toward the finish. And remember now, they're going to be going through 4 laps of extreme off-road capabilities all over the place. And coming to that finish and that last gnarly uphill, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
And I know we're going to get some class breakdowns here. We're going to talk about that.
Now, we also have some other activities going on this weekend, so be aware it's not just King of the Motos when all of our riders go and take off their Chocolate Thunder, but we got a Grand Prix happening all day long right here in Hammertown. So that's going to be King of the Grand Prix. We'll be keeping up to date. Keeping up to date. There you go. Keeping up to date with all the action, and we'll try to get some results from King of the Grand Prix as well. But our main focus here is King of the Motos. Awesome. Thank you. You know, as Brian and I were talking about it earlier, yesterday, taking the win for our prologue was Will Reardon. Will Reardon, of course, from Australia. And just jumped on board the Sherco, so he's teammates with Cooper Abbott. Cooper Abbott also putting in a good show yesterday. 5th place just to get all warmed up. Finishing right behind Cody Webb. Cody Webb was leading it for quite a while, but now it is so wild. Will Reardon taking the overall win and pulling away from this thing yesterday.
And we've got a couple interviews with some of the riders from yesterday, so let's check those out, and we'll be getting ready here in just a few minutes to get this kicked off.
Ryder LeBlond, you're out here for the 2025 King of the Motos. It sounds like you've had a really consistent time since your 3rd place last year here at King of the Motos. So how is that bringing you into the 2025 King of the Motos?
Yeah, obviously one of the few guys out here who are on the same bike, which is good. I haven't changed much. I'm comfortable with it, comfortable with the program. Yeah, I want to get out here and hopefully break that 2nd and 3rd place streak. I've had 3rd here the last 2 years, and I want to break that streak. Yeah, try to get a win here soon, hopefully this race or at least this season for sure.
With the format of the race, that kind of 2-hour qualifier that we have leading into the longer race on Sunday, do you have a different strategy in the way that you're going to approach those?
In the past, I would have gone all out on Saturday and tried to win it, but this year just kind of cruise, follow on Saturday. All the top pros can cruise at a smooth pace, not waste a lot of energy and be on the first row, so because Sunday is going to be the big day that's important.
We're adding a little bit to Sunday in the sense that we have the 8-mile loop, a 9-mile loop, 2 11-mile loops, right? That 4th loop added, and then we have a spectacular finish that is apparently planned for you guys.
Yeah.
Have you done any kind of recon to try to figure that out, or again, any strategy that comes into play for those 4 loops and then that finish?
I mean, obviously GPS is the biggest thing with this race. It's tough to follow. They're small little screens, they get dusty, the sun's shining on them, so it's hard to see. As far as preparation, obviously we practice with it. We follow last year's tracks, like leading up to the race as early as we can. And yeah, that last section, I had an idea, just like I guessed where it would be. So hopefully it's in the rocky area, Chocolate Thunder there. Maybe there's some cool like Carl's Dinner kind of stuff up through those big rocks there. So that would be cool. That's kind of what I'm picturing for that, but who knows what it'll be.
Will Reardon, welcome back for the 2025 King of the Motos. You've raced here before, had a great time, but big changes for you, right? So tell us about what's going on for you for not just 2025 King of the Motos, but for the next 2 years.
So this year on Sherco, French company. So this bike's Carby, different brand suspension, different brand bars, everything. I'm still on Dunlop tires, which I'm stoked with. Different exhaust, so pretty much everything's new. Yeah, but it's good, I like it. It's a really playful bike. I hadn't ridden any other brand really, and especially a carbureted bike ever. Always been on Austrian bikes, so I was a little bit not sure how it was going to go. And for sure the first week of riding it was different and took a bit to get used to. When I first got it, we just started everything stock, like stock suspension, stock pipe, stock head, stock bars. So then we knew where to go, knew what the baseline was, which was really good. Got a new mechanic, Liam, from Australia. He helped a lot doing that. So then we knew where to go. We'd try stuff, it was good, wasn't good, get rid of it. So we've been out here for the last 3 weeks, out of King of Motos, back to Temecula, kind of back and forth, and then Ron, team owner, and Carter, team manager in Texas, asked them to send stuff that we need, try us, that's been good.
Fourth, past 2 times, right, here at King of the Motos. What are you gonna be doing to try to get on that podium this year?
Last year, it rained just before, so the first 3 laps, us top 4 were like right together the whole time, where now it's really dry. You got the dust factor, so you can't follow within probably like 20 seconds. And then also you can't follow the track. Like there's not a fresh canvas from the rain. So I think leading, making good navigational calls, push the whole time. Awesome. And I guess it'll be like 3 to 4 hours, so it'll be a dig.
And I'm here with the 2023 King of the Motos champion and a 2024 Hard Enduro champion, Tristan Hart.
This year is different than any other year because I'm coming in with a bit of an injury. I had this incident in the gym and kind of sliced open the end of my finger, broke it, and I got like 12 stitches, so it's not ideal. I mean, my lack of preparation just from that injury, I didn't get a ride at all in the preseason, so I'm coming here really just raw. Today was really my first ride all year, and went pretty well considering. I got second. I can't ride the way I normally do, so it's a little bit unsafe, honestly. I had a big crash today just because I'm using my middle finger to use the clutch, and I'm not using obviously this one, I'm not using it for the clutch or to hold on to the handlebars. So like there's not much strength on the bike with these outside two. My whole style is different. I just can't ride the way I normally can, so I had to adapt. I have to sit a lot more than I normally do, just because I don't have the strength to hold on. But I mean, I kind of got in a bit of a groove and I figured it out, and I got second. I passed Cody on the second lap, so I think that's a success. What more can you really ask for?
And there we go. There's Tristan Hart. Look at him. He is moving. He doesn't even have a pointer finger to grab that clutch, and he is just giving it.
Now it's starting to seem like a podium might be possible tomorrow, even though I was just asking for a finish a couple days ago. But tomorrow's also twice as long, so I'll just push my hardest and yeah, let's get racing.
Well, good morning, Johnson Valley. Good morning, Hammertown, and good morning, Chocolate Thunder, where all this action's taking place. You live streaming, you can watch it right now. Our top 15 qualifiers yesterday on that front line, ready to rock and roll, trying to follow out the lead of Will Reardon, who took the top honors yesterday for the qualifier, and we'll see if he can hold off the charge of youngsters Ryder LeBlanc and veterans Cody Webb and Tristan Hart.
They're pulling that tape away, and we're getting ready to go. So the qualifiers that qualified yesterday, the top 15 are on that front line. So they are the racers that get a chance to go up idle issues first. But you will notice that about a quarter of the way up idle issues on this first lap, they're going to take a hard right and make their way up some double track. Justin specifically laid that out so the start has just a little less bottlenecks, but I'm sure the carnage that we are about to see is going to be interesting, and it's going to be a good time. And I'm getting ready to enjoy some 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Look at this lineup out there, Chocolate Thunder, man. What a great stage. They got the huge big screen, actually a couple of big screens there, and a stage. And there
ready,
they go,
guys.
getting ready for that green
We're here
flag.
that they're going off at any second, so look at all of those lines up. So again, every row is 15 riders, and they are going to go off 30 seconds apart. There will be no waiting for bottlenecks. So they are trying to funnel into that very nice, well-laden gray line that you see. Now again, there are flags out there so they can go a little left and a little right of that gray line, which is where the trucks would normally go with all 4 of their wheels. But our 2-wheel hard enduro enthusiasts are going to be making their way up the beginning of idle issues here any second.
Cody Webb lined up on the south portion of that starting line, and Tristan Hart over on the north side of that starting line. So we'll see where they transpire coming across some of these boulders. Some of these boulders in front there, Brian, are 6 and 7 feet tall, man. Talking about some hard enduro stuff right in front of them, that's for sure. This is the first stop of the AMA National and Hard Enduro Series.
I'm excited to see. So we're going to have, what's great to see too is that even in that second line, you would think it would be all pro riders. There are some A racers that made their way fast enough to time out into that second row. And then when you look at the third row, there are even some senior 40 and vet 30 racers that made their way into that third line. So again, yesterday that qualifier was all about the times to be able to get themselves onto a row. In the years past, these rows were a lot wider, but now by trickling it down into 15 every 30 seconds, everything that you gained yesterday in that qualifier matters. So for those vet 30 racers and the senior 40 racers in the A class to be able to make their way into that third row, that is very, very impressive.
Just like Brian was saying, Justin stated yesterday, he's not going to be stopping for any bottlenecks or any riders that put their arm in the air. Every 30 seconds he will be starting off because all this time is going to be adjusted, and they're going to put it on, like putting everybody on one row with this time adjust for every single row.
Yeah, and I've really got a chance to chat with a couple racers yesterday that were in some of the A classes, B classes, and C classes. They had a lot of fun out there. But what's interesting is even though with the 15 lines, oh, there we go, they are off. So you can see how some of those racers go very wide to the right. Oh, looks like Will Reardon hugging that red tape, getting himself out in front. And then there was a couple riders there off to his left. So let's see who makes it all the way up that double track first. Now again, this is GPS, so just because you see a trail on the screen, that does not mean that that's always where the riders are headed. But man, look at that. There's one racer out front that is just trying to make sure he breaks away on this first 8-mile lap.
Looks to be a Husqvarna. I would assume that'd be Ryder LeBlanc. We'll see here in just a moment, but I tell you what, I have a funny feeling it's the young rider out of Pennsylvania that's out in the lead right now.
Yeah, and I saw a comment already in the chat. So again, we're live on YouTube, and there is a chat that you can join. So Corey Weller talking about that they're doing a bypass. The bypass that you noticed is only for lap 1. So on lap 2, 3, and 4, the racers will be going all the way up idle hands. So Corey, get your popcorn, get ready, because when they come back around 8 miles from now, they're going to be going all the way up idle hands. Idle issues.
Corey Weller, of course, closed course off-road champion. I believe Corey's out of Arizona.
Is there a link to live tracking for this race? So yes, you can go to any of your browsing tabs and search for U.S. Hard Enduro Moto Tally, and you'll be able to see the 2025 results link there, and you'll be able to see that. Now again, that live will only be when they come through on each lap, so that will start to accumulate. So that'll be at least 40, probably 45 minutes from now, and there is also yellow brick tracking that you can use so you can see the racers on course. You can do that two ways. You can go get YB Races in the App Store. Again, that's Y as in yellow, B as in brick, races, YB Races in the App Store. Or you can go to cf.yb.tl/KOM 2025 and then pick Sunday's race, and you will be able to see the live yellow brick tracking that is happening there. That is about a minute off. And when they do get into some of the canyons, you will actually notice that some of the trackers for the riders will kind of jump around, and that is just because of how GPS satellites work with a lot of the iron that is in the rocks here at King of the Motos, not always helping us out to try to keep that GPS and that tracking as efficient as possible, but we're doing our best for you guys enjoying this event with us today.
And Brian and I will try to keep you updated with each and every change that's happening. We got a pretty good updating screen in front of us, and things are happening. They're starting to shake out pretty good, but we'll get our top leaders here in just a moment off our yellow brick.
So that's a great look at the shot of all the riders coming up that double track there on the right side of Idle Issues. But again, when they come back around for lap 2, lap 3, and lap 4, that will not be where they are headed, and they will be making their way completely up Idle Issues. I'm extremely excited for that because I believe that that is going to be difficult. That is very steep. The racers did come down Idle Issues last year and dropped into the sand wash there at Chocolate Thunder, but not this year. Not this year. It's not completely backwards, but it is interesting. And so if you were to go to the yellow brick tracking that we showed you guys, you can see the layout that the racers are going to be on in the 4 laps that are there. So again, lap number 1 is going to be 8 miles. Lap number 2 is going to be 9 miles. And then lap 3 and lap 4 is the same loop, and it's going to be lap 12. But there is a finish at the end that you are all going to want to stay around for. Look at that awesome shot of all those riders moving and shaking up that rocky steep there. We got this. And there's the dust, so it's a whole nother aspect. Last year we had a little bit of moisture, which was helpful, but this time we don't. So this far away, it looks like the riders might have clear vision, but you could see from that other shot, looking into the sun, they do not. There is dust hanging in the air on the entire race course once one racer goes. So when you are wheel to wheel on the racer in front of you and then the one behind you, you are just hanging out in a cloud of dust. So it's hard to see what's in front of you, and then you have to look at your GPS and try to make sure you're actually in the correct spot on the loop that you're supposed to be on.
Look at that dust coming out of that canyon and that view there, Brian. That's pretty gnarly, man.
Yeah, those are the racers that are already further down the course than what we were just looking at for sure, that were creating that dust.
Well, you know, by my occupation, Ed, I'm a dust specialist. But look at that. Look at that. Each vein of that canyon's just covering with dust as they're coming through. Wow.
Yeah, I like that. To your point, Chris, you could kind of see that the way the course was going to be working its way up and through the undulation of that terrain, because you could see the way that the dust was following it. Here's an even cooler shot at the layout that we're looking at here. This is the riders that have left Chocolate Thunder, and they are making their way across lap 1. So they might be at this point probably, I'd say, almost a quarter of the way through lap number 1, those 8 miles. And not only do they get longer every lap they come through, but they get a little bit more difficult. So I'm excited to see, and that definitely looks like quite the bottleneck. And the smoke bombs going off there.
Wow.
Oh, and look, we've got a rider far to the right doing a great job, but unfortunately losing a little bit of that steam, because you can see that dust shooting off the back there.
Quite the angle of climb on that hillside. Other riders are starting to pull over to the side. And check that out. The one rider that went to the far right, he goes, well, it's a little bit too steep. And this other rider on the KTM coming up alongside of him.
Yeah, a lot more seeing that. They're like, you know what? I don't want to wait in this bottleneck. I saw that he made it 7/8 of the way. I might be able to make it all the way. And some of them are doing a pretty good job. But again, the wider they make the terrain right now, the more dust that it's going to accumulate. So there are going to be some racers that get to this spot and they're like, I can't see the trail. I don't even know what I might be riding on. I might just wait. But the problem is, if you're going to wait for that dust to settle, you could be there for 10 minutes.
Well, the old saying, O'Brien, if it was easy, everybody could do it.
You got that right.
Not everybody can do it.
171 racers that signed up for the weekend, coming out, starting racing yesterday. And those are the ones that said, you know what, I'm taking on the challenge of the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
We'd like to ask everybody, especially at the end of our microphones here on our live streaming, welcome to the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. And tag on to your friends, share the link on social media, let everybody know you're watching King of the Motos, and we'll try to keep you all up to date with this great coverage. But look at this bottleneck here, man. Not many riders are helping each other. They're doing, well, there's a rider going off the side going, well, I'll come down and help everybody a little bit here.
And if you guys notice, there's a lot of media on the sides, and there's a lot of flags, because this is the start of the race. This is idle issues as they leave the sand wash coming out of the Chocolate Thunder area. So these are the racers that, because of the bottlenecks, because of the dust, and just maybe even skill level a little bit to some degree, they're still stuck at the start. And I love, there's a comment here from the 420 in the YouTube comments, gives a whole new meaning to eat my dust. And I was like, yes, sir, you are correct.
Well, and the problem is, a lot of these riders come, when they stir up the dust, they're also stirring up the dirt and kicking some of the rocks around. So the course is constantly changing with this adverse deflection of tires over all the rocks and moving all the stuff. And okay.
So one of the things that, if you guys look at the way that this shot is kind of held right now, you can see the main line off to the left, and that's where the cars have kind of either come down idle issues or gone up idle issues. And what we see, those flags on the right, that's the line that we saw the riders that came off to get that whole shot up the double track there out of idle hands take. And so it looks like that might be, air quotes, the simpler line. But again, there's so many boulders in the way that it's flagged. You really had to choose that right line as you made your way up over to that double track and then out of the double track to be able to get out of the entire Chocolate Thunder idle issues area. So that was a cool, super cool wide shot where you could kind of see how wide the flags were and all the line opportunities the racers had.
Not only at the start for Chocolate Thunder, but we're going to have the finish there as well. So all the people accumulating. In fact, the people there can hear us on the big screen. They're watching all the action right there on the big screen there at Chocolate Thunder. Welcome to 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. And so glad you come and decided to be with us here on this beautiful Sunday morning here in the month of January.
I saw Husky Tom there in the comments. If the dust is this bad on camera, it's 10 times worse in real life. We cannot say that any better. Yesterday we did have an on-camera rider with Cameron Steele. I don't know if we're going to have that again, so it would be great to be able to be out there in the racers, if you will, to be able to have that. But yes, what we see on camera is one thing. What the racers are seeing as they are going wheel to wheel out there on lap 1 in King of the Motos is, I think, to your point, is 10 times worse. So good job, Husky Tom. I like the call out.
As Brian's saying, all these different people chiming in on the link. What links are they chiming in on there, Brian?
There are watchers from all over. I already saw some talking about coming from Florida, some of them coming from Maine and talking about that. And then, but I see Wasatch Adventures is asking, it would be beneficial to have on-screen listing of current positions. We don't disagree, but it's very difficult because of how spread out the course is. If you want to try to do a little bit of current positions, again, if you scroll up in the chat just a little bit, since I know you're on YouTube, there is a link off to the yellow brick tracking that you can look at. And so, oh, there we go. We got Vancouver Island, Chris. So up there in the BC, one day I'm going to get to ride a dirt bike and a mountain bike out there, and it's going to be amazing. But definitely check out the link to the yellow brick tracking, and that's going to be our best opportunity to be able to get that as live as we can get. Again, it's about a minute off with that GPS tracking. We've been talking about the dust. One of the reasons that the dust is there is because of the silty conditions of the sediment that we have in this area. And so how is that going to affect the racers? So not just are they having to worry about the dust that is hanging in the air, getting in the way of their vision, but it also really it really hampens the way that they are able to create traction, because what happens is a lot of that dust, that sediment, that very fine silty powder is going to get up on the rocks. And so as they try to ride these rocks, keep traction, keep momentum on these uphills and these downhills, they're going to lose it. That tire, even though they do run a very soft, gummy tire to try to create a chance for more grip on these rocks, when that dust keeps getting drawn up into and onto those rocks, that is just a way and an opportunity for them to lose grip. So again, the dust that we see isn't just something that is going to impair their vision. It is going to impair their ability to find traction on these rocks lap after lap as more and more dirt gets dragged across all of the rocks that you see them riding over.
Some of the greatest drone coverage is available right here in front of us in the entire world, as far as I'm concerned. I know there's about 12 drones that are flying up in the air. They're going up and down and flipping batteries and putting charge on. But, man, the coverage is second to none.
I saw Starlight Ranch, who took the prologue in the A class yesterday. So let's look and see. Devin Stevenson had the fastest, it looks like as fast as he was just behind pro Robert Cornwell. So Devin Stevenson was number 115. He was right behind pro Robert Cornwell, who was 158, and right in front of Anson Maloney in the pro class of 169. And Anson Maloney was our four-stroke rider last year, multiple-time ISDE rider, so big shout-out to Anson. And then after that was our second in the A class, Corin Calvert, and then third, Brandon Bird. Looks like fourth, Nico Piazza. And then in the way that they laid out time-wise, next up in that row was going to be number 16, Gene Derrick Coate. So then fifth in the A class was Philip Kirk, number 160. So that's some of the A racers from yesterday and where they netted out in row number 2, right? They were in that 16 to 30 time-wise yesterday, so that's why they were in row 2 as they went off. I know you guys are asking who is in the lead. We noticed that YB tracking is not as up-to-date as we would like to see, so we'd like to be able to get that. We've got a couple radio questions out. If anybody could radio to us, we want to make sure that we're giving you guys the best up-to-date feed as possible, but sometimes it's a little bit more difficult. And I, again, agree. Skeep, welcome. Good morning. I see Mike Barnado. Hello, greatest drone, question mark. Maybe he's just having fun. But in the long run, Mike, good to see you. I get to see you in quite a few different live feeds when we're there on Highland Cycles. So it's good to see you here with the King of the Motos as well.
Now, if our yellow brick tracking serves us correctly, it appears to be the number 12 out of Peoria, Arizona. On the Sherco, Cooper Abbott being our leader. That's unofficial right now, of course, with Tristan Hart in the second. And we have Seth Steiner, an A rider. I can't see him being on the front line unless there was a mistake in running in third place right now. So we're having some possible questions with our yellow brick right now. We'll try to get it sorted. Because Brian and I, we want to be as accurate and precise as we possibly can. A lot of activity happening here in Southern California. Of course, just over the mountain, we had the DMC Desert Classic National Hare and Hound. And then down the road here, over in Blythe, actually to the east of us, they had the Works opening round for 2025. But we are here for King of the Motos. This is where we need to be.
Yeah, we are looking at one of the checkpoints right now. So again, as we were talking about dust hanging in the air, you could see the dust as riders were coming through that checkpoint multiple times, that there is no chance that that dust is going to ever stop, because they're going to be going through that checkpoint all day long, because that is checkpoint number 2. So they'll go through it for lap 1, lap number 2, lap number 3 and 4. Right before that checkpoint, after checkpoint 1, they will pull off for some more technical aspects of this course, and they'll pop right back onto the main trail before checkpoint 2. So we'll be able to see them there all day, hanging out as that dust just hangs in the air.
Yellow brick got updated. Okay, we're good to go now. Ryder LeBlanc looks to be leading the parade. He was the Husky out front. Very, very cool. And, wow, look at this. James Flynn running in the second spot. Third spot being Tristan Hart, and then Cooper Abbott. Then
like
in
got
fifth
some of our leaders
spot will
on
be
screen right now,
Cody
too,
Webb.
So it's cool to see. Look at that awesome shot as we got one rider chasing down another out in the deserts here in Johnson Valley.
Well, great interview yesterday with Ryder LeBlanc, Brian. And I tell you what, here he is right now leading this parade with a James Flynn in tow. Now, James turned pro last year, so he's a new pro rider as well. Ryder, this is his third-year pro. Of course, he was teammates with Colton Haker last year on that factory Husqvarna, factory Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. We sorely miss Colton, man. He's been, some of the best interviews I've ever done have been with Colton over the years. I got to announce a bunch of the Endurocross series for a handful of years, and Colton was just a gas to be able to do so.
Yeah, we just saw those three riders there together, and you could tell that one was wanting to make a pass, but in the long run, he chose not to and kind of stay in the back a little bit, because the ability in a GPS race to play follow the leader can be beneficial. There's just mental aptitude that needs to go into it when you're following another rider versus following the GPS. So sometimes it is advantageous to jump out front and try to break away, but at the same time, they're on lap 1. They've got an entire day of racing, so pushing the pace early here in the first lap maybe is not what they were trying to do. Again, we are only 24 minutes into this 6-hour day. We're expecting about 3 hours of racing. We'll know more when we see the racers come through on that first lap. We're expecting about 3 hours of racing for the pros and the 15 or 20 that are going to finish and make it to the top of the surprise finish out there at Chocolate Thunder.
The biggest dice that we see on our yellow brick right now seems to be between the double nickel of James Flynn and Tristan Hart. And they're battling for that third spot right now. But what a great ride by the young rider out of Pennsylvania. Ryder LeBlanc continues to be our leader of this parade with a James Flynn in second, both youngsters, mind you. And then Tristan Hart with that injured finger holding on to that third spot with a Cooper Abbott starting to reel in on the KTM of the factory Red Bull KTM of Tristan Hart. Of course, Cooper Abbott on the Sherco on the number 12.
Oh, Chad Gibbs, amazing question. Are we going to see air filter changes between each lap today? Here's the thing. I think that is a great question, and for the race, I think it depends on how close the racers are, because what we saw last year is Cody Webb being pretty strategic with jumping and not pitting in that on the way to the last lap and getting out in front, creating a little bit of a stretch in front of Tristan Hart. So we know that if they're going to plan to do those air filters, that's going to take them about 30 seconds to do that. The fast guys, right? It would take me 3 minutes for sure. But I think that's a great question. And so when they come in for that pit at Chocolate Thunder, we will be watching for that. But right now, we just mentioned Cody Webb. We've got an interview with him from yesterday. Let's give that a gander. We will jump back into the racing action.
Cody Webb, 6-time winner of the King of the Motos.
Cody Webb announced that he was going to be riding a Yamaha two-strokes. It's like, wow, that is insane.
We're here for 2025. What were you thinking, right, coming in and creating the program that you've created? Because no one expected you to be on a YZ250.
I actually didn't anticipate that myself last year if you would have asked me, but it's been an incredible experience so far with Yamaha. And I'm kind of a weird factory supported thing, but like they're super interested in what I'm doing. So it's really cool to see them kind of jump into the off-road world like this. It's been a little bit of a chore trying to dial this bike in for hard enduro, but like I'm actually kind of using my engineering degree for once.
There you go.
There's a lot of buzz around these bikes, so it's really cool that it all came to fruition. Obviously a lot going on. I got the hitless power valve like you're talking about. It basically smooths out that power delivery and like opens up the exhaust port quicker, I guess. So helped with the bottom end responsiveness and like smoothness of the bike. And then I'm running a medium compression dome, so kind of helps boost that power right off the bat. It might lose a little bit on top, but that's not really a concern for the hard enduro guys. I've done some very drastic gearing changes. Nothing internally yet, but for now I'm running 1250 in the rear and stock is 1450, so I'm basically 8 teeth different.
That is
more or less
different.
Mathematically, yeah, very, very different. This bike, even though it's a 250, has more than enough power. It's a matter of harnessing it to make it a little more rider friendly when I'm going through those boulder canyons.
Right.
I did the best I could to kind of match the more Euro spec
We are
output.
back, so looking at
Staying on the 250, it's honestly way more fun to ride. Like I get off this thing and every time's a smile on the bike, so that's half the battle, right?
That's super
Probably more
cool.
than that's all of it. So
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
having fun riding the bike. Got it dialed as I could. I'm super proud of the build we did. I mean, I'm fired up and excited, and I feel like I've already won before I even got here with how the setup all came together. So I got nothing to lose at this point. I'm gonna go out there and have a good time, and hopefully it's me getting the 7th one. We'll see.
So interesting, of course, to see what Cody Webb did coming into 2025. He decided that he was not going to re-sign with Sherco, and he wound up creating his own privateer kind of factory deal with Yamaha. So he's got his Rocky Mountain Yamaha team that he IRC team that he announced here at King of the Motos. Put out some really cool social media there, shot with the IRC guys, and lots of tons of pictures. Of course, the big thing that people have talked about is the electric start that he has added to his YZ250, but he is not using it actually at this event. There's been a lot of pictures that have been posted of that bike, and that is just what people wanted to see. But he's actually testing back and forth between 2 different hydraulic clutches, and the way that one of those hydraulic clutches works is more beneficial right now for him without the E-start. And so that is the bike that he chose to race on here for King of the Motos. If you want to look at that, of course, you can go to Instagram and go look up at that Seat Time account. That's the one that I run, and I got a cool little video kind of breaking down his bike. You can find that on YouTube as well if you're looking for that. So it gives us a good look at the machine that Cody Webb is racing this weekend. And then his YouTube channel is just littered with everything he's done to that bike to get it ready for this weekend. But that looks like we've got that is Will Reardon. We could see that teal helmet that he's got going on, so we know that he's out there racing, moving, and shaking, and he had a rider right there on his back tire. So they're not slowing down, Chris, even though it's a GPS race. They're still giving her the beans.
Well, talking about Cody Webb, and a lot of people might know, not only is he a many-time national trials champion, many-time hard enduro champion, many-time champion from King of the Motos, many-time champion from Last Dog Standing. He's a very established mechanical engineer as well. And he's working all sorts of changes with his Yamaha, trying to bring it up to a different level that it's never been before. Even though a lot of the technology that sits in that Yamaha that he's riding right now, it's only a 250, is well over 20 years worth of technology. So we'll see all the big changes that Cody's able to attempt to change on that Yamaha to make it way more competitive against the European bikes out in course right now. You know, I've updated my yellow brick several times. From what I'm seeing, it appears to be a Cooper Abbott leading the parade with the Ryder LeBlanc, James Flynn, and a Tristan Hart in our top 4. Unofficial, of course. And again, Brian and I would like to remind everybody, please tag in on social media, and especially if you're here in Hammertown, especially if you're up at Chocolate Thunder right now, take pictures, make some stories, and put it out all over the place. Let's flood this place with King of the Motos, because that's what we should do.
And then there was also a lot of debate back and forth on whether Cody Webb had decided to put a 300cc, header from Athena on his bike. And he actually said that as a 250 and then the transmission that he has, that thing is a fire-breathing dragon. And he believes that if he put a 300cc kit on it, it would only amplify the mid to high-end power that bike has and wouldn't actually give him any more torque. So he has, because of what happened yesterday when he stuck his shifter into the case a little bit and needed to stay in second gear, that's when he decided, I am going to look into some of the older WR transmission gears and see if he can find something to actually put in there so he can widen out his gear ratio a little bit. So even though that was something he didn't want to try to do, because of an issue on course yesterday, they're going to go home, they're going to do some eBay research, see if they can find some WR gears from the back in the day and put those in his YZ250. How crazy is that, huh?
You know, my YZ250 WR transmission is not for sale. It's one of my favorite bikes. I've had KTM, CR, and KX500s for years. And I tell you what, my WR 250 Yamaha YZ, that thing, honest, I'm not kidding. It has the same top end as my KX500 did. Really does. And so usable power. Really, I'm really surprised the other Japanese manufacturers didn't stick out with it to keep a two-stroke on their tally. But there's some new news, and Brian brought that to our attention yesterday. And Brian, why don't you bring us to light on the new news that you saw on social media yesterday?
Yeah, super cool announcement. I wonder if it's just because of the fact that they knew that there was a hard enduro event going on, or it's just A2 or whatever it was. But Kawasaki announced that two-strokes are coming back. It was a really cool reel where they kind of like went through a bunch of comments, you know, bring two-strokes forever, bring back the two-stroke. And Kawasaki saying, we heard you. And then you just heard that iconic two-stroke kick and just ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, yeah, man, it seems like who knows what it is. Hopefully it's not just like a 300 trail bike and it's a competitive 300 that we could see, 250 or 300 that we could see riders like the likes of Cody Webb, you know, getting and bringing into hard enduro or just having fun at some of the national enduros on a 300. Because, I mean, two-strokes are just so much fun to ride. These high compression four-strokes, they're extremely performant, and they're very fast, but sometimes they're just not fun to trail ride on because they just want to be ridden so fast. So to have more options when it comes to two-strokes, I'm excited for it. I'm looking forward. And I saw in the comments talking about Cole Clarkson. So it's cool to see because Cole Clarkson was actually our fastest B rider yesterday, and he took off in row number 3. So Nick Pooch, there, 927 was on that row. He's in the A class. And then the rider behind Cole Clarkson, number 77, Chris Reisner, there, A vet 30. So again, that Cole Clarkson, the B racer, or B class racer, they're in between two A racers doing a great job. So we got that shout out from the comments, so we agree. And maybe that Kawasaki will be a KDX. Who knows? But yes, we will be getting more two-strokes.
Now, we're just going past checkpoint 3 right now. And we have a 172 that appears to be in the second spot. And that would be a rider, should have been from row number 2, Seth Steiner. And I believe he went off accidentally on row number 1. But appears to be Cooper Abbott leading the parade, Will Reardon in second. And another rider might have went off. But, you know, it could be glitch with our satellite pickup on our yellow brick. We're not quite sure. So we're going to try to tag on some of our checkpoints, try and get some more accurate information on our standings. And another little uphill right there. Look, it's getting pretty silty and deep, some of these roads. Now here are the riders coming across the valley. Great drone coverage as always. Our media does an outstanding job of bringing light of all these cool canyons and valleys and rocky sections in front of us that we wouldn't be able to see. Not even hiking around would you be able to see some of the stuff that our drones are covering. Look at all the people over there, Brian, over there in Chocolate Thunder. What a great spectator event over there, yelling and screaming. Hey, y'all can hear us there. Brian Pierce and Chris Johnson over here. We all say hello, howdy, howdy to Chocolate Thunder over there.
Yeah, it's so neat to be able to see when you can make it over there, the way that little canyon of Chocolate Thunder kind of gets scooped out. Yeah, everybody can get their UTVs and their side-by-sides and their Ultra 4 trucks or whatever. Maybe their bigger razors and things like that, get them along the sides, and they can kind of just sit there in their vehicle and watch, and then it's a neat little venue. But this is a cool little wash that we can see the riders riding up. That looks difficult, it looks disgusting, but what we don't see is too much dust. So the riders that are here, they are starting to spread themselves out a little bit.
And a little more rock content on the trail, opposed to it being a dusty, silty mess.
All right, so we've got confirmation. This is physical number 1 and number 2. They are on course, so they are dropping back down in lap 1. So they've cut off what will later be lap 2, and they are heading their way back towards Chocolate Thunder.
It appears to be a KTM in front and a Husqvarna in second. So I would assume the Husqvarna would have to be Ryder LeBlanc. Stopped. You had to kickstart it. No, that wouldn't be Ryder then, because he has electric start.
Yeah, you got to love these drone footage, but of course at some point they're either too close, too far away, but we know that we're getting some great footage of our leaders here working their way back down around the end of lap 1 towards Chocolate Thunder.
You know, it makes you wonder if our lead rider, oh, that's Tristan Hart leading it. That's Tristan Hart out front. And he pulled a couple more bike links just in that one section just there. Another view from our top 2 lead riders. Wow, Brian, that is absolutely amazing. Tristan leading this parade of these fine racing athletes with that broken finger.
Oh my gosh, that injury we saw there in the interview, we showed it a little bit yesterday. We can bring it up here too just in a little bit and show you guys again. So not only does he have stitches on the back side of the finger to hold it together, but there's actually staples through the nail as well to be able to hold that finger together. The bone was sticking out. He did have a broken bone, and he even said that his pointer finger on his left hand is his main clutch finger. So he had to get on the bike for the first time in 2 weeks and try to learn how to actually be able to clutch with his middle finger. I personally am a 2-finger clutch guy, and I hold on with my 2 outside fingers, but that was not what he does. And it looks like they have gone through that checkpoint, and they are racing through the desert, getting themselves back to Chocolate Thunder.
I was hoping to get a little closer view. It almost looked like Cody Webb going through just then. Lots of diverse terrain here in Johnson Valley. Of course, we're stationed here in Hammertown on Means Dry Lake. Lots of racing history that's taken place right here. Of course, I started my racing career 51 years ago this weekend, racing DMC Classic out in Amboy. 51 years ago, at 16 years of age, I raced.
That was Will Reardon, and then there's Tristan Hart following behind Will Reardon. So we saw that Will Reardon there on that Sherco doing a great job getting the win yesterday in the qualifier. Tristan Hart getting second place. So if that is first and second again, they are going at it just like they did yesterday. Will had a pretty good gap on everybody, but even Tristan, Ryder, Cody, when they were up here interviewing us, telling us, letting us know that Will Reardon always does a great job in these conditions, and they were wondering, once it gets more technical into today, how will Will do? And it looks like Will's doing pretty darn good. Yeah, so the racers now are dropping into Chocolate Thunder, so that part that they're going down right now is normally where they would be coming up. For the past couple of years, they've always gone up Chocolate Thunder, but this year they're going down. You can see where they've got to go and check in to finish off their first lap. They got a nice little obstacle there to get around, slow them down a little bit so that they can score them. We're going to check out Moto Tally to see where this goes, but let's also see what their pit looks like. So it looks like they might be playing a little bit of cat and mouse. No, they just wanted to check their GPS. So it looks like they're planning on just rolling out right in. So let's see about going up idle hands. Okay, so we definitely see Tristan Hart in front of Will Reardon and then Ryder LeBlanc there. We would assume this is first, second, third. But again, you know, guys, how assumptions get us. But this time they are going all the way up idle hands. Where before they dropped off. So we'll see how they do. Right now, it looks like Tristan and Will have been having no issues going up idle hands.
Such great coverage, Brian, you know. And taking a look at our results right now, unofficial, of course, our top A rider in this field, Maxwell Wiggin, he led the parade yesterday on the 111. Devin Stevenson running second on the 115, and Maverick Thaxton on third. Those are top 3 A riders right now.
So for those in the YouTube comments that were asking if there were going to be any air filter cleanings, no. They made it. They went straight into lap number 2. And unfortunately, it looks like Ryder LeBlanc, we saw as Tristan Hart and Will Reardon, they just kind of hammered up idle hands. And it looks like Ryder did not do that right off the bat. And so unfortunately, he's now a little bit behind Tristan and Will. But knowing the way that Ryder's been riding lately, I'm sure he's going to give her the beans and he's going to do his best to catch up to those guys. But again, you never know what could happen to our leaders.
I'd like to mention our senior 40-plus riders in the A class. David McCahill leads out Brandon Bifford and Billy Robertson, our top 3 in our 40 plus A class. And I'm going to try to mention some of these other classes because, you know, we're big fans of our pro riders, but we also have to highlight all the other riders because if this was easy, and I've said this 10 times this weekend already, if it were easy, everybody could do it. Not everybody could do it. Great shot at Cody Webb right there.
Yeah, right now Cody Webb is the one doing it up idle hands. So that MSR gear that he's got on, that number 2 on the bike, that YZ250, and those long, lanky legs of his. Don't worry, he'd even say that about himself. But you could see that rock that he just spit out as well.
Quite an incredible athlete, Cody is. Last year he was hampered by leg issues. He had a knee issue going on that bothered him pretty much most of the year. But he seems to be at 100% right now, and he's loving jumping on board the blue machine.
Oh no, James Flynn, as you said, the double nickel on that beta machine looked like he got stuck on idle hands. We didn't see any other riders have too many issues, but this is that spot that we saw Cody Webb kind of kick that rock out. So maybe he was a little bit closer than he looked and got hung up there because of whatever Cody Webb was spitting back down the trail at him.
Of course, James Flynn's dad, Jim Flynn, is the promoter for the Page Hard Enduro event. And he put that on board about 3 years ago, and it's taken off like a rocket. Of course, he makes Page and Scottsdale his 2 homes. And it's the double nickel of James Flynn.
So it looked about 5 minutes ago was when the racers came through and finished up that first lap. So that's right about what we were kind of estimating was about that 45-minute time range. So it's supposed to get a little bit more technical. Again, it gains another mile. So we'll see how that goes. The thing is, this is a GPS race, but the racers know kind of by memory where the track is going to take off. So the thing is if they can kind of remember what the single track was that they rode before and know where they're going to cut off for lap number 2, right now, they're in robot mode. They're just going to hammer the same single track and get themselves to that spot where they know that they got off of before to finish lap 1 and then head off for lap 2. Then they will kind of start getting on their GPS again. So the thing is lap number 2 could actually be close to the same speed if they ride the technical areas that they get brought into extremely well. Now, if they're very hard, it could be another 5 to 10 minutes added to that lap time.
Our top 3 in our Vet 30 plus A class, Ali Sen, I believe it's pronounced, Dustin Van Guth, and Jacob Nilsson. That's our top 3 in our 30 plus A class.
Okay, so we do have an update on the U.S. Hard Enduro Moto tally. So it looks like the total time was 38 minutes and 41 seconds for Will Reardon, 38 minutes and 42 seconds for Tristan Hart, 38 minutes and 48 seconds for Ryder LeBlanc. So those first 3 guys were definitely right there on top of each other. And then we see Cody Webb at 40:38 seconds, and then James Flynn at 40:41. So he definitely was right there behind Cody Webb. We just kind of missed him in that initial shot, just the way that it was looking. And then we see Cooper Abbott there in 6th at 43:05, and then we see Quinn Winslow. Oh, it looks like with where we're at right now, Quinn Winslow is in 6th with the 42:53, and then Cooper Abbott with that 43:05. So again, if you guys want to kind of watch this, it'll have to be refreshed every time they come through, but you can Google U.S. Hard Enduro Moto Tally, click on the 2025 King of the Motos, and you'll be able to look at this and refresh it every time the racers come through for a new lap.
Great information, Brian. Glad for keeping us up to date on that. Now, quite a few of our riders from back east. It's so funny. Quinn Winslow's one of those. Now makes his wintertime home here in Arizona. So Quinn Winslow, of course, Cooper Abbott from Arizona. Our media mogul, Max Gersten from Arizona. And some of these other guys, well, actually Tristan Hart, he stays quite a bit often there in Scottsdale as well. He gets to ride with all these guys. So that was pretty cool. Will Reardon got to spend some time with Tristan Hart up in Canada. He's able to ride with them for a while, and a great interview there too as well.
So I saw Brandon Koss, it looks like there in the YouTube comments. It's going to be U.S. Hard Enduro Moto Tally. I'll see if I can grab the link and if it lets me put that into the chat. And if not, I know the King of the Hammers media team is listening and watching, and they'll drop it in there if I am not capable of doing that.
That's one of Brian's specialties, though, following all these links. I try to follow some of them, but Brian does such a good job, I just let him run with it.
I am a copy and paste specialist.
Of course, all of you at the end of the microphone here, whether you be following our streaming action or right here in Hammertown or up there at Chocolate Thunder, tag in our social media. Let's go and blow this thing up. 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Yeah, right now we've got everybody in the comments talking about how the even the drone footage and some of the stick cameras like kind of flatten out the terrain. And you're right, there is just no way to truly showcase how steep this is for these racers. And it looks like now we've got two riders right next to each other there on idle issues. And one making a little bit of a pass there on the left-hand side. And we see we got one racer there stuck kind of off to the right. But again, when we don't get numbers on the side of the bikes, we cannot call out those racers. You know, we only get so many great shots from the very front. So hopefully we can get the racers to put numbers on the side panels, and we can give as much shout-outs as we can try to do.
Well, and that's one of the reasons Brian and I encourage everybody. If you're here for the Sunday action, you should roll on over to Chocolate Thunder. You get to watch the action come through the checkpoint over there and going back out onto the next loop. And you'll be there for the finish as well.
I like that. Should have triple blipped. Man, a double blip's hard enough, but these guys are triple blipping up these bad boys. If you go watch the Cody Webb's release video, there's actually an uphill slab that he's riding up, and he winds up doing a nice little bunch of wheelie bumps. So he just kind of gets on that back wheel, blips the clutch and throttle, and then rear brakes, and just and he's just kind of dancing on that back wheel. That is probably like a sexed blip. I don't know what you would call it, but it's quite a few wheel taps for sure that he goes through.
Well, you know, it's pretty cool. On Friday, Cody hosted a last man standing event right there in front of the IRC trailer. And he's talking about he could bump his front end around 12 times in a row and without stopping. Of course, that's his trials experience coming into play. Quite a few of our competitors that went out there and tried to attempt the last man standing would do that at the end. And they were kicking at each other and pushing each other over and cutting each other off. It was so much fun. Good time, and a big, huge kudos goes out to Cody Webb for hosting that.
Looks like they were just coming down Jackhammer North. You remember when we were there last year, we were talking to Jackhammers, and we were doing a little bit of an intro with Justin. That was a cool spot for us to go. And that's kind of one of the iconic areas where King of the Hammers itself got started, was over on the Jackhammers courses. So, and I think Jackhammer North was actually, when I came in 2018, at the nighttime, they went up the Jackhammers with headlights, with bike lights, with helmet lights. That's a little much for my blood, but that's okay. These guys are loving it, so.
Yeah, of course, Brian's talking about Justin. That's Justin Lineweather. And he lives right there in Johnson Valley in Lucerne, and he owns a manufacturing company for Harleys. So, but Justin spends a lot of time out here. He started putting the course together back in August and come up with some good trails. And there's some good virgin stuff that he grabbed a hold of to put to these competitors for King of the Motos.
And there's a good look at two riders that are checking out their GPS, heading down the trail. He's just staying right on them. Ooh, and look at these guys coming up that nice little rocky spot. You can see how that front end just barely tapped something and kind of got him offset. So 25, so we'll look that up here in a second. And then number 27, let's see what races we were just looking at.
That's Huddy Koala, number 25. He's in the pro class.
Nice, and then I think that was 27. We talked about Joseph Nemeth. He's in the pro class. I actually got to meet him at the dinner Friday night, so it was good to meet you, Joe. Thank you for the conversation and the good times. Great job in the pro class, sir.
Yeah, we've had some really good sit-down meetings with our media, too. Some of these guys from all over the world coming here to provide great coverage for our 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Now, for quite a few years running, SoCal MC would host their Hare and Hound event right here off of Means Dry Lake and Boone Road. And they did that for the longest time, but Dave Cole come up with the idea for King of the Hammers and put this all together. He just lives down the road as well, right along with Justin. And takes a dream and puts it to attrition, and here we are today, very extremely successful King of the Motos and King of the Hammers. Rocks flying off the bat.
Man, look at the dust just accumulating. So that rider's like, I know there's a trail, and I think I'm on it, and nope, now there's a rider next to me. Like, what is happening? Man, and again, the camera, what we're seeing versus what those riders are having to deal with, the dust that's accumulating on their bike, their goggles, the dust that's accumulating on their GPS. Dude, it makes it so difficult. And then we get a chance to watch these guys drop into Chocolate Thunder, getting ready to finish their first lap.
That was Declan McCahill, number 421, now coming through this checkpoint. Hey, y'all hear us over there at Chocolate Thunder? You guys having a good time? Come on, see some arms in the air there, Chocolate Thunder. Two big screens happening, and they got the live streaming happening right in front of them. Out in the middle of the desert, watching this extreme hard enduro event.
We definitely see some racers as well choosing to pit after that first lap, so I'm wondering if they're just, they're out here to finish. They're not competing per se for that top podium spot. So in the long run for them, even though 8 miles doesn't do much to their tank of gas, unless, of course, they laid the bike over and they know that they lost a lot of gas, it could be one of those things where they want to dial in their nutrition a little bit more. They want to make sure that their bladder and their hydration is good to go. Because the thing is, these racers that are in there now have been on course for almost about an hour. So if you think about in conditions like this, you want to try to consume around about 500 milliliters to a liter of water an hour during a heavy activity like this. Now at the same time, you want to make sure you're taking in your electrolytes. So some people are a little all over the place on this, but again, 500 milligrams, 1,000 milligrams of sodium, you're going to be wanting into some potassium, some magnesium as well, so maybe 200 milligrams of potassium, about 60 milligrams of magnesium per hour, right? And then you want to talk about your carbohydrates. So that is one of our main energy sources of the body is glucose. And so a lot of riders have different types of liquid carbohydrate supplements that they're going to put in their bladder. But the hard part with that is remembering to drink. So even though you might be diligent enough to put water, electrolytes, and some type of liquid carbohydrate in your bladder, you actually have to remember how to drink it. And so sometimes when these racers get back to the pit, they'll have a very concentrated electrolyte carbohydrate drink mixed in about 8 ounces. That way they can quickly down that and then keep moving forward.
Our top
number 27, that's Joe Nemeth working his way up there. Joseph Nemeth. That's cool to see him making his way up idle hands. Look at those long legs doing their work, Chris.
Well, and our top B rider in this field is Aaron Schroeder, Cole Clarkson, and Cullen Kostecki, as I believe it's pronounced. That's our top 3 4RB top riders. But man, look at all the dust coming off that, Brian.
I am excited to be here in the booth, Chris.
Yeah, we're catching a little bit of the cool, but we got a couple of heaters at our feet. It's kind of nice, and our media moguls have taken good care of us over here.
I got a couple more updates there on some of the other riders. So we talked about Cooper Abbott in 7th. So it looks like 8th was about 45 minutes. That was Dustin McCarthy. In 9th was going to be Kamakana there in 45 minutes. And then if we go to 10th, another 45 minutes was going to be Brandon Petrie. Then in 11th was Riley Bender. In 12th was Hayden Mosa. In 13th is Daniel Lewis. In 14th is going to be Joseph Nemeth, and then in 15th is going to be Kawalo Huddy. They're about 52 minutes between Joseph and Kawalo. So they're looking at our top 15 right now, and those all seem to be in the pro class. So we'll start to see some of our A racers as well come through here in just a little bit. I'm excited to see Devin Fernaro come through. So he has crosslink components. If you are a hard enduro rider or even just checking out and you have a dirt bike that you want to make sure is well protected, he started with making some very well crafted swing arm guards. But now at the same time too, because of the fact that those have done so well for them, they've started to expand their lineup a little bit. So if you're looking for protection on your motorcycle, specifically your lower fork legs, upper fork legs, and your swing arm, definitely go check out Crosslink Components. Devin's doing a great job with what they're putting together. That was number 80 there. So if you want a good follow on Instagram, he is Psycho Enduro. So I think it's a CYCO, and that is a great follow. He does a great job putting out some awesome hard enduro content. I think it's pretty neat to see. I see someone, Koala is Cavallo? All right, and so tell me if that's true, and a lot of alohas. I like it. So we're just trying to do our best. Of course, sometimes we get a chance to talk to these racers and riders, and we can phonetically write out what it is to pronounce their name, and sometimes we don't get that opportunity, so we're just doing our best. So we appreciate you guys trying to help us out as well. But just think about that, coming all the way from Hawaii. And a lot of these racers come in for the entire U.S. Hard Enduro Series. Now, the U.S. Hard Enduro Series is going to be heading to Hawaii there for their next round. So how amazing would it be to not just be able to go to Hawaii in and of itself, but to be able to, ship a dirt bike out and then be able to ride on some of that Hawaiian ice that is out there.
Well, unofficially still appears to be Will Reardon, the leader of the parade, number 39. On the Sherco, Tristan Hart will be in second. Ryder LeBlond occupying that third spot with Cody Webb, James Flynn, and Cooper Abbott round up the next six. So that's still happening. We are right in the middle of it. Great coverage as well. Our media doing an awesome job. Chris Johnson with Brian Pierce over here. I think Miles Hasselquath's going to jump on board with Brian, isn't he? He's ready for coverage. Of course, Pam Hall will be doing our trophies later on this afternoon for crowning the new King of the Motos.
We got more riders coming down through Chocolate Thunder. They've now finished up their first lap, and again, they are heading there into the pit. So they've got their gas can set up. They might be choosing to splash in a little bit of gas. They might be loading in a GPS map because of the different laps. And then they might be getting a chance to get some nutrition in there.
You know, a lot of people don't realize when they come into the pit, you notice they have mats on the ground. Back to the mats on the ground. They have to be manned in the pit with a fire extinguisher and a gas can along with the mat. And only the teammates or team members of that particular rider can be in that pit area. So quite a few AMA rules a lot of people don't realize, but you must be refueling on a protective mat to avoid any spillage onto the soil here in Johnson Valley. Look at the riders picking their way down through this rocky canyon, coming down off the top. Little bit at a time, keeping handlebar off the rocks. That's the goal. Rubber on the ground, handlebars in the air.
Yeah, I just saw Nico Piazza there, 3:15, working his way up. Idle issues, and yes, you are correct. I am doing my darndest to stop saying idle hands. I even wrote it down in front of me to say idle issues for that section, and for some reason, I just keep going back and back to it. It's probably because of the fact that I know that I have idle hands and I'm into just a little bit of everything. But the thing is I also have issues, so I'm going to try to make sure that we continue to say idle issues. We'll get there. We'll get there.
If you haven't noticed with Brian Pierce, this man definitely has some issues. Gives me the high sign on that. Well, just like Moon Zappa, you know, totally. I'm really dating myself there now. Yeah, a couple of our media guys that were sitting with breakfast with Brian and I this morning were from Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley, and it's the far north end of the valley, so to speak. Totally.
That's the cool racers that look like they were just leaving that Jackhammers area and going through another checkpoint there. So they're going to be heading their way back down into Chocolate Thunder so they can finish off that first lap and get refreshed. I think that's going to be some of our A racers, and so now we'll be able to see some of our A racers coming through, finishing up that lap. Probably some of our Vet 30 and Senior 40A racers. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing my buddy, where's he at? Josh Rimple from Enduro Method. He was in the Senior 40A class, but he actually made his way all the way into the third row. He was very close to getting himself into the top 30 yesterday so that he could get on that second row, but he just missed it, so he was right there behind Grady Asplin and right in front of Nick Hatcher, who was in the Vet 30A class. So we'll check this out, refresh, and see which other racers have already finished up their first lap.
Cody Webb on the Yamaha still holding on to that fourth spot. Man, that drone almost ran into the rider, man. That was so close. You can see the shadow of the drone from our coverage as they blast on down through the valley over here. Gosh, some of these trails are so familiar. Of course, I grew up racing out here.
We were just talking about Grady Asplin. He is number 70, and he's in the A class. So there we go. We got him on screen right now. So he's finished his first lap, and he is getting ready to go. So I definitely want to see my buddy Josh Rimple up in there, hopefully getting ready to fight with some of these A guys, being in the 40-plus class now. I know what it feels like to be in your 40s, racing dirt bikes, and still been able to beat some of the young whippersnappers. It's a good feeling. So we do have some of our A-class racers through. Let's go ahead and go and call them off for their great job of finishing up their first lap. Looks like in first place we've got Devin Stevenson with a time of 52:20, but then just 17 seconds behind him was Corin Culvert. And then if we go into third place, it looks like we have Maverick Thaxton. We go to fourth place. We've got Declan McAhill. We go to fifth place. We've got Philip Kirk. Sixth place, Nico Piazza. We were just talking about him a second ago. And then we go into seventh place. We've got Seth Steiner. Eighth place, Brandon Bird. And then ninth place, Grady Asplin. So we saw him coming up idle issues. Yeah, you're right. I got it correct that time. That was 9th in the A-class. So we had 8 other A-class racers already going up idle issues, which is cool to see because that is a very steep uphill.
View right now is Guest Hayden, number 129, coming down through this canyon, negotiating really well. Dabbling a little bit here and there, but as long as he keeps his forward motion going. And as Brian was saying yesterday, momentum is such the key to being a successful racer for hard enduro. You got to keep that momentum. You know, if you fall down, you got to pick up the bike. That sucks up so much of your energy. So you got to try to keep them wheels moving and keep upright this entire time.
Yeah, the momentum that's happening in the Vet 30A class. Chris Reisner from Trailbound coming through with a 1:05.07 right in front of Nick Hatcher with a 1:05.24. Now Nick Hatcher did win the qualifier yesterday in the Vet 30A class, but Chris was right there behind him. So to see Chris and Nick going back and forth, just being about 20 seconds apart from each other, that's when a pit stop can come into play, right? If they're going to be on top of each other all day and trying to make sure that they get those 4 laps done, when and how long a pit stop happens is going to be extremely important.
Well, just what we've seen, there are 5 riders really close together now. That could be advantageous or not, depending on those particular 5 riders. But if they help each other on some of the gnarly stuff, it at least carries that 5 through to the next hard section. So another view of our 129 of Guest Hayden coming on down this canyon. Hey, back with me, Miles Hasselquist. Miles, how you doing, brother?
Oh, I'm doing good, buddy. What a great day, a great weekend to be here for the Monster Energy King of the Motos. I went to the start line again this morning and just kind of watched it. Absolute mayhem up there. Yesterday it was every 2 minutes they took off. This morning it was every 30 seconds. So by the 4th or 5th string, they were just bottlenecked in there. It was wild.
Now, was Justin able to hold with his plan for every 30 seconds on the 30-second?
Yep, it worked. But by the last 2 or 3 people or lanes that took off, half of those people didn't even go when the flag got dropped. They're just waiting for a clear path. It was pretty impressive.
A lot of spectators out there, right?
Oh yeah. Yep. And today's a 4-lap race for half the guys and gals, and the other just do the 3-lap. And that 4th lap going up, the side of Chocolate Thunder that nobody wheels or anything, it's going to be gnarly. I can't wait to see that.
Top riders for sure. So were you able to see our lead right off we believe it was Will Reardon that took off.
It looked
the
like
lead.
it, but at the top it got dusty enough I couldn't tell who it was.
Gotcha.
They were just full throttle sending it.
Now Miles, of course, one of our announcers for King of the Hammers during the next week. But you've been out here for a while. How long you been out here, Miles?
Almost 3 weeks helping everything set up. But I do get a sneak home tomorrow. I'll be back out Wednesday to get things all kicked up for the Optima Batteries King of the Hammers presented by Ford Performance. That kicks off next week. This is the Motos, obviously, and it's going to be a fun one.
How many years is this now for you?
Let's see. I believe this is my 17th year coming out here. I started on the live show as a pit reporter in 2012. And here we are.
Wow. And it's one of those things, too. And Brian and I were talking about that yesterday. It's not what we do. It becomes a big part of who we are. Now, the traveling that we all put into this crazy game we call racing, it's a lifelong, not achievement, but it's devotion more than anything else.
Oh, yeah. And if you don't love what you do, why are you doing it?
Yep. And if you blink twice, it's so funny because 10 to 20 years clicks off so fast. It really does. But Miles with me right now, and what you see on the screen there, Miles?
They're out ripping through the desert right here, and the GPS is very, very interesting on because obviously I'm used to the 4-wheel drives. Most of them have a co-driver watching the GPS, but they're riding a dirt bike and haven't hit that. It's pretty wild. Oh, there's one of our female riders.
Number 88. Actually, that's a 30-plus vet rider. That's Josh Pregan.
Nice.
It looks like a gal, though. Gosh darn it. It was 88, wasn't it?
Yep. You're right.
Yep.
So heading up idle issues there. in the Chocolate Thunder area.
Now, what's the next rider coming through there? Up.
And in the infield today is the Jeremy McGrath Grand Prix. It will not be streamed live, but we'll have some highlights of that later. Yesterday they did the King of the Hole Shot. That was pretty fun to watch. A lot of people got a drag race Jeremy McGrath.
Yeah, I was really impressed. You know, the Davises, both Ty and Dustin, coming down to the wire for the final, and Ty, the father, ended up beating the up-and-comer of Dustin. So that was pretty cool. And then Ty ended up having to go head-to-head with Jeremy McGrath and ended up beating him there. So
yep.
They got the battle in the early 90s in the 125 Supercross class. And, of course, Jeremy won one year. I believe it was 91. I think Ty Davis won in 90. So they've been battling for a long, long time. Goes back CMC days. I was talking about that. Now, Jeremy didn't start racing until he was 14 because he's a national BMX champion.
Yep.
But he started racing CMC with us, and I was the official, chief official and starter for CMC from the mid-'70s to 1990. And,
you've been doing it for a while, huh?
Yeah, doing it a couple days there. But I used to do during practice, you know, when we start off the day with practice, we let any riders to go to the starting gate, and I'd actually drop starting gate for everybody and, you know, coach them on how to start. A couple of riders that I've coached were like Chicken Matasevich and Mike Healy and Willie Surratt. Well, and this guy by the name of Jeremy McGrath and Ty Davis as well. So
that's awesome.
I got to work with all those guys. But back to the action here, number 319 coming in view. Let's pull up my official sheets here. 319. I hate when you grab a sheet and you grab two instead of one.
That's 1319, actually. That's Cole Clarkson.
Oh, okay. It is, actually. It's a B rider of Cole Clarkson. Rider's sitting there waiting to go.
Trying to pick their line, trying to decide if they really want to go up this or not.
He's really concentrating. He goes, well, I could hold off and just call it good or go out there for my
second lap, probably, right?
That's his second lap, yeah. Because our pro riders are on coming into their third, I think.
Yeah, they should be coming through here shortly to start their third, correct?
Correct.
The 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. It's a great shot of the Monster Energy stage up there. That's where they took off this morning at 9:03.
Now, mind you, we had a stage up there at Chocolate Thunder last year, but it was only half the size that this contraption is.
Oh, yeah. They keep building bigger and better, isn't it?
Oh, man. Great lineup of spectators. It's 6 or 7 people deep, man. Definitely watching all the action here. Now, out in the sun, the temperature's not that bad, but when you're in the shade, man, it's pretty chilly out here still.
Got some Cole Clarkson fans out there rooting them on.
Now, we're looking about 12 o'clock right here in Hammertown for King of the Grand Prix Pro race. So
I saw him out there practicing just a little bit ago.
Uh-huh. Any particular rider you caught wind of?
I didn't notice anybody.
Yeah.
Again, I'm a rookie when it comes to the motorcycles. I apologize for that.
Well, I'm a rookie when it comes to the four wheels, too. Well, last 5 years I got to announce the Work Series. And, you know, we just went up to the pro UTVs, side-by-sides. Which, by the way, this weekend is the Works race down in Blythe. Yeah, it's pretty wild, Miles, that all these different racing events going on, but people choose to be here with us here today, this weekend.
Absolutely.
You know?
So what do we have, about 170 riders
171.
Today? 171.
Mm-hmm. That's a view of Alden Anderson, our super senior 50-plus A rider, number 717, negotiating up, following them arrows. Now, Justin put out arrows only when there's a particular part of the course where they're not concentrating on their GPS to follow.
Them to be safe.
To keep them safe, correct. And it does point them in the right direction so they can pick up their GPS there afterwards. But as far as putting arrows at every single turn and every single transition, Justin did not do that just to allow the riders to concentrate on their GPS when safety permits. So Justin hosted our riders meeting the other night on Friday with all of our riders. He's done such an outstanding job as our race director, putting this all together and just keeping the dream with Dave Cole for King of the Motos, picking up where Jimmy Lewis left us standing here at the tail end of 2019. Of course, Jimmy Lewis, by the way, he used to race motocross too back in the day, and he used to bang bars with Jeremy McGrath and Ty Davis. So Jimmy, before he went off to the off-road scene.
Yeah, he recently got inducted to the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame.
I know, that's so cool.
Pretty awesome.
Well deserved too. Jimmy's such an awesome individual. He's a pretty darn good motocrosser too back in the day.
He's running the motorcycle race for Nora now.
Correct. You know, we had a year hiatus, and that was between when Jimmy Lewis was managing it and passing the torch to Justin. I don't know if Justin realized how much work there was prior to this. I know he'd been working with Jimmy since 2023 or 2019. He actually raced it in 2012 on his KX500. KX500 for a hard enduro.
Oh, that's nuts.
Yeah, the gentleman's got some pretty good sized huevos, that's for sure.
What's the top speed on some of these desert guys? Because they're very low geared, I'd assume, right?
Well, that's funny you talking about that. You know, we're talking about a wide ratio gearbox for Cody Webb's bike from his YZ250. And yeah, you could probably, yeah, I got a YZ250 with the WR gearbox in it too. And top speed, I could probably squeeze 90, maybe 95
okay, so
out of it.
Scoot.
But most of the time, a lot of these bikes are on the motocross schedule, the close ratio gearbox. And their top speed's probably going to be about 70, 75. Unless, of course, they gear it up. But they want to keep it down, especially for the real technical stuff, especially for that low gear, you know.
We're in jackhammer right now coming down. These guys are absolutely insane.
As we're saying, definitely momentum. Got to keep things rolling along.
Well, gravity's going to help on this one.
Well, it looks like gravity grabbed that guy's front number plate, too. Spit it on the ground, right? There's the 999. Now, who might that be? Let's see here. That's a super senior 50-plus of German Aragon. Good view of German, and 927 right behind him. That's Nick Puchafov, I guess. Puchafov. He's an A rider, number 927. Just got by another rider over there. You know, of course, we didn't not know who that missing front number plate rider was. Look at these three coming down. They're bumper to bumper all the way down through the middle, and more fantastic drone coverage right now.
Oh, the Hammer King production crew is doing an amazing job this year. Take it live, shooting it up to the world, and making it all fun for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Well, it's just
Oh, and this might even be first, second, and third on screen with Tristan Hart out front, playing a little bit of follow the leader. Thank you, Caleb.
Well, last year it was really interesting. You know, Tristan Hart was running second behind Cody Webb. Cody Webb coming to the last lap to pretend like he was going to get fueled, and he comes pulling in. And Tristan was
that
right
was
there.
last year, right?
Yeah, and he tricked Tristan so much. Tristan went out on the next loop, and Cody went in. Cody went out on the next loop. Tristan went to pit, and it was just enough time. Tristan couldn't make it up. But here he is with an injured finger. Now it's Ryder LeBlanc in second.
It, right?
He smashed it good, yep. So, young rider out of Pennsylvania running in second. Ryder LeBlanc, number 513, keeping that factory Red Bull KTM within his gun sight on his Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. Ryder went, man, talking to Ryder last year, the year before, you know, the year before was his first year pro. Of course, I've known him from the Endurocross world. But, man, he's gotten so good with his interviews, such a lot of fun to talk with, and just a great young man. And living a dream, living out of his van, going from friend's place to friend's place all over the country.
That's awesome.
As a Rockstar Energy factory Husqvarna racer.
Just out there living life.
22 years old, out of Pennsylvania. Other young rider, of course, Will Reardon from Australia.
He's who won yesterday, correct?
He took the win yesterday, that's right.
Which set up everything for today's big race. They're racing roughly 40 miles?
48 miles, I believe, yes.
And I'm telling you, that fourth lap is going to be one to watch.
Especially the last mile.
Yeah, it's gnarly.
Yep. But look at this pack of riders here. No, I think that's our leaders coming up on the lapped riders.
Wow, they're already lapping people out there. Tristan Hart getting things done. Splitting some bushes there. And making the pass. See, the dust is definitely hanging out there, but it's not too terribly bad. Will Reardon passing the lap traffic now. How far back's Cody Webb, do we know?
Now, let's see here. I didn't update my screen yet.
Sounds like there's rain a couple hours west of us. Take a little bit of rain later on today.
Well, I got to drive home tonight. I'm probably going to be going through Kingman in a snowstorm. Hopefully not, but you never know. Well, it appears to be Cody Webb in that third spot now.
Okay.
Okay. With James Flynn in fourth, Cooper Abbott in fifth, and Quinn Winsel in sixth. Of course, no question about the first two, Tristan Hart and Ryder LeBlanc.
Both are absolute animals. These guys and gals are crazy. I love watching it. Well, it looks like Brian's going to hop back in the booth. Chris, it's been fun. I'm going to step back away.
And there is a correction. It appears to be Will Reardon ahead of Tristan Hart. That was just that second and third position between Tristan and Ryder LeBlanc. Thank you, Miles. Brian, back with me now.
Yeah, it was nice to step away for a little bit, stretch the legs, grab a sip of coffee. I see that the YouTube comments are going off. It's going to be a good time to catch back up. Yeah, Cody is back and forth. I like it. I see you there, Graham Cracker. Welcome to the chat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, pull that up. And then
Yeah, we've got racers now looking like they are working their way through some awesome, tough terrain, but Tristan Hart there out in front of Ryder LeBlanc, and Ryder LeBlanc just doing his best to stay up with the current U.S. hard enduro champion of Tristan Hart with that mangled finger. We'll bring those pictures back up here in just a second so you guys can see that. But we were actually talking a lot about the rear tires and the mooses that these racers use. So I actually got a chance to talk with one of our racers out there and see the moose that he cuts. So a lot of racers cut these mooses, and it's pretty interesting to see how aggressive they go with this. Looks like a rider getting passed right there by Tristan Hart and Ryder LeBlanc. That's actually got to be a fun way to get passed there by two of your hard enduro heroes out in the Johnson Valley desert. All right, so what we've got on the screen, we were talking with one of the racers, Excessive Force, and he's got his thoughts on how he's going to cut his moose. And so what he's done is he's drilled a bunch of holes in a 140 moose, which is pretty normal for these guys. A lot of them go in at the top, they come in from the side, things like that. But really where it gets weird is right here. So not only does he give a shave to his moose, but what he actually does is he cuts in some V's to that moose. And the reason that he does that is he says that this helps as the knobbies kind of float around in that open space. It helps give them a little bit more support. Now, the problem is these mooses could cost anywhere from 120 to 150, bucks per moose. And so then they're going to do all this work to make it a little bit softer. Now again, that seems crazy to me. I think I would go with somebody that races off-road, races enduro, and uses mooses. And when they're done with them and they want a soft moose, I would just steal it from them and see what's going to happen. Or go with Nutex. They have a soft moose for the mooses that they make. So there's many different avenues that these racers go, but this is one of the more extreme moose cuttings that I've seen. So if you want to check this out again, you go check out Seat Time there on Instagram is where you can find this bad boy. Leave some interesting comments, but this gives you an example of when we talk about cutting a moose or making it great for those rear wheels. That is what we're talking about. And joining me in the booth is Pam Hall. I know Chris is going to take a little bit of a break like I did to stretch his legs. So Pam, welcome in. What did you see at the start? Because you were down there waving the flag.
Yes, I was front row and center right there. I saw a bunch of, to me, I call it chaos. Because that was definitely not an easy trail to go up on. I mean, you guys were seeing it from here, but what I was picturing, or what I was seeing right in front of me, literally within a few feet of me, because I was up higher than the riders, was absolutely insane. Like those guys and gals doing it, I mean, struggling. And then I saw riders actually getting off their bikes that were trying to get up the same line, and they would go help the person that was stuck. So it was all about the riders helping each other to get everybody up that mountain. So there were a couple people that were having some mechanical issues that had not started yet. I'm not sure if they ended up getting their bikes going just because we ended up coming back here to Hammertown, but issues, I mean, struggling, just off the start, I would be exhausted.
I can only imagine, but what's nuts to see is we were wondering about how long it would take for some of these racers to finish up their second lap, and we see that Tristan Hart, Will Reardon, Ryder LeBlanc, Cody Webb, and James Flynn have all come through and finished up their second lap. So let's get this going. So Tristan Hart there, currently in first place with a 124. Right behind him, though, with a 124.17 was Ryder LeBlanc. Right behind him was Will Reardon with 124.26. Right behind them, not even a full minute, was Cody Webb with a 125. And then about 3 more minutes behind Cody Webb was James Flynn in fifth place. So about a 128. So again, if you want to kind of refresh and see this, you can go to mototally.com/USHE, and you will be able to click on that. So that is US Hard Enduro on MotoTally. If you're going to try to Google it in one of your browsers, then you can kind of use the refresh button as race riders come through their laps.
Yes, and we were just watching on the screen. It was Preston Smith struggling to get up. I'm not sure exactly where they're at, but on the course, but he was struggling to get up that mountain. He finally made it. it has to be like a relief once you actually get up there. And so being told that was up in idle issues, so it was definitely not an easy spot right there. But lap 4, we were looking at it when we were down there, the completion of lap 4, the ones that are going to do 4 laps, I wish I was over there for that, because it's going to be insane.
I'm hoping that I get a chance to make my way over there again to do interviews like we did last year for the end, because that means I'll get to be at the top interviewing riders as they finish. We can only hope. So this is me putting that out to the universe. If anybody's listening and they can get me down there to interview the riders at the finish, that is definitely what I'm hoping happens, because I want to see it and I want to talk to them as they're peeling themselves off of their bikes, because you're right, it is uphill, it is rocky. What I said earlier was, think about Carl's Diner from Erzberg, but uphill, and it is going to be nasty. There's no trail, it's just rocks, and it is, it's going to be quite the fest.
It's not just rocks, it's boulders.
Yes.
Big boulders. It's going to be quite a finish. I mean, Justin put on an amazing course out here this year for King of the Motos, and it's I don't know. Do we have a count on how many riders finished yesterday? I don't know if we have that count.
Yeah, I don't know that we have that count, unfortunately. I think what we could do is we can look at what we have with the rows that we had and see how many started today and from those rows, and I think that'll give us a pretty good chance, because we got 15 per row. Let's see, we had 11 rows, 12 rows, excuse me. So somebody do that quick math, because that's a lot for me.
Let's see here. Try not to lose my numbers here. How many rows did we have again? Let me see here. It seems like there's...
Yeah, so it looks like today that started was all 171 of our racers. So they must have, every registered rider started yesterday and qualified into today. So that's pretty cool to see. It looks like we had about 6-7 racers there on that last 12th row. We had 15 going into that. That was too much math for me, Pam. That was too slow on that one.
We both got really quiet.
I should have just asked my iPhone.
I know,
and I'm
ask
sure
Siri.
it would have told me something.
Ask the iPhone for sure. All right, let's see where we have some of our drivers here on the YB tracking. So at home, if you wanted to be tracking this race, it's YB Races. You can download the app on your phone. And you can track your favorite drivers. Speaking of apps, there's also the app for King of the Hammers. If you click on it, or you download it, there's a whole schedule on there of everything that's happening at Hammertown and beyond. And it's a really cool app if you're out here and need to know what's going on and where. It's great for that. If you're not here and you still want to know what's going on and where, you can go ahead and download that and see what we're doing out here for the whole entire 3 weeks, basically, of racing.
So I got a question here. Mike Walker in the YouTube comments. Do the B-class racers have to do 4 laps? Yes. Every racer out here, if they're to finish the race, actually make it to the finish, they have to do 4 laps. Now, from that, though, what's going to happen is if racers don't make it any further than that, it's when they get to the last checkpoint that they got to. So if there's 4 checkpoints on course and B racer in lap 3 got to checkpoint 3 at the time that he got there, then he would be winning that class if no one else got to that point and got to checkpoint 2. So they're doing it off of how far they made it into the lap that they made it into and then the time that they got to that checkpoint. So that's the really important part. And then as well, there are cutoffs. So once we do get into a certain length of time towards the end of this, we'll start having cutoffs at those checkpoints. So again, they have a certain cutoff to when they cannot start their next lap, which would be whatever lap they're on, and then as well for each checkpoint on course. And if they don't get there, when they do get to that checkpoint and they say, no, sir, no, ma'am, I'm sorry, you did not make it, you need to head back, they will help them and direct them the best way for them to get back to Chocolate Thunder so they can go gather all of their goods and come over here for awards at 5 p.m.
Exactly, and we're watching Christian Shaw go through, number 1407. And the 262 of Daryl Collins, he's in our A Super Senior 50 plus class. He was trying to grab some rocks and move them around underneath his bike, and it looks like he's finally making his way through, but that is obviously that's up idle issues. They started right there, but instead of making a right-hand turn like they did at the start, they are now going straight up, which is up idle issues.
One of the things we haven't talked too much about is the suspension that these racers have on their motorcycle. So obviously there's front forks and there's a rear shock, but when it comes to hard enduro, the suspension setup is a little different from others. It needs to be very soft so that they can actually have the capabilities of riding over and through the very difficult rocky terrain. But then at the same time, when you come to King of the Motos, you have some of these wide open desert areas. And so there's a sacrifice that has to be made. They have to decide where do they want to be able to have more efficiency with their suspension. So they want it to be a little bit more soft, a little bit more supple, so the bike can kind of float underneath them over some of these more rocky areas. Or do they want it to be a little bit more stiff, have a little bit more compression so it holds up in the wider, more wide open, or faster, wide open areas. Now, if I were to be one of those, I know that I'm not going to be. We know that there's not a lot of open areas. This is the desert, of course. When they make it from hill to hill, they have to go there. But that's not typically where the race is going to be won. It's going to be won on a lot more of these more technical features of the event. And so I think I would veer on the side of a little bit softer for that. But it is interesting to talk to the riders on the different ways that they set their bike up. Like when we were talking to Will Reardon yesterday, new to the Sherco program, and he said right away that Cooper Abbott had 2 years of experience on the Sherco, lots of settings. He was able to put those on the bike from stock and loved it. So he was like, thank you, Cooper, for all the work that you've done on the Sherco so that I could jump on and enjoy your settings.
That's awesome. Teamwork without it being teamwork, right?
Yeah, right. Not even knowing where you're headed.
Exactly.
All
right, 12:55. That is our rider we have right there. That is Matt Gervisky. I'm not sure if I said that properly. He's in a Vet 30 Plus class, making his way up idle issues as well. And look at this. That is going up idle issues. So what you can see is they were taking the little road that you're seeing bottom of the screen right up to the top. Now they're having to go straight up, which is steeper, obviously, but it's also very rocky as well.
I am going to refresh our results, and we can see how many more racers have made it through for their second lap.
Have some of our 4,400 racers that'll be racing out here next week walking across the stage here. Mr. Chad Hunt.
So it looks like Quinn Winsel had come through in 6th place currently with a 1:36, and then Cooper Abbott is not through just yet. So we do have, that is like the only other racer so far that's come through is our 6th place pro racer for their second lap of Quinn Winsel.
So I'm curious if anybody's taken that left lane, because you have 2 arrows going right, 2 arrows going left. I mean, obviously they're going right and they're struggling there, so I wish I knew exactly how steep that left-hand lane was, because I haven't seen anybody take it quite yet. And
yeah.
here's a perfect example of what you're saying. Now they're in a fast section, completely different style of setup you would normally want for the bike. Oh, it looks like he's...
That might be a racer that is trying to figure out, did I GPS myself correctly into this open area that maybe I haven't ridden before?
Maybe he was going so fast going, ooh, am I right?
Right, we got rider 999 there on screen.
German Argon.
Nice. I love, the hard part too is look at all that sand that he's got to kind of traverse his way through right into all of those rocks. It's just such a different feeling when you go from sand where it can kind of wash underneath you and the bike feels like it's floating around a little bit to hitting those harsher rocks, and the bike just starts to bounce all over the place.
Well, and then the sand on the rocks doesn't help either, because that makes your tires not stick as well. So it's slippery on the rocks and everything. So that transition area, like you're saying, is difficult from going into the sand into the rocks.
Yeah, and even though it seems weird, body position is a big part of riding in the sand and in the rocks as well, because you want to make sure you're shifting your hips
and it's more of a pendulum than it is just a hard, like 90-degree left and right. And so with that pendulum, you're really trying to make sure you're weighting the bike, and by sometimes you're even going to use that to turn more than you would even to just have that body position for riding straight on. So it's an interesting way to make sure that you're leveraging all the weight of the person on the motorcycle, so you get the handling, the traction, and the placement that you're looking for on the terrain that you're trying to take on.
And that's Hayden Laughlin right there. You could see his bike was laid over. He is in the A class. But Brian, let's talk about that really quick, because earlier on when you we were chatting off to the side, there was a YouTube question about two-wheel or four-wheel, and it's what's better, right? Well, like you were saying, or what's harder, I think is what it was. But like what you were saying is two-wheel would be, because it's more physical. You know, you don't have the four wheels that you're having to deal with, but like it's not only physical, but you also are using your body to make the bike turn as well.
Yeah, and the thing is we know that driving any of the vehicles out here, two-wheel or four-wheel, there is a physical aspect to it, right?
Yes.
In the long run. But when you're in four wheels or in one of the vehicles, you're strapped in, and the manipulation that you're doing is your feet and your hands. So the amount of the body that you're moving to make sure that the vehicle's going where it needs to go is a lot less. Where when you're on a dirt bike, every single piece and part of you is controlling that motorcycle, right? Because you have your feet on the pegs, you have your hands on the handlebar, all of your weight is on that peg. So as we just discussed, using your hips as a pendulum to make sure that you're putting your weight in the right place. You get your hands. So, you know, with that, the physical aspect of riding a dirt bike, especially when you're in the rocks like this, I believe makes that more difficult in the terrain that we're in right now than four wheels. But again, I am also not ignorant to the fact that the other part of that is in the vehicles. I do believe that there is a little bit more precision when it comes to tire placement.
Exactly.
And that's that mental aspect of being behind the wheel and knowing without looking how wide your vehicle is, right? And so you're kind of sitting in between your tires, maybe even off to the left, right? And you're like, okay, I see that rock. I need to make sure my left wheel doesn't hit it. But then as I make this turn, I need to make sure my right wheel doesn't come around and also clip that other rock that I saw as I went by it, right? There's a lot of that that comes into play when you're there. So the mental aspect of that is still fatigue.
Yes, exactly.
So that's the thing, and that's where I do believe that's a phenomenal question and very hard to answer. I'm a dirt biker, though, so I'm just going to say dirt biking's harder. Let's just put it out there and let the YouTube comments eat me alive, right?
I mean, honestly, I 100% agree, though, that dirt bike racing or doing this on two wheels is more than likely 100% harder than riding in four wheels. I mean, but like you just were talking about, the tire placement, you took the words right out of my mouth, because that's exactly where I was going to go. The tire placement is definitely key. And, you know, when you get into stuff like this too, that's where the ones that have a co-driver sometimes have their co-driver get out and spot for them. Because when you're strapped into that car, some of the vehicles have higher doors, and you know, you want to be able to kind of see over, but you're strapped in so tight. You have on a neck brace. You like can't move basically, because it's just like in a capsule for the most part. You need somebody to spot you to help you get your tires placed in the right spot. So there's some people that actually are pretty, you know, they have certain co-drivers with them because they're very experienced in the rocks. So that's where I think it comes in handy when you have a co-driver, get them out in spot whenever you're going up something like idle issues to tire placement and everything else. There's a lot of areas out there like that.
Yeah, speaking of co-drivers, is Andrew Short, great, long-time Supercross, motocross racer, started doing Dakar on bikes, and then now transferred to, I believe he was one of the Can-Am teams, so he was a co-driver, navigator for one of the teams out there. So it's so cool to see that transition of, let's just say it, a little bit of an older dirt biker, right? Where it's like that level of competition on the body, on the minds, a little bit too much, right? The young whippersnappers are now faster and better, but he can still take a lot of that knowledge and transfer it over and experience into four wheels. And maybe he would be a driver one day, but right now he has the mental aptitude to be able to be a great navigator, co-driver in that aspect.
Exactly.
Do you know offhand if Dakar does they need to leverage their co-drivers in the way you were explaining out there, or is it?
I think it's key to have a good co-driver. I've never done Dakar. I mean, Sarah Price, you know, she always has great navigators. You know, these drivers tend to get the right navigators that will be able to, because they're doing it by road book, right? They're like road books, and then they have navigation. So Dakar style is definitely key to have a good co-driver as well. Not so much tire placement on rocks, but I think Andrew Short, back to Andrew Short, I think he actually was co-driver for Hunter Miller, I believe.
Very cool.
If I remember correctly, it was Hunter Miller, which Hunter Miller comes out here and he races in our 4900 class, which is the Can-Am UTVs. He also races in our 4400 class in a Can-Am UTV.
Oh my God.
So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see, one of our racers, a couple of them actually, because Sarah Price has raced with us too, out there racing Dakar, and they're literally just now basically getting back to the States and going to come right out here.
So
and
they will be out here for
yes.
for Hammers as well. Eh?
Yes.
That's going to be so cool.
Yeah, Cody and Hunter Miller brothers, they both race. Sarah Price usually comes out here and races. I haven't seen her schedule, so I'm not sure. I'm sure she probably will be here. But yeah.
Even if it's just to sign autographs, this is such a great event. Like, she has to be here for the fans, if nothing else. You know what I mean? But that's one of my goals, is to be able, not to be in the racing capacity, of course, but to be able to get a ride one time.
Yeah.
To be not a co-driver, just a passenger, if you will.
Passenger
in
princess.
some of these, 4400, 4900, Ultra 4, Ultra 3, Trophy. I just want to do it all.
I wouldn't want to get on the Ultra 3.
Any of it. Let's get weird. I want to get drug around and shown what that is like, because again, from the outside looking in, the talent is insane.
Yes.
But I want to experience it. I want to feel it. And that's going to be the cool part for me whenever that does happen and come to fruition.
Right.
Because I know that the appreciation level will be so much higher than even what it is, again, from outside looking in.
Exactly. I've never been in the rocks, like racing or anything. I've come from the desert background, but this actually is one of my things I would love to race one of these days. And I would totally be a co-driver. I don't care. I'd have to get in really good shape, though, to hike up and winch, but I think it would be so much fun to just be a part of this race.
Well, you drive. I'll be the co-driver. I'll learn whatever skills you need me to learn, and we'll go take it
Now we got to
on.
find a car and a sponsor.
Well, I mean, we're on YouTube right now. You guys get in the comments and
That would be
Pam
fun.
Hall, Brian Pearson, stupid things.
Exactly. All right, there we have the 1255 class you were talking about earlier, the Sandy Wash. That is down by Chocolate Thunder, the 1255 of Max Gravisky. I always saw him earlier on, too. And
Well, in the YouTube comments, we're talking a little bit about two-stroke fads. I just want to remind everybody that Kawasaki has announced that they are bringing their two-strokes back. We don't know the capacity yet. It could be a KDX. It could be a Trail Bike 300. We don't know. Hopefully, it's the 125. It's a 250, and they can throw on a big bore for a 300, because that's going to be awesome. And next up, hopefully, Honda. That would be so sick.
I drive a Honda. Ride a Honda. I can't drive. It's not drive, it's
Hey.
ride. That's the other thing I've had to transition, like in the moto world, it's riders, not drivers.
Yeah, that's
But
okay.
There
That's
we
okay.
have, the 819.
In our own minds, we're just doing the thing.
Exactly. We have Steve Sherman in the A Senior 40 Plus class. Looks like he's trying to figure out the momentum to get himself up. You can see how he's just bouncing around. Whoops, and there we go. You can see that he is going to be struggling just a little bit. And this is when I think exhaustion is starting to set in just a little bit. You can see he's taking a quick break there.
Oh, man.
Breather.
Did you know that you ride a Honda Grom? Apparently, that was the YouTube comments are talking about you now, Pam.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't have a Grom.
Well,
I wanted a Grom.
Apparently, that's what the YouTube comments is saying.
Oh, how funny. I can't see the YouTube comments. I actually have a 125. I wanted a Grom. I do want to get my license to be able to ride on the streets.
Yeah, it was when I did my when I did my motorcycle training to get my certification, for my license, we had little Honda Groms, and I can't remember the name for whatever the Kawasaki version of it is. But yeah, theirs is super cool, super light, super easy, like so that everybody could kind of just come in, ride these, and not have to bring a bike and do the thing. But I just did that just because my dad's got a couple street bikes.
Yeah.
He wanted me to move around for him.
Yeah.
Because personally, that is not for me. I've ridden on the street, maybe 15 times in my 45 years. Some like 16 up. I hate it.
Yeah? Is it
to
scare
me,
you?
To me, it does. Yeah, I'm like, because I know how open I am, right? In the sense that I have no coverage. Literally, it's whatever I choose to put on my body and the helmet that I'm wearing.
Right.
And that
sorry,
cars
Rider
are
960.
not watching.
Oh, he just waved. He must have heard us. 'Cause
Oh,
he's
yeah.
over there by Idle Issues. Sorry, Rider. Let's see, 960. What is that one's name here? Give him a shout out for the waving of Lucas Eddy, and he's
Yeah,
in the A
Lucas
class.
Eddy. Oh my gosh, I gotta go find his Instagram. We're gonna bring it up. Lucas Eddy is an awesome dude out there.
All right.
Living the life.
There's Riley Bender making his way around in number 31. I was down there for the start, obviously, but did the electric bike start today?
Oh, Stark was on the. I mean, he was on the
there.
roster,
I
but
mean,
did
I
he
couldn't
start?
hear
I'm
him.
not sure. I would say the same. I see what you did there. I would also ask the same thing about the adventure bike.
He did start.
He did?
He
How
did.
did
He
it look?
actually did very well going
Nice.
up. Right where I was at was where the big boulders were. He did very well, actually. I don't even think he dropped his bike at all, if I remember correctly.
So Lucas Eddy is a good follow on Instagram. He actually posts everything under. He has his own account, but he has a super hard. So what some of the different dirt bike adventures that he gets into, and also you can find Chasing Trail is another one. But he's ABC. Always be snacking.
Always be snacking.
Always be snacking. So
Sounds
good
like
job,
me.
Lucas. Glad to know you're out here.
Oh, look at this. We got a pass going
Oh,
on.
there we go. Yeah, buddy.
Good to see that kind of stuff. Good competition. Can't go. That was number 1. There went Tristan
Yeah,
Hart.
that is definitely Tristan. So that'd be interesting to see if that is our leaders kind of chasing themselves back and forth. We know that we saw Tristan, Will, and Ryder all coming in on their second lap in that 1:24 time frame. So they were definitely on top of each other. And then we had Cody Webb and James pulling behind them by about a minute and then by about 3 minutes. So that right there, the Husky with that black gear, that is Ryder LeBlanc. So he looks like he is now trying to see if he can get himself out in front and stay in front of Tristan Hart, which is pretty crazy because Caleb, let's go ahead and bring up my screen when I get these pictures going, because 2 weeks ago, this was Tristan Hart's finger, right?
Your discretion
So
advised.
these are the stitches on the backside, right? I mean, this is the front side where you now see the staples holding the finger together. Why was it holding the finger together? Well, he had an accident at the gym. This is him sitting in the ER. Like, what is happening, right? And so we got another one here, another angle. You can see how the finger itself split. Now, this is the tough one. Of all of these pictures, this is the tough one, right? And so we're looking at how the finger not only split but moved over a little bit, and the exposed bone, because of the compound, actually broke the bone. So
Wow.
one of those freak accidents where they're at the gym, and his friend who went before him bench press, and on the bench dropped his dumbbells, and instead of moving them out of the way, they were just still sitting there. Tristan went next with his dumbbells because he did just a little bit less weight, and he did the same thing, kind of dropped those back. It was just the way that the dumbbells were sitting on the floor that when he dropped his back, the bell of the dumbbell smushed between his finger and the handle of the dumbbell, completely smashing it.
And he's out there racing right
And he's
now.
out there like competing for the win at the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Didn't Cody Webb a few years ago, he was injured racing and he ended up winning, I think, if I remember correctly. I think it was a shoulder or something.
That
could be
man has been
wrong.
injured so many times between legs and wrists, there's no telling, but you're probably right.
If I remember correctly, I'm not 100% positive on that. I probably shouldn't have even spoke before I knew the positivity, or if it was 100%. But I remember one of the racers that was one of our top riders, and I think it was Cody Webb, coming in, and he was already injured before the race. All right, let's see. Who are these two riders? Looks like there's 3 in a row there. Or is that our 1, 2s, and 3s battling against each other?
Can 4-strokes enter the pro class? The 4-strokes can enter the pro class. They just don't choose to, because 4-strokes typically are not going to be as good of a bike for riding in hard enduro. 1, they're a little bit heavier. 2, they actually have a little bit more rotational mass from the way that the engine is just moving and shaking with as many strokes as it is, right? 2 to 4. And then, of course, too, it also gets a little bit hotter. And because of some of the, and then the way the power delivery happens on a 4-stroke, 2-strokes, especially 300 2-strokes with a little bit wider transmission, are just typically better for hard enduro.
It's really
Oh,
hard.
that's true. Dennis Maloney, great call out, because Anson Maloney was not in the pro class last year, I don't believe. I believe he was in that 4-stroke class, and Anson Maloney is in the pro class this year and is on a 4-stroke. So that is a great reminder, Dennis, that Anson Maloney is out there. He is in the pro class now, and he is on a 4-stroke. And again, Anson Maloney is an awesome racer, been to the ISCE a bunch of times. He is a cool dude, so thank you very much for the reminder.
All right, so in the pits right now, that is, I believe it was the 77 of Chris Reisner in the Vet A30 Plus class.
Oh,
and also in
owner
the
of
pits.
Trailbound.
Okay.
He is super into hard enduro. Lots of cool products on his site.
Nice. Yeah, Joe. We also saw Joseph Nemeth in there as well, fueling up. He's in the pro class as well.
Well,
Let's see who that is sitting there.
If he's coming, if Chris is coming through for his second lap, I definitely want to refresh, and I want to go look then at the A class, see how many racers have come through, and look at the Vet 30.
Oh.
Ooh.
Write her down. Actually, I believe, I don't know how to pronounce his name. That's the 777 from Hawaii. I do not know how to pronounce his name. I know there's a nickname to him, but I did not get that nickname.
Kamakana.
Kamakana. Okay, so that's who we are watching right here.
K. Halapanua is what I'm doing on the last name.
In the pro class, but look at that. See, this is a questionable, area that he's in too, because his foot he was putting down is actually on the downside of the hill, which could not be a good thing.
I believe he's turning around too. I believe this is idle issues. Yep, he did have an issue, so he's trying to go for a little bit more.
He's trying to take that left-hand line. That's the one I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yep. Oh, amazing bike control right there. To splat up onto that rock and be able to throw his weight forward so he could make sure that that rear wheel then clears the obstacle, and then lean back again to make sure that he could get that rear wheel traction as he reached the top. Oh, very clean. Oh, and we got 27. There's our Joe Namath. Oh, okay, so now we know that there is a Husky out there that Joe was riding. He is in black gear with the neon hydration bag, so that was one that we did think was Ryder LeBlanc earlier just because of the Husky and the black gear. So now we know Joe Namath, he's got the neon backpack, so we can distinguish those a little bit better.
This is kind of like four-wheel racing, because all the cars have different wraps on them. It's like you get to know what their wrap is, because if it's sometimes in the dust or whatever, you know what car it is, because sometimes cars will look alike, just a slight change. It's kind of the same thing right here with the gear that they have on. You know which one's what because of what color they have on.
Yeah, and then obviously in the pro class and some of the A classes, they're putting their numbers on the side, but the hard part too is you get into the B and C class, they only have the small white and black number that they've been given, and it's on the front of their bike.
Right.
And so then at that point, it is a lot of guessing, unfortunately, and it's hard to make sure that we give the call-outs that we'd like to give to everybody. And then even though we do have amazing drone footage and the stick cameras that are static out there, it's just tough sometimes. We can't get close enough to make sure that we can be as diligent as we'd like to be with numbers and names.
Yes, we try our best. That is 100%.
But that is such a sexy shot with that blue, the white and blue clouds as that racer just got on the gas, creating a dust cloud and working his way down that two-track.
Well, and this one's the 2120 of Zachary Severance in the B Vet 30 Plus class.
Well, he probably just finishing his first lap.
I like it too because the sticker on their helmet also. They have their sticker on their left-hand side of their helmet, so when they come through the checkpoints, they're able to be visible.
So you said that was 2120 Zachary Severance?
Yes.
All right, so he came through lap 1.
Okay.
An hour and 50 minutes.
Oh, wow. What was
so
the leaders
it took
earlier?
38 minutes for Will Reardon to come through.
Wow, okay.
And it took an hour and 50 minutes for our B Vet 30 current leader to finish one lap.
Wow, Will was back through before I even got back to Hammertown after the start. That's quick.
Oh, and then Max. Okay, so just because of a little difference in this, so Max Gerkirksey was about 20 minutes ahead of that. So Zachary is in second currently in that Vet 30. So Max came through. Max is number 1255. Actually about 20 minutes before that on his lap.
Here's number 16, also in the pro class, Jean Derek Cote. Cote? That's what it looks like.
Oh, but look at that. You can see that pivot turn was really good, but then you could also see the body English that he was also exhausted and that his shoulders slumped a little bit. He's like, I need a breath.
But you know what? A lot of riders have been getting stuck in that position where he was at, so doing that little kick-up turn like he just did was actually, I think, beneficial for him.
Yeah, pivot turns, by again, the clutch throttle control these riders have to be able to move the bikes the way that they do. See?
Did you see him taking his deep breaths, too?
Amazing shot there to be able to see. So what he did, he got stuck,
He moved the bike back by about a wheel length, made sure that he was weighting the rear wheel, got on the clutch throttle, gave itself just a little bit of a blip, and he's pushing that weight into the rear wheel, then throwing his hips forward so that the momentum and the grip that he's creating, he could then get that bike to start moving forward, shifted his weight back again so that the rear wheel could grip again, and then just took that momentum and moved his way right up idle issues.
Yeah, he did a great job at it. I mean, that's the fastest I've seen so far that we have watched with our camera views that we have had.
And what's interesting, that right there that we saw is exactly what Cody Webb says that right now his YZ250 doesn't do well.
Okay.
So he's looking for more low-end torque. And in situations like that, you don't want a bunch of spin up, right? You want that low-end torque. And just because a YZ250 has always been a motocross bike, the gearing inside the transmission, even though he now is running a 1250 on that bike, so a 12 counter sprocket and then a 50 rear sprocket, which is like 8 teeth bigger than what it would have been, right? Like stock. He still can't get the low-end torque that he's looking for. So it's moments like that where he's at a complete stop and trying to create momentum and move forward is where that YZ250 is, let's just say, giving him the most issues.
Okay. So where is Cody at right at this moment? I do not have my live tracking up here.
Let us bring up YB tracking and see how efficient it seems to be for us.
It's pretty good. Oh, let's see. We have the 359 and the 2022. So the 359 is Jared Joksky in the A class, and the 2022 right behind him. That is Keith McBean. He's in the B, a senior 40 plus class, and here we have, I believe that's number 80 coming up right behind him, and the pro class of Toro.
Dylan Santoro, Psycho Enduro. Again, I'm telling you, man, the guy posts some awesome stuff on Instagram. If you guys want to, Caleb, if you want to go to my screen just for a little bit, we'll talk about where lap number 3 starts to get a little bit more technical for some of these racers. What we're going to see is, as Dylan is working his way, we're going to see this cutoff that's going to happen. So what you see in the red was lap 1 and lap number 2. And when they're on lap number 3 is where they're going to come off and they're going to ride this little bit more technical area that's happening out here. See, it's going to take them through Whiskey on the Rocks. And you can see we got the riders now that are in black are on their 3rd lap. The riders that are in red are on their 2nd lap. Obviously, it looks like YB might be a little off with the numbers and colors, but that's okay. But so they're going to come back and make their way here to lap 1, and then they're going to keep on going, and then what's going to happen? So this green was lap number 2. They're going to keep going, and then they're going to hit this section out here. So then they're going to head over to the wrecking ball, and then they're going to ride back down. Let's see where we get it, Rock Salt. And then they're going to come back in and finish a lap. And so that yellow addition that you saw is actually what's going to be lap number 3 and lap number 4.
What a great race for these guys. I mean, look at the, I love seeing the visual that we just saw, the map of it, because it's so much elevation change and terrain that they're going through. So
yeah, the canyons that you can see and all the different pieces and parts, you can kind of say with the topography that you see that it's like, okay, that's a downhill, that's an uphill, it's all steep, it's probably loose, it's probably rocky, and the concept of riding it sounds fun, but actually getting out there and doing it's a little bit harder than most of us think.
Exactly. So that's the 745 right there, struggling just a little bit, the 745 of Eric Danielson, and then right behind him, oh, I had the number and I don't know where it went.
So for those of you who know some of the pieces and parts out here around Chocolate Thunder, it looks like Cody Webb just went through downtown, and we do have Ryder and Tristan Hart a little bit out there in front of Cody Webb, but they are out there together working their way towards Upper Bender Alley, and then they will be taking a right and going down Lower Bender Alley, which will be headed toward Wrecking Ball because they're on lap number 3.
All right, we have a rider getting ready to go back up, going through the checkpoint there, going up idle issues. But that is the ridge line. If you really wanted to look afar, you could maybe see those riders in the distance from here. And that looks like that must be a pit area up top, or maybe just a checkpoint. I don't know if there are any remote pits out here for our motos.
No remote pits. The only pits that they have the checkpoints, right? But at that point, that is just a check-in in case they need anything from emergency, where they would need something that wasn't yellow brick worthy in that regard. But really, the only pitting they're able to do is they're in Chocolate Thunder at the mats that are set for the gasoline and,
yes,
and
they have to have them
anything
on
that
mats.
we saw.
Once I can see the number on this rider here. Can't quite make out the number of that rider going up. All right, so Brian, it's going to be all three of us in here for a little bit. Chris is back from his break. Oh, there's the number 16. That was John Derek Coat right there that we were just watching. But Chris, you got to go take a little bit of a break for a minute and get some lunch and
I didn't get lunch. I got something to drink. I'll get
didn't
lunch
get
a little
lunch?
later,
I don't even know what time it is.
In the meantime, yeah.
It's not even lunchtime yet.
Yeah, it's 11:09. We are 2 hours in.
When you wake up at 5 o'clock, it seems like it's lunchtime right now.
I feel that.
So, Chris, what do you think about this course so far? And what do you, well, let me ask you this. What do you think about what you saw at the start this morning? That start line was insane.
Well, the first part of the start, of course, our top 15 qualifiers from yesterday were able to go pretty good. The second start, however, though, things started to get bottled up and things changed really fast. All the riders on that second row were stopped, bumping into each other. None of them were helping each other yet.
Yet.
But now farther into the course, coming into lap number 3, we're starting to see riders help each other. Okay, if you help me, I'll help you. But top 15 riders, man, they're gone. These guys are incredible.
I saw a rider, and I don't know where he came from, but he was not, his bike wasn't down within the cluster that was there. So he must have been down at the bottom and just waiting for the cluster to, clear, and it wasn't. I saw him go up, and he started helping the bikes up.
Yep.
All of them helping them up, because if they don't get up, then he's not going to get up. So
Correct.
It was nice to see the riders actually out there helping each other out, and gives them a little confidence boost too whenever somebody else is helping them too. I guess a confidence boost. I'm not sure if that's the right words for it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm going to go with that.
A lot of the uphills that we're seeing here, they're almost impossible to even walk on. I can't understand how a rider can ride up some of these trails. And yeah, Brian? Oh, Brian's messing up with hair.
That is a 492 of Dustin McCarthy in the pro class. Right here, a lot of them have just been kind of taking a quick little break. Oh, and he did go up the left lane, which, look, let me look back. That one might be easier.
That's another one where it said, wait a minute, I think I'm going to give it a turnaround.
Who was it? There was one just a little bit ago that did the same thing, because I kept saying I don't see anybody taking the left-hand line. He's going to try it again, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like, no, he's going to be taking that right line, I think that you were talking about, that kind of goes around this little section here. Nice, he can kind of pitter-patter his way around.
That left-hand lane must be super steep. I haven't actually walked up this, but this is where we were standing this morning, obviously for the start.
But it is a good look at, when we were seeing him there on that more left-hand lane, is a good look of how much dirt has been drug up onto those rocks. And again, even though the greatness is because of just years of being ridden by the different 4x, four-wheelers, it's the fact that now all that dirt is being carried up on there, so the rocks are a lot more slick. So if they're going to take a line that they took on a lap before, they have to remember that a lot of other racers have been on course, and because of that, the course is going to change. So they have to pay attention. There might be a rock in a place there wasn't a rock before. There might be more dirt. There might be less dirt. There could be roots all over the place. There could be ruts. There's actually not going to be any roots out here. I don't know what there's no pine trees. But there's going to be a lot of ruts that could form because of riders that got stuck and they decided to just spin out their rear tire instead of actually use the momentum to get up anything. And so that changes the course and how you attack it as you come through for each lap around this 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos course.
It's fun getting messages from people back home and other people that I work with that for other series saying they just got home from Disneyland and walked into hearing my voice on the TV. And she's a big moto person, so I know that her household is watching this. So it's super cool that all the people tuning in from all over the place. But I'm going to give you this. You're the expert of this YB tracking because
I'm navigating. Okay.
You're navigating.
There's Tristan. There's Cody. But this is inaccurate. Sometimes our yellow brick, it hesitates on some of our riders coming through, and it'll delay a little bit before putting them up. But on my moto tally, I still have Will Reardon leading the parade, Tristan Hart in second, with Ryder LeBlanc in third. But I don't know.
I'm not on that moto tally, but here we have 3 riders here. 112 is rider in the 40-plus senior class in the A, David McCallhill. The 666 in the A Vet 30-plus class, Cole Castlery. And let's see who is the rider right below. We have a little bit of a cluster. This is going up idle issues here, because this is where they will either choose to go left, which we haven't seen anybody successfully make that up on the camera. But let's see, the 316, what are you going to do? Is he going to make that left? He's in the A class of Brandon Bird. This goes to show how he was, how his bike was.
He is a very small, lanky, legged rider, and for him to even have trouble, but you can see how he kind of was using the clutch to make sure that that bike didn't go back on him. His legs were off, right? He was not using the rear brake, but he was just giving a tad bit of throttle and using that clutch to modulate to kind of keep the front end up so that the bike wouldn't roll back on him. Again, that's the kind of bike control that these A-class, pro-class riders have, of understanding how to leverage the engine of the motorcycle to control what's going to be happening. But it's 11:15 right now, so we are going to be having the riders meeting for the Jeremy McGrath King of the Grand Prix right now at 11:15. So if you are one of the riders that is signed up, make sure you're making your way over there for the Grand Prix to get that riders meeting. At 11:45 is when you are going to be staging for that first event. So at noon, for the staging is going to be for the pro and intermediate races. All novice racers are going to be at 1 p.m. and they're going to have dual sport, 2-stroke, and women at 2 p.m. So again, that's Jeremy McGrath, King of the Grand Prix, going on. So there's rider meeting coming up right now, and then the pro and intermediates are going to be staging at 11:45, and that is just a little north of the main stage here. So if you want to watch that, that is going to be happening and starting right here in Hammertown at noon. And then again, we have to thank the King of the Motos sponsors. So not only Monster Energy for being the main sponsor of this event, but we have, of course, Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers thanking you guys for having us out here. We've got North American Drilling Company. We've got the guys over at Wolf and Doro. Again, a great follow if you haven't checked them out on Instagram. Fred's Tires, TM Moto, Bob's Auto Glass and Tint, and Chambers Choice Drilling. So thank you very much for supporting King of the Motos out here at King of the Hammers.
I'd like to mention up in Nevada, these two have been with King of the Hammers for quite a few years now. Oops, there we go.
There we go, now we can hear you.
Still our top 3 from what we can see. Oh my gosh.
Oh, look at
Tristan
the
Hart still in the front of the pack. Second place being that of Ryder LeBlanc, the youngster on the Husqvarna. Third place being of Will Reardon, who took the win yesterday in that third spot. And we're taking a look at our yellow brick, and it was hesitant as well, but now it has Cody way out in front, but that's incorrect.
It looks like Tristan Hart might be.
No.
Nope, that says he's on lap 3 though. So Tristan Hart on lap 3.
Yeah, Tristan Hart is on lap 3, and it looks like they might be just about to break off onto the yellow track of the third loop. So they're going to be low. They're probably in upper Bender Alley. They're going to be heading there to lower Bender Alley, and that's going to take them over to Wrecking Ball. So again, this third and fourth lap are going to be 12 miles long. So it went from 9 to 12. So not only did they gain 3 miles, but these courses that they're going to be on are more technical, so it should take them longer. We hope it takes them longer because this is hard enduro. We want them to get as much as they paid for this event and give us as much great hard enduro action as we can get.
Now, Brian, on yellow brick just now, I'm taking a look at this. Will Reardon's starting to reel in on Tristan Hart. Now, Tristan Hart, of course, has a deficit because his index finger in his left hand for the clutch is compromised. We'll see if the youngster from Australia can reel in and take over the lead of the 2024 Hard Enduro AMA champion.
Yeah, so when they came through finishing up their second lap, Tristan Hart was in the lead with 1:24.13. Will Reardon came in, Ryder DeBlond was second at 1:24.17, so just 4 seconds behind that. And then just a few more seconds, about 9 seconds behind him, was Will Reardon at 1:24.26. So those guys, when they came through, just seconds apart, that was finishing their second lap, and we know they're out there on their third lap right now.
All the way to those top 3. They have checked out of the building, man. They're miles ahead of even our 4th place rider.
You know, it's kind of a obviously rider skill, but also dust. I mean, I know it's motos, but there's still that dust factor too for some people that they have. Mr. Chip McLaughlin right here going by us. He's one of our 4,400 racers. Giving a wave out, but the dust is a factor in all kinds of racing whenever it's off-road. And you know, just because it's 2 wheels doesn't mean you're not fighting it. But with these guys being out front, they don't have anybody else's dust that they're in.
Well, you know, Pam, it's what's wild where we are in Hammertown. We look across the valley. We can see Chocolate Thunder up on the ridge. You can see different pockets of dust along this entire mountain range over here where our riders are riding across. That's where it's happening. So over here we have the King of the Grand Prix.
Ooh, 2:01. Doing a little hop there. So the 2:01, Ran Hazaku. I'm not sure exactly how to say that last name. I'm so sorry for butchering that, but he is in the B Senior 40+ class. As we have another rider coming up to the left side of him, same thing, kind of did a little hop and jumped off the bike. Of the 15:56.
Yeah, you could see he was trying to go to the high left, rider's left line because of the fact that there was he was stuck there on the rider's right, and then unfortunately he did have a little bit of a slide out. I think just because of that dust getting carried up onto all these rocks. Now we're just doing a little bit of a dog paddle to make our way a little bit further uphill.
Yeah, it was not to his advantage on that, but that's Brennan Jones in the B class. But you can see the 2:01 definitely struggling just a little bit. I say a little bit, but who knows exactly how exhausted they already are.
Yeah, these are the cool shots right here where you can see the bikes kind of bouncing around on those rocks and all the sand that's getting drugged all over the place. Super technical riding out here at King of the Motos. I like how our rider that's riding high there with the yellow background, 15:58, I think you said.
15:56.
Yeah, just kind of picking his way across that line, trying to keep that downhill peg weighted so that it kind of pushed that bike into the hill a little bit.
You think he's going to go left?
I was thinking about it, and then he's like, wait a minute.
I think I would.
To the right it is.
There he goes.
Yellow track update brings Ryder LeBlond into that second spot behind Tristan Hart. So we'll keep tabs to see if there's any change on that. But from what we can see on yellow track, it looks like the young rider out of Pennsylvania now in the second spot behind Hart.
There we see Brandon Bird. He's also in the A class, making his way through that little sand wash area right before he gets over to Idle Issues, I believe is exactly where he's at.
Top A rider right now, still Maxwell Wiggin on the 111, followed by Devin Stevenson, 115, and Maverick Thaxton in that third spot on the 125.
Yeah, and Brandon Bird, he is on his third lap. So we just saw him, Pam mentioning number 316. And his total time in for those first 2 laps was 2 hours and 7 minutes. And the current leader by when they came through for their laps was Devin Stevenson, and that was a 1:55. So Brandon, 3:16, coming in about 12 minutes behind Devin Stevenson, as you can see that. But it looks like we have about 9 racers in the A class that are out on their third lap because they have finished and have times in for their second laps.
And you can see right now we have 2 riders side by side going up idle issues.
God, that's such a shot right there that shows us just how steep, loose, and dusty it is. That dust is just getting carried all over those rocks.
All right, let's see. We were watching to see if that rider went up, but I'm not sure what was going on there. We went on to a different camera angle. Can't quite make out exactly who that one is. Is that Ryder? I can't tell. Is that Ryder on screen right now? He has a white bike, right? White with black clothing.
You had a good question about how many ladies are out there racing. I'm going to go ahead and find that really quick and let our viewers know. That's a good question.
I know of 2 for sure.
We had our pro women, and I do know we had another women's class as well that was out there.
Our youngest rider out here this weekend is 13 years old, and she is definitely in a moto family, so it's really awesome to see a young lady at 13 years old. We were all cheering her on going up. She was struggling a little bit at the start, and she just kept making her way up.
Yeah, so yesterday, Katie Hall-Lay, 464, was our pro women winning that qualifier, getting there into that 6th row, and just a little bit down from that was Addie Albrecht there, 628. She was in the 7th row, so that's 2 of our pro women racers. See if we got any more pro women racers. And then I see at least 3 ladies as well. So we had Dylan Neiman there on row 10. We had Erin Foley on row 10 this morning, and then moving into Alice Albrecht. So I believe that's Addie's younger sister. She's 13 years old, 26. She's on a beta, looks like there, and she was in that 11th row. So if we're going to do that, we're going to say about 5 ladies started this course. I believe there was 1 or 2 yesterday, but I'm not finding them on the sheet today.
And we have a rider coming through the checkpoint. What they're doing, they just came down Chocolate Thunder, and they're going through the sand wash, and they will end up, not sure where he is going. I think they're supposed to be taking a left there.
Well, if they're going out on lap number 4, they'll be taking a left.
Yes, exactly. Well, this rider is going left. And
no hesitation, Pam.
No hesitation. I can't find the number, though.
I think that might be Tristan.
Well, if it is, he is making his way up like smooth butter up that
There's
hill.
your left line for you, Pam.
Let's see. Does he make it?
Easily.
Yep.
That appears to be Tristan Hart.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to refresh our moto tally because it's going to be updated so we can see what that time was for him to make his way off that 3rd lap. So that's where some of the YouTube comments were wondering why did it look like his yellow brick tracker was behind some of the other riders. And again, in these deeper canyons, sometimes the satellites and the GPSs just don't connect in the ways that we would like, so they're not as updated as we need. So it looks like we do have all 3 of our racers we were talking about, Tristan, Will, and Ryder, through, and it is, so time-wise, again, unofficial at this point, it looks like 2:22.40 was Will Reardon in first, then 2:22.51 was Tristan Hart, and then 2:23.04 Ryder LeBlanc. Now, this is when they finished their 3rd lap. We didn't see what happened in the pit, so again, Tristan Hart could have taken off in front of Will and Ryder to make his way to actually be in the first. So this was just the way that they finished their third lap, was Will, Tristan, Ryder. But it did look like Tristan Hart was making his way up idle issues alone.
And that is not an idle issue.
Or idle hands. There was MX Reboot there in the chat asking, seat time, how come you're not out there? Well, one, this is hard enduro. Though I enjoy hard enduro play riding, I'm not going to be out here at King of the Motos showing you guys how bad I actually am. And I did just get a 4-stroke, so there's no way I'm coming out here on my 4-stroke taking on a hard enduro. I am going to be racing the National Enduro Series this year, starting in 2 weeks in Sumter, South Carolina in the 45A class. So if you guys want to follow that journey, make sure you click on seat time there in the chat and give my channel a subscribe. I'll be making videos as I continue to build out the bike, continue to train and race all year long. It's going to be a great time, and I really appreciate the supporters that have already helped me get where I am at right now. There's Cody Webb on Motoshot. Yep. That was cool.
Cody Webb going through. He is our 6-time King of the Motos champion. Made his way up that hill. I think that was the 251 that was right behind him. I couldn't quite make out the number.
Probably getting lapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Cody was 3-time Last Dog Standing champion, and he's also a many-time national trials champion.
He's got a lot of time under his belt on these motos.
He's not a youngster anymore now. He's 36 years old.
Oh, he's still a baby.
Yep.
Compared to me.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's not already through finishing up that third lap. I'm trying to refresh what's going on here on Moto Tally, and we're not seeing that yet. So Cody Webb and James Flynn were 4th and 5th when they went out on their third lap, but it looked like that was James Flynn that was catching back up to Cody Webb. So he should be coming into Chocolate Thunder any time now to finish up that third lap and go out on his 4th. But I am surprised that he's not closer to those top 3.
All right, look at this, the cluster that we were seeing on screen. That is the 1909 right there. Looks like a little frozen for a second, but that is Mark Gerloff on the B class. Had 2 more riders behind him trying to make it up idle issues.
I just look how pristine his pipe is too on that 2-stroke. The fact that he's actually able to keep that from getting dented. I don't know how he's doing that. Anytime I'm out there doing any kind of play riding that's hard enduro with my buddies back in Texas at Twin Hills Motorcycle Park, my pipe just is attracted to every single rock. Come home, have to take it off and blow out dents every other weekend.
You know the story, Brian. Do not look at the rock.
Yeah. The second you look at the rock, you're hitting the rock. Yep.
I've done that in a 4-wheel vehicle. It's not fun. All right, who is that in the bright colored jacket? We need these numbers on these guys brighter or bigger so we can see them.
As they say, bigger is better.
We always tell our 4-wheel car, our 4-wheel racers, put your number on your hood so the drone can always see you.
Okay, we do have Cody Webb through, finishing up that third lap. He is 2:27.51, so he was about 4 minutes behind Ryder LeBlond, who was about 15 seconds behind Tristan and then Will. So we will be seeing how that comes out. But again, right now with those 3 pulling away from Cody Webb, and I would assume James Flynn's going to be coming here any second, man, Cody Webb's going to have to pull out all the stops here on this last lap to catch up to those guys.
Yeah, no tricking technique like last year. It's already too late.
It's already too late for that.
Alrighty, guys, I am going to step out of the booth and go get me some water really quick and hang out for a little bit. I see Miles is over there, so maybe he'll come back in here in a little while to give you all a break again. But we'll be standby for you whenever you're done talking. But it's so fun to be up here in the booth with you guys, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Pam's stepping in. She's a car gal. She's just trying to learn herself on our motorcycle stuff, and she'll be presenting trophies later today. So you got your job cut out for you.
Yes, it's fun. I also did the ones with the Jeremy McGrath's thing last night, too, for the whole shot. So that was
That's
fun.
right.
Fun to sit and watch. But I'll see you guys in a little bit, and have fun.
Thanks a lot so much. Pam Hall, great job, honey.
I saw in the comments Kev Shaw there. I'm not certain, but I think Webb had a mechanical issue. It's tough to say because we haven't heard anything. Now, we do try to do our best to ask around on some of the radios that we have access to see if anybody has talked about that. Unfortunately, that hasn't come through. But in the long run, we do know that we could talk about the mechanical that he had yesterday, where he actually had a rock kind of shove in his shifter a little bit to where he couldn't actually shift. He took his butt pack off, tried to find a tool to be able to pry it out, couldn't get that, and he said, I found the right rock. And using a rock was able to bass his shifter back out a little bit so that he could actually shift gears. He said he was stuck in second gear, and just the transmission of that YZ250 that he has is just geared too high for him to be able to move around in second gear only all the time. So a mechanical today, haven't heard it, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened, so we'll see. Hopefully if we do hear that, not that we want to hear that, but if we hear about anything like that, we will let you guys know. Pam's out of here, so we know pop up, she's going to head off. Give it her best go. I don't know how that Grom would do in the sand down there at Chocolate Thunder, though. If you could get the momentum, maybe you'd make it up the rocks. We just got a text from Justin Lineweber. The excitement is going to be at Chocolate Thunder in about 40 minutes. So if you're not out there now, make sure you head over to Chocolate Thunder, because what's going to happen is the riders are going to come through and they're going to finish their fourth lap. But right before, what they're used to doing to go through to finish their lap, they're going to be cut off to the left, and they are going to head up some of the extremely rocky terrain that is there. Just think Carl's Diner, but uphill and very steep. So thank you, Justin, for sending us that update. And it looks like we just saw James Flynn working his way. So I'm going to give Moto Tally a refresh and see if we have got an update from James Flynn going through to finish that lap. Not. So Cody Webb is through. He was fourth with a 227. Ryder LeBlond with a 223. Tristan Hart with a 222.51. Will Reardon with a 222.40. But again, as they make it onto that fourth lap, anything can happen out there at the King of the Motos, Hard Enduro.
Well, Will taking top honors yesterday for the Prologue qualifier brings us down to this point. He is the leader of the parade. So good job by the youngster out of Australia. Of course, his family ran and owned a olive orchard, both here in Southern California and there in Australia. And his brother does a lot of off-road stuff as well, but more so toward off-road Grand Prix and things of that nature. And a couple years ago, we did Enduro Cross at Glen Helen. Actually, 3 years ago. We did all 6 rounds of Enduro Cross at Glen Helen, and Gus actually beat Will, his older brother, in his specialty. So Gus, being an off-road racer, more so than a extreme hard enduro competitor, actually beat his brother there at Glen Helen. So. But what a great weekend for the Ryder On the Sherco, teammate of Cooper Abbott. And Cooper, where's Cooper in this mix, man? He was doing really well earlier.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm going to bring him up and see when he came through there off of what we can see on Moto Tally. Cooper Abbott looks like he has not finished. I'm going to refresh this. But it looks like based off of this, he only has 5 checks where everybody else has 10 and 14. So if that is the case, he only finished his first lap. So maybe he went out on his second lap and something happened, or he is still currently out on his second lap, because majority of the other pro riders are out on their third lap.
Yeah, something definitely happened with Cooper. But man, hey Brian, what do you think about this Will Reardon kid, huh?
Dude, man, it's been so cool to see Will between being on the KTMs and gases and now on the Sherco. It's definitely been a growth for him to watch him come to the United States to race hard enduro and endurocross and do so well. And we see that James Flynn now has come through, so he's got 14 checks, so he's finished his third lap, and he was a 2:33. So he was about 6 minutes behind Cody Webb, where earlier he was definitely a little bit closer. Right now he's lost some time to Cody Webb. So hopefully he can make that up and try to make his way to the podium, because I know James Flynn has been pushing this offseason to continue to grow as a hard enduro racer.
Of course, James out of Page, Arizona, Lake Powell. Well, he spent some of his time down in Scottsdale and gets a chance to go riding with Cooper as well out of Peoria. We've been catching this rider a couple times. Was it 1563, I think it is.
Well, thank you, Dennis Maloney. I do not like this coverage. I love it. I'm sure your Anson would say the same thing.
To give you an idea, looking down to the valley, look how steep that uphill is right there.
Oh, I love it, man. It's just so awesome.
You know, a lot of these uphills that we're seeing with gnarly rocks and stuff are actually waterfalls during flash flood season. Water will come rushing down there like a river.
Dude, can you imagine trying to go up that with water coming down it?
Well, those gummy tires would be the only way to do it, really.
For sure, yeah. Speaking about the gummy tires, if those that don't know, so it's about the durometer of the tire. So the gummier the tire, the way that the durometer changes of the tire. So with that different durometer, they're going to have a more gummy tire. What that does is it allows them to have a little bit more grip on some of these rocks. And so some riders are going to run a 110 or a 120, where other riders are going to run a 140. Now that number is millimeters width of the tire itself, how wide it can get, and that also changes the height. So as a tire gets wider, it typically gets less tall. Why do they do that? So they'll run a 140 because they'll want a little bit more of a contact patch. And then the way the knobs are built on some tires, some riders ride different as well. And so they like the way that the taller knobbies of a 110 or 120 grab. And then in cases like this, where dust is going to be brought up on very slick rocks, having a 140 can be extremely helpful. So it is a choice that riders make, and I know that just recently IRC released their JX8 Dakota in a 140 because so many of their riders were asking for that. So these gummy tires are extremely helpful in hard enduro when you're trying to find as much traction as you can for the momentum that you need to keep forward traction at all times.
Good, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, that's a good question, Corey. I haven't seen the adventure bike either. Now, Pam said that she saw it at the start of the race, but I haven't seen him on screen. So if we see him, I'm definitely going to be excited, but I'd like to know if he's not out there, what did happen? Is that 156 we're looking at right now?
Sure looks to be, and it would be a B Senior 40 Plus of Billy Robertson.
Nice. Great job, Billy. I know it's not easy.
Well, like you've been saying, Brian, if it was easy, everybody could do it.
You got that right. Thank you, Chris. One of the things, too, I've always wondered, why haven't goggles evolved? Look at this racer, like one of the racers on screen, they've got their goggles pulled back behind their head. Why is that? Well, it's because they're extremely hot and they're trying to get air and ventilation into their helmet. I've seen different accessories try to come out so that they can get more ventilation through their goggles, but I don't understand, and I get it that there's sponsorships for some of the pro guys, things like that, but these amateur racers that are buying their goggles and they're going to just turn them around backwards, why not just put some clear plastic lenses on? Or maybe they don't even need to be clear plastic. They could still have some of the sheer factor that the goggle lenses have out now today, and just not start with goggles on. You're still going to get the eye protection if you put some, $10 glasses that you get on. And I've done it myself. Been out there practicing, turned my goggles around because it's just too hot and everything. But I do find that interesting, and I haven't found a way to make that a little bit more efficient for racers out there in these hotter climates where they're just looking for more ventilation than the goggles of today can provide.
Well, good friends of Radical Ron Turner back in the day, the winningest California motocrosser of all time. Well, Ron is compromised with his vision, so he had wear regular glasses, sometimes underneath goggles, but sometimes he wouldn't wear goggles, just wear glasses in these motocross races, and he pulled it off really well. But man, I saw Ron last month at the World Veteran Motocross Championship. I had a good chat with him, and we had a great interview with John Bethea and myself and Ron. And I said, Ron, did they ever find any goggles that really fit your? Because really, he never had. Back in the day, Uvexes made prescription glasses for your goggles. A lot of our desert racers would do that because you don't want any dust in your eyes or any mud in your eyes, or definitely not any rock in your eyes. But I'm surprised there's the goggles companies, just like Brian's saying, aren't pursuing having a good goggle for a person who wears glasses.
Yeah, I know we got a comment asking about tear-offs now, MX Reboot there in the chat. I have not seen a single person wearing them. Now, I don't know officially if that's allowed in the U.S. Hard Enduro Series or not. What I can tell you is in the National Enduro Series, tear-offs are not allowed, and if you are caught using them, you will be disqualified from the race. And even though I understand the reason for tear-offs, I do believe that that is a great process to adopt, because let's just admit it, tear-offs are plastic, and when we use them out here in events like this, we're just literally tossing plastic into Mother Nature. When we're on a motocross track, when we're on supercross, like, it could be a little bit more contained, but in motocross even, I do believe that we should continue to evolve roll-off systems and make those better, and we should get rid of tear-offs in general. I know that that's a stink that people are going to get all upset about, but there's no reason to continuously be taking plastic off your goggles for clear vision and just throwing them out into nature.
Now, I don't know the name of the company, but I know there's a company out there that makes biodegradable tear-offs.
Yeah, one of the things I've heard is that they're a little bit thicker, and that sometimes the vision is good.
Correct. That's true. And with the little folds sometimes in your tear-offs, it'll cause a little ripple in your vision at that particular point. I've seen them before. But, yeah, they are available. What Brian was saying, though, in banning tear-offs at some of the hard enduro events, roll-offs are still allowed because they contain the strip within the roll-off. So,
and roll-offs have evolved a lot. Like, I just strangely found a pair of Scott goggles that I had from like 15 years ago, and the size of the roll-off was a joke compared to what we have now. So now I run the Scott Furies, and I have the Scott roll-off system, and they have a pretty neat way to try to keep a space between the lens and the roll-off itself, and a nice little strap that goes at the top to try to keep water from getting in between the roll-off film and the lens. The problem is if water does get in there, you're kind of screwed. And I get it, that does suck, and it's not 100%. And I do think that
there's got to be engineers who could figure that kind of stuff out. But I would think that it would be someone outside the motorcycle industry, right? Someone that's going to come in and think outside of the box and not try to take what we've already done and evolve it, but come at the problem of water, of dirt, and the system itself kind of breaking in a different way. And I think that they could figure it out. But again, that's not me. Unfortunately, I'm just the guy without solutions to all the problems.
But trying to make solutions for all the problems.
I'd like to try to help somebody else think outside the box if possible. But yeah, I'm not the engineer that Cody Webb is or any of the other great engineers that are out there.
Well, we're getting a view of 452 over here, and that's a AVET 30-plus rider of Craig David. He's the rider up on top on the Yamaha, and the KTM down below would be, I don't see his number. Look at this. They're both trying to pick their way down this water. This is a waterfall, mind you.
Oh, that is such a cool technical section.
Yep.
So
now, mind you, racing, I brought sidecars out to the desert in early 2000, and one of my biggest Achilles heels, so to speak, and we'll put that to Eli, but biggest Achilles heel was having to go up or go down waterfalls on a sidecar. Could you imagine that?
No, absolutely not. Premix asked the question, what time did the pros race? So everyone is out on course right now. So the first 15 riders went out at 9 a.m. and they split them up every 30 seconds. So everybody is out right now. The pros are trying to complete 4 laps, and they do have they are on their 4th lap right now. And so they have 6 hours to finish. So for those that are out there that maybe aren't as efficient as the pros are on this King of the Motos hard enduro course, they've got 6 hours to either get as far as they can to the checkpoint that they get to, and that will determine their length that they've ridden and the time that they did it, or the pros who are trying to do all 4 laps as fast as possible.
Top 3 still Reardon, Hart, and LeBlanc. Top 3. 1978 coming, a great view, tumbling right in front of the camera there. 1978, here's I'm going to flip through all the sheets, get to the bottom of it. Down to the 1400s now.
I got a question about streaming King of the Grand Prix. No, unfortunately, we will not be streaming that. But what's going to be happening is they're actually doing their staging right now. So if you're in the pro or intermediate class, that is going off at 12 o'clock. So you definitely need to be headed to staging for Jeremy McGrath's King of the Grand Prix. And then at 1 p.m., they'll have all the novice racers. And then at 2 p.m., they'll have dual sport, 2-stroke, and women's classes. And when the pros go off in about 10 minutes, I'm going to list off some of the racers that are going to be out there. But again, if you're here locally and in Hammertown and not at Chocolate Thunder, come on over to the stage, get ready for the Grand Prix, the Jeremy McGrath King of the Grand Prix that is getting ready to kick off in about 10 minutes.
You had a chance to talk to many-time Day in the Dirt champion, both coup de grace, 2-time champion, Blaine Thompson in the house. And Blaine decided not to do the works race this weekend. He's out here for King of the Grand Prix. Of course, Dustin Davis going to go and battle out there with the boys too. He made his pro debut last weekend at the MGP up there in Delano, just north of Bakersfield, and he got 7th place in his very first 250 pro race. There's a perfect example of one rider helping another rider get up this gnarly section. That was number 1319. That was Cole Clarkson. He's our B rider. So kudos goes out to Cole Clarkson for helping another rider get up that hill.
Yeah, so as we're talking about the tear-offs, I've definitely seen the tear-off retainer that some people are talking about. But, yeah, so then I think Chad Gibbs, it's noisy in the wind, though. Yeah, that's the exact problem that a lot of riders on the MXGP have complained about, in that because of the fact that when you take that tear off and it's tethered to your helmet, it's just flapping in the wind. And then you get 3, 4, 5 of those in there flapping in the wind. That's all you can hear. So
I've done that before.
Yeah.
I've duct taped the other end of my tear off, so when you pull off the one end with your left hand, it'll hang on your right side, but it does. It flaps in the wind. Look at beautiful view, man. Look at the clouds across the canyon. Here in Means Dry Lake and Hammertown down below.
So we got a rider. Looks like he's trying to pick himself up, shaking his head off and getting ready to give it a go up Idle Issues.
That's Sherco 2190. That's our youth rider. That's Graham Koback, 12 to 15-year-old on the Sherco. Now, I don't recognize that name, Brian. I don't think he rode last year. Because we made a big deal about
Which rider was that? Sorry.
2190, or our 12 to 15 youngsters. That's Graham Koback.
Oh, yeah.
He's giving it a good effort, though. Yeah, sitting on the seat to get that traction. A lot of people don't realize, oh, why don't you just stand up a little bit? No, you sit on the seat, get that wheel to have the most amount of weight to it so it's not going to spin.
Oh, but man, I'm not going to lie. I do miss my Sherco. I'm having a lot of fun on that Gas EX350 that I got from Adventure Moto. So huge shout out for the help going into my 2025 National Enduro season for the 45A class. But yeah, man, that Sherco, 7 years, man. All right, as we get closer and closer to our pro racers coming in to finish their fourth lap, we're going to preview King of the Hammers app that is out there for you guys so you guys can know how to continue to tune into the action for the next 2 weeks. I am going to go to Moto Tally. I'm going to give ourselves a refresh, and we're going to see some of the other racers and riders that have finished. But right now, we got a great look. A couple racers working their way up Idle Issues.
Now, mind you, in a situation, the only riders that's allowed to be helped are by other riders or themselves. No outside help, nor from any officials are allowed to help them as well.
So we saw last, James Flynn was in 5th with 2:33, finishing that third lap. So after that, now we see 6th was Brandon Petrie with a 2:49, so quite a few minutes back there. 7th, Quinn Winsel, so a 2:50. See, and then after that, it looks like that is our last racer that is currently out on their last lap. So that was Quinn Winsel, is now in 7th with 2:50, and he is going to be out there on his 4th lap currently. So we'll keep you guys updated in the pro class. I am going to start looking over at the A class and vet 30A and 40A and some of the other classes to see who's come through and shown us a good time.
Well, right now we're keeping tabs on James Flynn on the double nickel. He's got Cody Webb within gun sight. So we just might have a battle for 4th place between both those fine riders. The youngster out of Page and Cody. Where is Cody from?
Colorado. He's actually kind of all over. He's lived in California. He's lived in Colorado. Living in Colorado again right now. Yeah, he's one of those racers that definitely, I think he grew up in Northern California, riding trials with his dad, and then moved
around and currently is in Colorado.
Yeah, I remember when we lived in California.
I just want to give a shout out to Nick Pooch. Anytime yesterday as I was freaking out. So he's finished his second lap, and the time that he did that in was 2:48. Many times yesterday I was calling him Nick Poo, and him and his friends got a good laugh out of that, and that's just because I was just talking quick. But in the long run, if you find him on Instagram, it's Nick Pooch. Pooch, keep it up, buddy. You're having a great time, and we appreciate all the fun that you share for us to enjoy out on the Instagram.
Great shot there of Michael Kellogg, a super senior 50-plus rider, number 120, as he picks up his ride.
It's a great shot of that guy's drain plug, too. The other rider watching him struggle up.
Look at him taking those hard, deep breaths. He's taking a break right now. Wow.
I think he's taking a second moment to consider his life choices, is what he's doing.
Or why in the heck am I here?
That's exactly the point.
I don't know. So many events that I've raced over the decades that I've raced, and some of them you're halfway through and you go, I'm only halfway through and it's so hard and it's so terrible and it's so tiring. You get to the end of it and you think about the moment as soon as you get that checkered flag, and go, yeah, that was pretty tough. The next day you think, God, that was really bitching, man. What I accomplished yesterday was so cool.
Hell
and
yeah.
It's the challenge that you put in front. Whether you come in last place or first place, you consider the challenge and overcoming the challenge.
And that's truly what hard enduro is about. There have been times in the past where the pros and the amateurs have come to Justin and said, that was a little bit easier than what I was looking for. And so he's made it more difficult. And that's cool to see, because these racers truly are coming out here for the challenge, that to see what they can accomplish for themselves on their bike. They're not necessarily out here just to see how fast they can go. And it's a different mindset than maybe getting out on a motocross track or a Grand Prix or a works race or, like a GNCC, where it truly is about going as fast as possible on relatively easy terrain compared to this, but still off-road. I did see one other rider come in and finish their third lap. So we got Riley Bender on his Sherco, number 31, coming through. Looks like he has 14 checks done, and his time for those 3 laps was 2:54.30. So he's going to be heading out for that 4th lap. And I'd say in about 20 minutes, we'll have the finish there at Chocolate Thunder. So again, if you are looking for any racing to watch, the pro and intermediates are getting ready to go off for Jeremy McGrath's King of the Grand Prix. Let's go through some of the racers that are going to be out there in that open pro class. So we got Magala, Daly, Narayanan, Logan, Barnum, Garner, Thompson, and Hill, Johnson, Davis, Songer, Olivas, Haskell in the pro class. They also have a 450 intermediate class, 250 intermediate class, 30-plus intermediate, and 40-plus intermediate class. That's all getting ready to go off on the Jeremy McGrath's King of the Grand Prix here in Hammertown. But you got about 20, 30 minutes to make it to Chocolate Thunder if you want to see the finish.
That was 13:48 helping another, or 13:49. Jack Millwaters in a B class helping out another rider. Perfect shot of that. Waiving a portion of their own race to help another racer. Very good stuff.
I just got an update from Justin that unfortunately Cooper Abbott's engine seized and he is out of engine coolant. Now, engine coolant doesn't typically just drain out of a motorcycle of its own accord. A lot of the times that is because there is a mechanical issue. So it'll be interesting to hear from later what happened to Cooper Abbott. Did he crash? Did he kind of just fall over? Like, what was the instigation that happened that caused coolant to leak out and then to seize that motorcycle. But Cooper Abbott is out of the event.
Our coolant systems work on pressure, usually between 16 to 20 pounds PSI on their cap. Well, you compromise, you tear a hose, you crack a case, you compromise a radiator, maybe the radiator cap doesn't even work, or you have a head gasket issue to where it's blown the head gasket, it's actually burning your coolant. But the problem is, number one problem is a pressure drop. You drop the pressure, your boiling temperature rate on your coolant also drops down. So theoretically, with a good pressurized system, you can run up to 220, maybe 225 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, your pressure drops. Next thing you know, your temperature starts to boil at 212. And then the temperature is up 225. You're going to be boiling your coolant out of your system or turning it to steam. So we hope the best. And sorry to hear about Cooper Abbott. Cooper had a good run earlier on, and he's out on lap number 2.
Let's see an awesome comment from Mike Walker. They should do another last man standing at Red River Motorcycle Trails. I completely agree. I just started riding again. So last man standing happened out at Red River Motorcycle Trails 2005, 2006, 2007. Just started riding again. I borrowed a bike from my dad in 2006. When I got a house, I was able to keep it in the garage. My buddy took me out to Red River Motorcycle Trails for the first time. They had just had last man standing, and we were following a lot of the arrows. And again, I grew up racing enduro, so I knew what enduro was. But some of the stuff, even back in 2006, that those racers like David Knight, when he came over, Tadley Blazusiak out there at last man standing, was crazy. I could not make it up half the stuff, but that's okay. It was a lot of fun to see that, and that's really what got me back into it. And now, still living in North Texas, I get the chance to ride at Red River Motorcycle Trails quite a lot. But unfortunately, they don't have the enduro there anymore. No longer last man standing as well. Seems like Red Bull's kind of out of that here in the States as much as it used to be. Obviously, they still have the Tennessee Knockout, but just not as many events like they used to with Override and last man standing.
Still Reardon, Hart, and LeBlanc, and Webb in 4th. Now James Flint's still in that 6th spot, 7th being Quinn Wenzel. Good ride for Quinn, by the way. Quinn making his home now in Arizona, moving from back east. So I welcome Quinn to my home state of Arizona. Brandon Petrie running in 6th. Great effort for the 99. And in 7th spot, of course, was Quinn Wenzel. 8th spot right now on the Sherco is Riley Bender, number 31. 1776. That was a very important year, wasn't it? You think? Especially now with the 2024 presidential election. That's one of our youth riders. That's Caden Hatcher in the 12 to 15 youth class. Great view of him on the 1776. There's a picture of Riley Bender, 31, zipping on by. Nicely done, Riley, by the way. And there's cruising up Sledgehammer. There's a 717. I mentioned him earlier. 717 is a super senior 50 plus of Alden Anderson. Alden Anderson, good shot of him. And good shot of 1417. Pages to pages to pages. 14, it's a B super senior 50 plus of Sylvain Kreis. Or is it Kreisy? That's 1417. There he is right there. Good view. So family members watching online, that's your family member rolling up the hill there. Still rolling, by the way. There's number 9. Number 9.
Oh, Danny Lewis, unfortunately, looking like he's got removing a handguard maybe, or flipping it up just so he can get that beta going again. I believe that's idle issues where he had his issue, so we'll get a chance to watch him maneuver that bike.
Danny Lewis from back east, and he's kind of one of those rogue travelers. He hits all the hard enduro stuff. He had a couple of tough issues yesterday, and he finished last in the pro class for some reason. And I talked to him on Friday night, and he's he's got Lyme disease of all things, and he's telling me, he's able to control it with his diet and special medications, and he doesn't have to do the induced port like some other people do with the Lyme disease. Good friend of mine and several-time national Hare and Hound champion. Gosh, what's his name again? I hate when I do that.
All right, Miles is coming here and join you really quick. Mr. Chris Johnson, I'm going to go shove some food down so that way I'm ready to go for watching this finale here. So you guys have fun, and I'm looking forward to coming back here in just a few short minutes.
What a gas. Welcome back, Miles. Miles getting ready to get the headset on. We're having a good time with this. Brian Pierce, of course, myself, Chris Johnson, Miles Hasselquist, and Pam Hall. Pam will be doing our trophy presentation this afternoon. She's such a light of positive attributes, Isn't that right, Miles?
Absolutely, yeah. It takes a full team effort, but yeah, Pam's out there running around. Brian Pierce going to give him a little bit of a break. I went and ate lunch myself just now, so kind of get me caught up. How far away are the leaders?
Well, the leaders, the top 4 are pretty much checking out. Actually, the top 3. And, Tristan Hart, it's incredible. He's still holding on to that second position behind our winner from yesterday, Will Reardon, who took the win.
Will's still up front, huh? And how far back is Cody Webb?
Cody Webb's in 4th place right now, but he is starting to tighten up the real estate a little bit, so we'll see. He might be knocking on the door of the youngster of Ryder LeBlanc, because he is really coming up close. We're talking about a matter of 2 minutes distance between LeBlanc and Cody Webb.
Wow, that's a tight race out there. These guys and gals out there battling it out. It's a lot of fun to watch for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
It still blows my mind about Tristan Hart. His finger on his clutch side, he's currently running in 2nd place, still within striking distance. With a busted finger 2 weeks ago, yes.
So does he have a recluse clutch in that then, I would assume?
No, he does not.
Man.
And it's funny. I don't know many riders that are riding right now with recluses.
Okay.
Some of these will have, being a 2-stroke, you don't need to run the motor oil through the engine because it's just for the transmission. And if that's the case, they could run recluse, but there is heating issues with recluse, especially in the gnarly sections. And especially 4-strokes when they run recluse, and 4-strokes that do not have the split transmission and motor oil, that oil will really get overheated and overheat the motor just from the recluse clutch.
I'm kind of surprised there hasn't been more of that, actually. Because they, on the start line, man, they were slipping those clutches like crazy.
Well, the cooler temperatures that we're seeing right now today helps a lot.
It was definitely cold this morning when I went up there to the start line.
Oh, man. Today was the coldest of the past 3, that's for sure. But talking about that, spewing some coolant and having to be out off of lap number 2, Cooper Abbott is out of the race because of an overheated system. Bummer. Of course, Cooper just recently lost his mother, Charlotte, and I have to get a handful of stickers for some of my friends in Prescott because they want some Charlotte Abbott stickers in memory of Charlotte. Look at this line coming up through this canyon, zigzagging back and forth, trying to find a good possible line. Now this rider's stopping for this other rider, stops his forward motion in doing so, and he had to back off. Now he's going to go.
Gives up 2 positions.
He did.
Do you think he's doing a little bit of strategy there? Do you think he wasn't comfortable with the GPS or just took a little bit of a break, or who knows?
Who knows at this point in time? if I was riding this, I'd be taking breaks all the time.
Oh, absolutely.
What was the last? Did you ever race motorcycles?
I rode pit bikes a little bit back in the day, but no motorcycles for me.
But always car stuff, though, eh?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Yep,
Now
did the
racing
wheeling
wise,
back in the day, and did a little bit of UTV racing
Good.
back in the Kansas City area. Had a lot of fun with that. But it's a lot easier and cheaper to just talk about it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, especially when we get compensated to talk about it. That makes it even better. But Brian, he's 21 years younger than I am, or 22 years younger. Ain't been around as many years, but the new stuff is so different, especially with the social media. It just explodes all of it.
Yeah, technology's getting bigger and bigger by the day. And speaking about that, look at these shots we're getting here in the middle of Johnson Valley, California, in the Mojave Desert. We got all these Starlinks and all these cameras. We got the drones out there chasing these riders along. It's absolutely amazing what Hammer King Productions can do.
Oh, they do a great job. They did cut down on the amount of drones they had, but from what I hear, they still have 11 or 12 of them going.
Yeah, I think 13.
13 of them, okay. Last year, I think we had 24.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what they can pull off out here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, I've got perfect Wi-Fi in my camper when I was getting caught up on some socials and stuff, and it's just incredible. Sometimes you come out here, you can't even make a phone call. We were able to be able to stream the King of the Motos.
Now, I'm not going to talk about the 450 Supercross race last night, but I am going to mention, while leading by jumping on a medical flag, Juju Balmer got docked 2 positions.
Oh. Yeah, I saw a little bit of drama last night. Yeah. I saw Danger Boy Deegan won the 250. That was fun to watch him battle it out. He was actually ahead enough that they were kind of the cameras weren't paying attention to him too much.
Yeah, there's been quite a few of those situations lately. Jet Lawrence, oh, I'm sorry. Spoiler alert, don't want to wreck you. Okay, Jet Lawrence finally pulled off a win out of the first 3 rounds of this year. Jason Anderson won one of the heat races. And Eli Tomac won another. Eli coming in, I think he got 2nd place last night. I did not watch it. I'll when I get home.
You'll rewatch it when you have a little more time on your hands.
Look at this, coming across the valley.
We've got a little bit of a
on
battle
the gas.
going on.
This is a battle. That is the number 1 and the number 2. So we got a battle here for 2nd place. Cody Webb has stepped it up, obviously past Ryder LeBlanc to take over the 2nd now, or take over the 3rd, and now he's approaching Tristan Hart to take over that 1st place.
Wow, what a madman Cody Webb and Tristan Hart are out there.
Boy,
all they got.
And they had a great battle last year for the same reason, but here, Tristan ahead with the broken finger. Oh man, we don't have a view of Cody yet coming back through. Cody, all at 6'4", the longest legs in the industry, man. But people don't realize, besides being an accomplished and successful national trials champion, national hard enduro champion, last year's champion from King of the Motos, he's a very successful mechanical engineer. So, brains and bonds. You know, a couple of my riders come through the field. Brad Goolsby, he just turned vet in the vet 30-plus pro class. He decided he's going to go to school. He went to school for 4 years. He got his mechanical engineering degree. He works for the United States Navy now. And Justin Jones, Gary Jones's kid, did the same thing. He's got a degree, and Brad got him a job with the United States Navy working in the same department. So pretty cool stuff for very accomplished racers.
Got to be smooth and consistent through these areas, because if any of these rocks can really get up there and bite you.
That's a rider coming out.
Oh, they're coming down into into Chocolate Thunder. So I believe they'll be starting their 4th lap up that gnarly section, right?
Correct.
Wow. We'll have to do a little stop. They scan their helmet. Stop for some fuel. A little splash.
Now it's interesting.
Nope. Look, the first guy went to the pits. The second guy didn't.
Wow.
And this is the hardest part of this course. This is going to be absolutely insane. Oh, look at that. I was there this morning and just looking at it, it would be hard to walk up it, and they're going to be trying to take dirt bikes up it. Absolutely insane.
We went up doing some press stuff the other day, and I tried walking halfway up, and I said, no, this is too tough. I can't imagine riding a motorcycle up it.
Wow. The start of lap 4, their final lap of the day. I believe this lap is, 11 miles?
Correct, 12 miles. At first, they thought it was 11. They monitored it out. Look at the drone flying right by the. We have 2 drones, one shooting the drone and the other shooting the rider. Oh, and that's Tristan.
So Tristan Hart, our physical race leader, starting lap 4 in the Chocolate Thunder area. This isn't even a trail. It's between Chocolate Thunder and Idle Issues. Amazing watching himself pick his way through, finding the boulders he wants to bounce off of. Wind's starting to pick up just a little bit. The wind is the racer's friend. To finish first, you must finish.
And Tristan Hart getting 18 of the checkpoints already, where second place has only gotten 14. So Will Reardon and Ryder LeBlanc still holding on to that, and we'll see if Cody Webb can compensate over the little young rider out of Pennsylvania to take over that 3rd spot, the last step on podium. But Tristan Hart, what an incredible performance, as we're seeing right now, as he's rolling up to the top.
Wow.
Here coming into lap number 4, all by his lonesomes.
How far back is second position?
Yeah, we don't even see second position coming off of lap number 3 yet.
We saw somebody pulling into the pits. So Tristan Hart is up and through that first gnarly section.
Next rider out should be Will Reardon in that 2nd spot.
And then not too far back should be Cody Webb.
After Ryder LeBlanc.
Wow.
There's Cody Webb right there. Coming across the valley. No. Well, that's not Cody. No, that's Will Reardon.
I do apologize. I do not know the motorcycle racers like I do the King of the Hammers racers.
Well, that was our winner from yesterday's prologue. Tristan Hart coming down from the finish, our winner of the 2025, unofficial of course, Monster Energy King of the Motos, Tristan Hart will take it again. He won 2 years ago. Coming 2nd place last year, and this year wins with a broken finger.
Wow.
Incredible.
What an amazing race he had. 48 miles and coming through and winning the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. We'll see how it all shakes out. Obviously, everything is unofficial.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Cody Webb can overcome Ryder LeBlanc for that 3rd spot, that last step on the podium. But Will Reardon should be coming through here pretty quick for that 2nd spot. That rider's stopping right there going, what the heck am I doing here?
What'd I get myself into?
Right, he's looking up the top.
Yeah, Justin Lineweber laid out an amazing course out here. Test man and machine.
So much imagination putting that. That's our 2nd place rider right there. Coming in toward the finish on lap number 4, Sherco-mounted Australian Will Reardon.
So incredible seeing what they can put these bikes up through.
Now he's quite a tall individual too. I think Will's about 6'1". Cody's of course 6'4". Tristan's right at 6 foot. So that's right around about 6 foot, 6'1". It's the legs at that point, but you could get legs too long that would be on a deficit. Actually getting in the way, but doesn't seem to get in the way too much with Cody Webb. Hey, Brian, coming back from lunch.
Quick and easy.
My problem is I start walking toward the cafeteria and I get stopped about 3 or 4 times.
I know that feeling.
And you can't say, oh, no, I can't go. And that's kind of rude. Yeah, Brian? Oh. Who was that going down there? Oh, that's Reardon going down.
Hopefully the bike's going to be okay.
Oh, it's all upside down. That's a good view of Will Reardon right there with them really long legs. Youngster out of Australia. Oh, man. Just to hold the bike at your fingertips end. Look at this, man. Now, this might change some stuff here. If by chance Cody Webb and Ryder LeBlanc start reeling in on our winner from yesterday. Oh my gosh, Ryder's right there. He's got Will within gun sights. This is the battle for second right now.
Wow.
LeBlanc getting stuck on a rock. Great coverage, man. If you're not watching this, you're just listening on the side, you're not seeing all this awesome stuff. Oh, look, got another rider coming down to assist. Now, Tristan Hart already come in, took his helmet off. He's cooling down. He's getting ready to bust open his Monster Energy drink.
And then hopefully we'll get him in the booth here in just a little bit.
I know. We had some great interviews with Tristan yesterday. Well, with Ryder LeBlanc also, and with Will Reardon as well. So we pretty much called it. These guys are going to be on top of the heap here today, right along with Cody Webb. Cody probably going to have to settle for 4th if LeBlanc and Reardon continue to move on up toward the finish line. They should be done here pretty quick.
Well, Chris, Brian is back, so we'll give it back to the pros for the motos. Brian, how's it going, buddy?
It is going great, and I am excited to be back. I heard from you guys that they were just about to get to this, I'm going to call it Uphill Carl's Diner, and so I grabbed that food and rushed back and luckily made it to be able to watch Tristan Hart just slowly crawl his way up all of these rocks. It's kind of surprising that he did not have any real issues. There was a slight, falter that he had. I tried to eat so quickly now I've kind of making a little bit of hiccups here. But then we saw, so he made it up Uphill's Carl Diner just fine. Made it back around, getting the unofficial win right now for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. But right now we're looking at Will Reardon on his Sherco trying to make his way uphill Carl Diner. And I know that Ryder LeBlanc is just below him. We did see that Will crashed and dropped his bike. The thing is he is just tall enough with those long legs to be able to maneuver and get that bike going again. But we know Ryder LeBlanc is close. So this is one of those sections where not truly knowing how deep some of these pockets are between these boulders that they could get nice and stuck. Kind of like we're seeing right now where Will has to actually maneuver his bike out of that. Does this give Ryder LeBlanc a chance to catch up and pass possibly Will Reardon for second place? There we go. He moved that bike, got it move in again, which is forward and upward here at Uphill Carl's Diner, and closer and closer to the finish of the 2025 King of the Motos.
Well, Chris, we're going to let you sneak away and go grab a quick bite. Thanks for all your wealth of knowledge for the motos. Again, I do apologize. I don't know these guys near as well as I should.
But you know it looks crazy, and that's all we need right now is somebody who's ready to have a good time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Miles. You do a great job as well, and actually adding some color to our commentating and makes it a real fine ironed machine, that's for sure.
So we see Will Reardon there up and over Uphill's Carl Diner and making his way down Chocolate Thunder so that he can finish up his 4th lap and come in unofficially. Ooh, nice little bobble there. Almost washed out the front end. And finishing up here, his 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. And this is cool. This is a great start for him on that Sherco. He's got signed a 2-year deal. Excited to be on that team for the next 2 years for sure. There we go, see Cody Webb picking his way down. I believe he is picking his way down to be able to take the turn to head in to Uphill Carl's Diner. But right now, it looks like he's just taking it kind of slow. He's shaking out his hands a little bit. I'm sure he knows that something's coming, and he's getting ready for it. I wonder how Ryder LeBlanc is doing on Uphill Diner right now, but we definitely see that Cody Webb is making his way across the desert, closer and closer to the finish line. Oh, there we go. That's a good shot of Ryder LeBlanc. Looks like he is kind of been stuck there on Uphill Diner, but oh man, that's just not the way you want it to go when you're trying to stay in front of Cody Webb and finish on the podium.
But just think how wore out he is also. I mean, they're tired.
You're right.
They're almost to the end.
3.5 hours in, Mr. Miles, 3.5 hours in. I'm tired and I've been sitting here talking, okay?
Yeah, I just hiked up that just for a little bit this morning. It was way out of it.
Well, okay, so then talk to us. How deep are those pockets that we're seeing between those boulders? We know that from the camera, it flattens it out a little bit. But talk to us. What does it look like?
The camera never does its justice. But yeah, those are huge boulders down there. And again, like just hiking up this exact spot, it would be incredibly tough. How much does these motorcycles weigh? 300 pounds?
Well, I'd say anywhere between 230 and 230. Depends on some of the protection parts that they put on them, how much gas they're running. And at this point, we know the rider's probably lost a lot of water weight. So what he started at is a lot different than where he's at right now. But it looks like he found a nice little line through those boulders so far. I did see how precarious the spot was that he put his front tire. And I had a little bit of one of those pucker moments, like, ooh, buddy, don't give her there. But that looks like there's that left-hand turn. So he is making his way. Once he gets over this last little crest, he'll be able to drop into Chocolate Thunder. And he'll be able to claim 3rd place unofficially here at Monster Energy, King of the Motos. And those riders we see in the background are finishing their laps. So the racers here on Ryder LeBlanc's right are finishing their lap. Again, he's finishing his 4th lap. They could be finishing their 1st, their 2nd, or their 3rd lap. But they're about to get run over.
Yeah, I wonder if they know if this is a podium position coming in.
All they say is, oh, my God, there is a guy dropping in from a different spot. What is happening? There we go. Here goes Ryder LeBlanc working his way to that 3rd spot.
What a great run by Ryder LeBlanc.
And that is not what he wanted because he's been 3rd quite a few times now. I know Will has been 4th a few times, so he's able to step it up and get into that 2nd place position. But Ryder really wanted to continue to move up the podium.
So unofficially for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos, it's Tristan Hart in that top spot.
And then Will Reardon in 2nd on that Sherco. Again, Tristan Hart on that Red Bull KTM factory racing team. And Ryder LeBlanc on the Rockstar Husky team.
What a great run by those gentlemen. You know they've got to be completely worn out. Then they still got to make it back down here to Hammertown.
Right? At least the dust will be probably a little bit better.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, just so we got a little bit of a fill-in. A Sherco was 230 pounds empty, so Mr. maybe with fuel, about 232 in there, so it was a good guess. All right, we got Cody Webb here.
Former King of the Motos winner.
On Uphill Diner. Just look how precarious that spot is that he's got himself. He's just looking, making sure he knows where that back tire is. Oh, just amazing skills right there. Being able to create that power that he's looking for to get Uphill Diner.
And I'm sure the trials experience is helping out right now.
Yeah, the thing is that it's all about clutch and throttle controls, that they can truly create momentum at the power there at the rear wheel when they're trying to control this motorcycle up these rocks. And the long legs that Cody Webb has are very helpful for him.
Man, you can just see him visualizing his way up these rocks.
And this is the stuff Cody Webb lives for. So I would assume, see the way he carried that
a
front
wheelie over
wheel
it.
all the way around is amazing. Well done, Cody Webb. Look how steep that spot is that he's got himself in, though. Oh, see, he kind of fades a little left, so that way he doesn't have to go up the steeper spot. And kind of a little pivot turn so he can make his way here to this more left line. Look at that rear tire. It's almost – those knobbies are like halfway there.
That tire's worn out. But Cody still trying to make it up.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna take a little break?
It's like, what rocks should I kick out of my way? This one, the big one. That's the one.
That one rock made all the difference.
Yep. He's like, you know what? I'm not on the podium. 3 guys in front of me. I'm going to take a breather, make this a little bit easier on myself. Look at that. The precariousness of that rock moving.
Just
but
balancing.
The thing is he did that just so he could get more. He's trying to space himself away from the rocks that are there at his front tire. So now he can create the momentum he's looking for. And the kickstart Cody, guys, internet, go wild on that one. So that he can have about that extra foot to get going. Watch, check this out. This will be a clinic, I'm sure.
Jeez.
Look at that.
Full throttle. Oh,
look
up
at the
and over.
amount of momentum that he created to get all the way up there. And what was even crazier is how the rock that he used, that he had his rear tire balancing on, the way that it moved on that.
As soon as he hit the gas.
And he still was able to use it in the ways. And look, just bringing that front tire over, it's just all about tire placement and figuring out where you want to go. And then we've seen another rider use this spot as well, balancing on that. So cool. We talked about goggles, and he still has his on. Looks like he's got Havoc goggles for this year for his 2025 Rocky Mountain ATV Yamaha program that he's put together. And then maybe he was just he was giving a 1-finger wave to Justin down there, I think, for this amazing finish. That might have been all 4 fingers. I'm not sure.
All the above.
Yep.
So it looks like Cody Webb has made it through the tough stuff. Just has to drop back down into Chocolate Thunder. The terrain out here in Johnson Valley is absolutely amazing. It's so beautiful here as he's dropping down.
Now, Miles, have you driven any vehicles up Chocolate Thunder?
I have. Let's see. Yeah, I drove the spec truck up it once.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun. I've rode up it quite a few times, and then played out there in the evenings from time to time. But I'm more of just kind of a watcher guy.
Oh man, see, I want to be all up in it. Nice. So there we go. We got another finisher.
So unofficial fourth spot.
Place for Cody Webb. I am under the assumption that with the new team, with all the things, that he's pretty happy with this.
Oh,
I mean, granted,
absolutely.
We're going to want to talk to him for sure and learn about that. But Tristan Hart's the one yesterday when we were talking, and he was second place in the qualifier. He even said, to me, this is a win. You know, with where he was at 2 weeks ago with the injury that he had to his main clutch finger, his pointer finger on that left hand, to be able to come out and not just do what he did yesterday in the qualifier, but to be able to win the King of the Motos today. This is his 3rd win also, by the way. I know that he is going to be stoked. That bike looked like that rear shock is super low. It is hanging out, just choppering through that desert. That looks like number 157. I'm going to try to find him on the sheet. Give some shout-outs. This is where it gets weird. Maybe that was 151, Michael Udell, because there's no 157, so unless it was 167, and then it's Corin Culver. But again, we're always just in a spot where I can never correctly get the numbers. 315, Nico Piazza, nice work, nice work.
Making his way on up.
Heading back out, by the way.
Yeah.
So some of these guys just finished at like 3.5 hours, and he's like, cool, thanks. I'm going to go back for more.
I got to keep on going.
I do like the way that they have to pick their way up this canyon that we're seeing right now. This would be a ton of fun. I think this Johnson Valley area would be an amazing day to come play ride.
Oh, absolutely.
Hard enduro out here. But again, to the competitive aspect of it, the reason why I truly stopped competing in hard enduro is because of the bottlenecks. There was just so much sitting that becomes involved, and for me that was a place that I just didn't want to put my time and money. But I understand why others want to come out here and do it, because of that competitive nature and the desire to see what you can truly accomplish when you're challenged the way these racers and riders are. And I like this. Well, I'm going to take a little break, a little breather, put it in first gear, let the clutch out, let the bike hang out in this nice little uphill rock position, and figure out what I'm going to be doing with my life for the next couple weeks.
Yeah, no doubt. Recuperating. Be giving away some of these Laser Nut Monster Energy trophies tonight at 5 p.m.
That is a great call out. So this race is going to go until 3 p.m. So they have 6 hours. The racers that are still on course to complete their laps. Of course, there will be a time when checkpoints start to close, and then if they make it through, they have to make it to the next checkpoint before it closes. But they have until 3 p.m., and then 2 hours after that at 5 p.m. here at the main stage in front of that Laser Nut fire pit, which is amazing, by the way.
It was ripping and roaring last night.
Oh, yes, it was. There was lots of fun. Look at this, though, the chunkiness of the rocks that he is walking his bike down right now.
And how loose they are.
Right? No. Oh, man. Dude, it looks so awesome. And I know that it would be so much fun to come out here and do like a clinic with one of these A riders or maybe one of the pro riders or something and truly learn how to attack some of these sections when you don't have 20 people creating a dust cloud in front of you. You know, it was crazy about that section in the spot that we're in. It looked like an uphill, but I know that him being on that bike and walking the way that he was walking, that was a downhill. So it's just crazy how the angles that we get sometimes just really do feel like they lie to us about how steep this terrain is.
Now we got a couple of riders taking a break. And in the background, you can hear the Jeremy McGrath Maxxis Grand Prix going on as well.
Yeah, so 12:40, it looks like they're probably going to be wrapping up soon. I believe they're doing 40-minute motos, or at least 40 minutes is when they were going to throw that white flag. And then they'll have their novice race at 1 p.m. So staging's probably getting ready for those in the Jeremy McGrath King of the Grand Prix. And they'll have the dual sport, two-stroke, and women at 2 p.m. Uh-oh, well, okay. That rider looks to be sitting there. For a second there, I thought we were looking at his head next to his bike, and I was a little concerned.
He's got the helmet off.
I think he's got the helmet off, and that makes me feel much better than about what I thought was happening.
These guys are absolutely insane what they can do on 2 wheels.
Agreed. And it is worth talking again about what can happen. So if a rider were injured to a point where they are no longer capable to either ride their motorcycle because the bike is so injured, or they are so injured they can't ride the bike, that is also what the yellow brick is for. So there is an emergency button that they can hold, so they can push that button, and that way the emergency services know that the spot that I am in, I need to be helped.
And whether,
great
again,
safety
I don't know for sure
aspect.
that is what happened to this rider. I'm just letting those that may be concerned because of the fact that that rider is still sitting there. For all we know, he could just be taking a break and eating some food. But if he is injured, he does know that he has that yellow brick to be able to push that button if he needs help to get out of that canyon.
And look at the drone just chasing these guys.
I love it. And at this point, you can tell that this guy's been out there for almost 4 hours, and he's just sitting on the back of that bike just like, take me home, Daddy.
Yeah, he's just just cruising on in.
I get it. 4 hours of giving it is never an easy task. And that gives us a chance a little bit to talk about nutrition again. So if anybody were to be wondering and wanting to try to start to play around with that, if you do search Enduro Nutrition Cheat Sheet, you will be taken to the Seat Time website, and you will be able to read all about an Enduro Nutrition Cheat Sheet that I have put together for racers and riders. Now what that's going to cover is you need about 500 milliliters to a liter of water per hour because of sweat rate. Now that's going to change whether it's going to be a little bit cooler or whether it's going to be a little bit hotter. Now you're also going to want to mix in some electrolytes with that. So anywhere between 500 milligrams of sodium to maybe a full gram of that, so 1,000 milligrams. And then, of course, around about 200 milligrams of potassium, 60 milligrams of magnesium. And that is per hour, by the way. That is just not on the day that you want to consume. And on average, you should at least consume 30 grams of carbohydrates. Now, that can be things like dextrose, glucose, table sugar, maybe even if you have a glucose-fructose mixture, so you can process that a little bit in the liver as well as just being absorbed straight into the bloodstream with that glucose. Or you could go with a little bit more complex carbs if you're looking for those to last throughout the day. But a lot of what we're doing is so on the body that we need to make sure we're leveraging carbs that we're going to be able to go in quickly. Now, some of these pro racers are going to try to push it. They're going to try to put in 60 to 90 grams of carbs per hour, right? That, for the average rider, if you don't plan for that and don't practice what that feels like, you're going to have some GI issues. Your gut is going to hate you, and you're going to have some gas, and you're probably going to have some interesting moments in the bathroom over the next couple days. But that is a great way to think about that. But again, it's broken down a lot more on the Seat Time website. So you just Google Enduro Nutrition Cheat Sheet, and you'll be taken to that, and you'll be able to learn a little bit more about what it takes to fuel for a full day here on the bike. Now we got James Flynn now, number 55 on that Beta, working his way uphill diner.
That's right where we saw Cody Webb stacking some rocks.
Yeah, that rock Cody Webb used is now gone.
Yeah. See if he can get a run at it and see he goes around the rock a little bit.
Nice work. Yeah, because Cody Webb went a little bit more to the right, it looked like.
Yeah, right up and over that.
Yeah.
Monster boulder. Wow.
Right, because Cody was a little bit more over here and had his rear tire up on one of those rocks to shoot left. Interesting. Okay, it does look like he's headed in that direction now, though. Oh, because look at that big old boulder there. If you try to stay on that left line, yeah, that's why they're.
Look at the huge dent on the exhaust pipe.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Good. It makes me feel like more like myself as a rider. It's hard to see because we can't see the front of James Flynn's helmet right now, but as we were talking about nutrition and hydration, so the bladder that you see, he's got a U-Sway bladder there on his back. Now that's going to have a hose that comes out of that. There is a hands-free kit that U-Sway offers, and that is a great way to be able to have the bite valve for your hydration bladder actually go through your helmet. And through that, you can then just like have it kind of sit in your mouth or just off to the side of your mouth.
Okay.
And what's weird is you kind of like open your mouth and it'll like pop in, and you can bite it and suck it, and then it's kind of like crawdads when you're back in Louisiana. You bite it and suck it, and then when you're done, you just kind of use your tongue to push it back out of your mouth. But again, that U-Sway hands-free kit is a great way to be able to be out here for all of these hours
and easily get to your hydration, because if you plan for everything we talked about and you put the water, you put the electrolytes, you put the carbohydrates in your bladder, but you never actually drink it,
then it's no good.
It's not really very effective now, is it? That's a good view of the 2 GPSs. So number 318 there that he has on his bike, you can see those 2 GPSs that he's got using to navigate this course. Yeah, 318. Man, actually, that's 316. My bad. That is Brandon Bird out there in the A class. So it looks like he is working his way back in. I know that he's working at least on his 3rd lap. And giving a rider a pass right there. Look at how just loose that is, and he's passing that guy uphill. Nice
job. And then
job.
give him a little bit of a roost.
Yeah, sorry, buddy, but you're going slow. And there we go. We see the goggles turned around there on the back of the helmet. I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. Even though the temperature is as cold as it is for us standing here, and with all the layers we still have on, those guys are just looking for any kind of airflow that they can get.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Hammers. King of the Motos. Next week is King of the Hammers.
Right? We got this.
Justin's going to be sending a few of those riders up to us, and Brian and Chris will give them a quick little interview.
Yeah, that was Anson Mahoney. Probably going to say that wrong. Apologies for the 4-stroke in the pro rider class. I'm going to look that up and make sure I get it right.
Look how vast that is. There's Hammertown in the top left of your screen.
Anson Maloney in the pro class. Excuse me. It was Anson Maloney on the 4-stroke in the pro class.
Nice.
That's baller. Like, right there. That is craziness. But you can see now that's the very tip of Chocolate Thunder. So these racers are finishing maybe their 2nd lap, their 3rd lap, getting ready to go back out on course, because unfortunately for them, they still have time. So that means they get to go back out for more.
Fortunately or unfortunately?
Yes. Yes, and. Oh, it's just so dusty and so silty. So just think about all the terrain that they've ridden out there on this Johnson Valley property that has that sand covering all of those rocks. Oh, and then a rider almost eating it into the pits there. But he is making his way to his gas can, and he's ready for more.
I don't know if he's ready, but he's going out.
He's ready-ish. He's preparing. Oh, it looks like James Flynn is in, talking there with Max Gersten, more other King of the Hammers media. Josh, U.S. Hard Enduro Orchestrators.
They put on one heck of a show.
Indeed. There's a good look at that U-Sway backpack, one of the brands that we were talking about. There are other brands, of course, but U-Sway with their No Dancing Monkey is a great option because of the fact that it truly does stay in place. Nobody wants a bladder or a backpack that is just bouncing around while you're trying to keep your body positioned in a way that is controlling the motorcycle and not the motorcycle controlling you. There we go. Another rider in the sand wash, just putting the leg out like lazy Sunday ride afternoon. You know, he's only been out there for 4 hours.
Yeah, the amount of stuff they go through out there is absolutely incredible.
Yep. A little bit walking down some of this technical bits. Oh, look at that little tiny goat trail that they have them going down. You can see some riders have gone a little bit more off to the left with the way that it's worn down. But that little bit of a goat trail, this rider is saying, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of a breather before I jump into some of this chaos that's coming up ahead.
Well, Brian, it's been real and it's been fun, but we got Chris Johnson going to hop back into the booth.
I was hoping you'd also tell me it's been real fun.
All the above.
There it is. All right, Miles, thanks for being here. And when Chris Johnson jumps back in, I'm looking forward to hearing how that chicken was.
Yeah, buddy.
I love this little section here. It's kind of cool, like down in the creek bottom, just working their way through. You can see there's unfortunately working his way down. You saw the way that his front tire got a little stuck. Rear tire just kind of kicked out on him. Yeah, now it's time to pick the bike up and realizing that you got to keep going forward.
That
All right, this Husky rider is moving again, working his way through this loose, rocky terrain here in Johnson Valley.
You know, Brian, pretty wild. Ryder LeBlanc getting third place last year, getting third place this year. He's thinking, gosh darn, Will beat me, and Tristan with a broken finger beat me? Really?
I mean, do we call that a broken finger, or are we just like how? It's so many things, right, to that finger. Like, I don't even know what to call it, but definitely damaged.
Well, the end of it was smashed like a grape if you step on it. You know,
it's so intense.
Ugh.
I like this though. Look at this, kind of like a little two-track almost. You can kind of see a little left, a little right as they're working their way up this section here. Oh, I love this stuff, man.
So officially unofficial, or is it unofficially official? One of the two. We have Hart, Reardon, LeBlanc, Webb, Flynn, Winsel, Petrie, Bender.
Have we seen Petrie and Quinn Winsel come through yet? Have they finished, or are they still finishing up their fourth lap?
They're finishing up their fourth lap. Same thing with Daniel Lewis. And he had a rough day of it yesterday. Finished 9th in the qualifier, and he's currently running 9th place. Our rider from Daniel Lewis from Pennsylvania.
I'm excited to see Winsel and Petrie, Lewis, some of those other riders come through that last finished section. I wonder if it's going to get the 15 or 20 that Justin thought we're going to finish, or if, little left-hand turn there at the last second, said, you know what, that's a little too steep for the way I feel right now. That's quite the tool pack that this racer has on as well. That's one thing, too, we didn't really talk too much about, is like how these riders prepare for being out for so long. Even though they have an 8, 9, 12-mile loop, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. They're actually, I mean, the thing is like what happens on the loop, you still have to be prepared for. So a lot of riders will either carry extra parts or they'll zip tie extra parts, maybe other shift levers, control levers there for the handlebars, brake pedal, things like that, that they can attach to the bike, and then they'll have a tool belt on, and that tool belt will carry their tools. So in case they do need to or choose to replace parts, work on the bike things, they can do that while on course to make sure that they can get back. Everybody's looking at the bike. I wonder what they're noticing. It's a little tough from this shot now that we're on the left side, but I'm sure that they're giving a little giggle or a laugh of what he has damaged or attempted to continue to keep the bike rolling forward.
You know, it's funny, a lot of people that don't understand our sport think, why would you beat up your, $15,000 motorcycle like you do? And the single word, the best way to describe this, and Brian mentioned it earlier, challenge. It's the challenge of it, you know? And I don't know. I never liked beating up my equipment. I've always tried to finish. In fact, in racing sidecars, I figured over 400 races, I only DNF'd 7 of them. And I did off-road with that as well.
Well, I finished a lot of races when I was a young teenager in the back of pickup trucks. My dad even joked about giving me a plaque that said most enduros finished in the back of a pickup truck. So for whatever reason, it took me a while to get to the point where I could actually finish my first enduro back in the old Sarah racing days.
I grew up right out here racing in the desert. And a couple years started doing motocross and Grand Prix, and I concentrated on that until about 1991. Then came back out to the desert on a vintage bike, believe it or not.
I don't know what these guys are doing or talking about, but it is quite interesting because they keep doing this little flappy thing with their hand, and it feels like they're pointing and looking at his rear brake pedal, or lack thereof one, because I couldn't totally tell. But it's communication that they were doing with their hands that I have no idea what they were saying, but it was entertaining to watch. I do know that much.
Look at these riders picking their way up this canyon. Oh my gosh, we got 4 riders in our view. And if you weren't really looking, you wouldn't really see them. They just kind of blend in with the territory.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because the dog paddle is the least functional technique to get yourself up some of those sections because there's no weight on the bike, right? Your weight is a lot of your weight gets dispersed over the rocks, and so the rear of the bike is just kind of bouncing around. You really do need to be standing up in those situations, or at least have one foot on the pegs, so the majority of your weight can be weighting the back of the motorcycle. Because when you do get into that dog paddle technique, the rear end of the bike is just starting to bounce all over the place, and it's just not a great way to keep that momentum and that traction that you're looking for. No, I get it. We all get there sometimes, and we all dog paddle. It's part of it. But the attempt is that we shouldn't try to do it. Oh, unfortunately, already losing some traction there on idle issues.
Yep, got to keep your butt planted on that seat. Keep the traction down to the ground. Excuse me. Hey, what's your next event you're going to, Brian?
So in 2 weeks, the National Enduro Series kicks off in Sumter, South Carolina. It's over there, it's in Sumter, South Carolina. And this will be the first time that I've ever had a chance to head out there. It looks like it's very pine woods, very sandy and whooped out single track. And they say the A-only Test 6 is supposed to be one that makes grown men cry. So I'm excited for that again. I'm in the 45A class, taking on the entire series this year for the first time. First time for the National Enduro Series. Trying to make it out to a lot more races. So I'm excited to ride more new terrain, meet more riders in person, and have fun there on Saturday nights in the Seat Time Moto van, just goofing off there. But yeah, man, it's going to be a great freaking year. That starts in 2 weeks. The TSEC season and the Blackjack season there in Texas and Arkansas area kicked off actually today at the Red Canyon Enduro there in Fluvanna, Texas. So I got to do hammers last year and then fly back and race Red Canyon the weekend after. But unfortunately this year they're on the same weekend, so I'm here announcing for you guys for King of the Motos. So I hope all my TSEC and Blackjack racing friends are having fun there at the Red Canyon Fluvanna, because that is a cool West Texas event.
Yeah, in 2 weeks I'll be heading out to Glen Helen from Arizona and be managing and doing the announcing for the Road to Mammoth, first off Road to Mammoth qualifier. It's a 3-day event coming up at Glen Helen. Actually, Friday practice 7 and 8 will be qualified.
Yeah, it's funny, even though, the National Enduros are just on Sundays, so it's, even though it's a 4 to 5 hour race that happens on Sunday, for me it's about a 3-day event, because I'll be driving from North Texas all the way to Sumter, South Carolina, Friday and Saturday, racing on Sunday, start to drive home on Sunday, and then finish it off on Monday. So it's going to be, luckily work is going to be cool with it, and they're going to give me I'm going to take a couple days, Friday and Monday, to do some driving to make it to some of the ones up in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia,
South Carolina, because they're pretty far from North Texas, but we'll make it work. Yep, Brandon Petrie, 99 on that beta, so that's a new deal for him as well. Very tall rider, Brandon. He actually was talking about how, oh, it looks like there's something going on with that rear wheel. There's something dangling off the back of that bike. Hopefully when he's going uphill diner, we'll get a better look at it. The 172, Seth Steiner there on that Sherco. Looks like he's now heading out for his 4th lap. Checking his GPS, which also gives him a chance to breathe. A question in there, when am I going to make it out to Wyoming and ride? That is a phenomenal question. Wyoming seems like it'd be cool. That and Montana. I'd love to make it out there. It seems like there's some really cool riding out there in Montana and that Wyoming area. I want to make it to the Pacific Northwest as well. I remember we were talking with somebody out on Vancouver Island. That's another spot that I would love to get out to one day to ride. I got a chance to go to Whistler 2005, 2007 and do some mountain biking up there. Snowboarding as well earlier, but in the long run. And that was just such a cool spot, especially even going to like the North Shore there, North Shore, Vancouver, doing some mountain biking on all those wicked trails, the North Shore trails. One day I'll get out there on a dirt bike, maybe even a mountain bike again. I'd love to do it. Just got to figure out a way to time and money, just like everything else.
What is it, watching the last couple of riders come down here for our lap number 3, coming back in toward the finish line, actually the start line area. They're just coming down through the canyon over here. But quite a few riders out on course, only a handful have finished out lap number 4. Of course, our Grand Prix happening here in Hammertown. Good old-fashioned desert trails from what I learned how to ride on.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about hydration bladders, and we were talking about some of the U-Sway ones. Like one of the sponsors of the event, Wolf Enduro, actually, when they kind of came to fruition, they came together with a Wolf Enduro, their pack vest. And that is a great way to mix together what we were talking about. So a tool belt and a hydration bladder together in the Wolf vest. So if you are interested in learning a little bit more about that, definitely check out Wolf Enduro, but it's WLF Enduro. And again, good follow on Instagram as well. They got some great social channels out there. They just put out a really cool bike build that they were putting together for one of the cohorts that helps put together Wolf Enduro. So I think it was Mad Jack Racing that did a lot of the build out on that. And it looks like we've got another racer in Uphill Diner. Let's see, I think that's going to be Brandon Petrie, as we were seeing him come to the finish line area. But we got to get a little bit better look at the bike so we can verify.
Yep, just a little bit of information here. Mad Jack Racing, Jack Moore, the owner of it, was actually one of my sidecar passengers for a couple of years, and we actually come off with 2 championships racing together. And that's Mad Jack out of, I think he's in Moore Park, California, out there by Simi Valley in Thousand Oaks. Mad Jack Racing, and he went to MMI, Motorcycle Mechanics Institute, got his certs, and ended up on Wonder Warthog Racing motocross team, working the Supercross series with Wonder Warthog, and that was cool.
Well, we just saw Quinn Winsel come through the unofficial finish, right? So they come through, then they take a left and go to Uphill Diner. So now we see Brandon Petrie and Quinn Winsel. So they will be fighting on Uphill Diner to drop back in to Chocolate Thunder to get to the finish. So they will be trying to figure out who is next in line to finish King of the Motos on Uphill Diner. On that Ryahu. Quinn, a very accomplished trials rider. He's been promoting events there on the East Coast. As you said earlier, he's also recently moved to Arizona so that he could get some more riding in these types of terrain, especially for some of the events that are on the U.S. hard enduro circuit. And being from the East Coast, he's just a lot better in the slick, nasty stuff, where this dry, silty, rocky terrain is very different for him. So he's just out here in Arizona trying to get a little bit more used to it. I want to see if anybody's going to make a mistake because they're pushing themselves, which it looks like Petrie already did a little bit.
Well, from what I see, Brandon Petrie is ahead of Quinn Winsel, and they're both ahead of Riley Bender. And as they come out the last uphill, gnarly portion toward the finish line.
Yeah,
now
both very
mind
tall riders, and you can see that right now as they're both using their long legs to their advantage to make sure that they can kind of keep pushing that bike forward so it doesn't backtrack on them any.
Just to let you all know, all the banners and the ribbons that are laid out here for the last portion of lap number 4 was not sitting there in lap number 3. So Justin and company put all that up in just a matter of a couple of minutes for that last portion of the finish line for lap number 4.
Yeah, they tried to keep this line, this uphill diner, as I'm starting to call it, a secret, and so it could be a surprise. So these riders couldn't walk it. They didn't want them to know where they were headed and how it was going to be laid out, so that they had to figure it out on the fly. And again, the fact that Tristan and all these racers have done as well as they've done going uphill diner right now with having never seen it before, very impressive.
Well, you saw after Tristan come down from the finish line, threw the motorcycle down, sat on the ground to get a breath. He was out of it, man. And he did not expect to win it. He was only expecting, hoping for a finish. Well, he came out there and took the win. I can't wait to get a chat with him here in a little bit.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear about how, did he even notice that he was using a different finger for his clutch, right? A lot of these racers and riders are just so in tune with the bike, body, mind aspect of what it takes to ride and race that even small adjustments like this that they need to make, which honestly, if he's always on his pointer finger and has to use his clutch, that's actually a pretty major adjustment. That's not a real minor adjustment. So it'll be great to hear how that kind of worked out for him.
Well, great effort by the double nickel. James Flynn stepping into that 5th spot in the pro class. So he's definitely improving his program, getting better and better all the time. The young rider out of Page, Arizona, which is right adjacent to Lake Powell. He lives between 2 different places. He lives in Peoria, Arizona, and in Page, both in Arizona.
Petrie moving that beta around on uphill diner.
Daniel Lewis still running in that 9th spot. And he's kind of off in his own, you know, long after Riley Bender on the number 31. But what a good battle here between Petrie and Winsel, battling for that 6th spot.
And I think that last rider we just saw before we shot back to this was actually our rider on our Stark. I noticed it really quick, and I was like trying to see the side panel to see if it was, and unfortunately couldn't confirm in my own head. I haven't seen the event. I'm disappointed in that. I would have liked to have been able to see how he's doing out there, and if he's still out there.
Well, especially after watching for 13 days the Dakar Rally. Of course, I wonder when they're going to change the name of it to the Saudi Rally, because that's exactly what it is, all over the entire country of Saudi Arabia.
Well, as a good promoter knows, you don't waste good marketing, and the name Dakar Rally has the prestige to go with it. You change it, and you have to educate everybody else on a new name.
Well, the promoters are from France. And they picked up because they used to do Paris to Dakar. Start all the way Paris, France, go all the way down to Dakar, South Africa. Well, too much turmoil, political issues, and unrest there in South Africa. So they had to go and move the stakes, and they packed it up quite a few years ago and moved it to Saudi Arabia.
You just saw Quinn Winsel trying to take a line to get a little bit closer to Brandon Petrie. Unfortunately, his long legs were not enough to keep him upright, and he did kind of lay that bike over there right behind Brandon. So see if he can get it upright and get moving. Oh, and now Brandon's having a little bit of issues. So these racers there in that 6th, 7th position are definitely struggling on uphill diner.
That was a great interview during media night. Max Gersten interviewing Quinn, and Quinn telling all the stories. He's from back east, and now he's making his home out here in Southwest. Learning the ropes here for the tough stuff, and hanging with some of the best, hanging with the Abbotts.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that sometimes athletes need to do, right? And it's not because where he's at is a bad place. It's just that he understands that he has a weakness and he wants to work on it. He's actually changing location to be able to work on that weakness, to try to make that weakness either less of a weakness or maybe even a strength. And that's what professional athletes do. What's my weakness? How do I make it a strength? Or how do I at least make it less of a weakness? And for Quinn, he decided it was, I need to move to an area and ride in a terrain that I just don't believe I'm as capable as I could or should be.
And promoting and bettering their unknown territories, the unknown, and learning different terrain and learning how to attack different terrains as well.
Looks like Brandon is up and over and now through Chocolate Thunder, working his way. That means Quinn should be done just shortly. I believe he is coming in at 6th place. I want to know what's going on with the rear part of his bike. It looked like something was dangling off that the right side of that rear wheel.
No, Brandon should be pretty happy with this finish of 6th place, that's for sure.
I think so too. He's jumped around a little bit over the years on different bikes, and I know he's excited to be on the Beta and hopefully on that bike for quite a few years, so he can get comfortable on it and continue to progress his way up the ranks in the U.S. Hard Enduro Series. The Ryahu brand is going to be having a fuel-injected bike. They had 2025s that they're not in the States yet for the Ryahu USA distribution here with Central Power Sports, but that should be coming in the next few months here in 2025. So another manufacturer going to fuel-injected 2-strokes. It'll be interesting to see. I believe he said it is throttle body injected, just like what we're seeing now on some of the other fuel-injected 2-strokes. But I'm excited to see that bike come, and we have seen this is what Gas became. So when the KTM Peer Mobility Group bought Gas, they were able to sell off what was Gas, except for the name and some of the other pieces, a few other pieces and parts. And Ryahu bought those, and that is the way that they were evolving. So they're no longer really Gas anymore. They're definitely, or Gas back in the day. They are very much becoming their own brand, and these 2025 fuel-injected bikes are going to be the evolution of that.
Well, it'll be really interesting to see how many Japanese manufacturers jump on board and start building 2-strokes again, because it's inevitable. And now that the injected 2-strokes are meeting the EPA limits for emissions, they're starting to fall into it, and they're getting great gas mileage now. The injected 2-strokes give twice the amount of fuel mileage that the carbureted ones get. So even with a smart carburetor, it still wouldn't match the longevity and the high mileage that you would get with a TBI or just a regular injected 2-stroke, that's for sure.
Yeah, the emissions, the fuel mileage is definitely a lot different. And of course, too, the emissions is a big part of why two-strokes need to start going to fuel injected, because in Europe, the regulations are tightening up a lot quicker than they are here in the States. But in the long run, it's probably for the better. I'm not someone who knows how climate change or any of that kind of stuff is going to come to fruition. But if we can do a little bit more to make what is coming out of that bike just a little bit less, air quotes, bad for the environment, it's probably not the end of the world. So these TBIs, they're much more performant over the TPIs, which are the original fuel-injected KTMs that came to market. But in the long run, two-strokes are awesome. Four-strokes are crazy.
Okay, Brian, a lot of people don't understand. I'm going to give you a little bit of a chemistry lesson here.
Please, because I probably need about 10 chemistry lessons.
Okay. Now, here in California especially, there is emissions, excess emissions, and they call it reclaim emissions. They charge so much per ton for exhausting carbon dioxide. Well, we know as mammals, okay, birds, which is fowl, mammals, reptiles, and insects, we all breathe oxygen. Brian, what's the percentage of oxygen in our air?
I don't think it's actually very high.
19.5 to 21.5%.
Percent? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
The largest amount. Okay.
So we definitely have another racer in what looks like uphill diner. But what was great, we were just looking at this young lady a little bit earlier ago and noticing that front fender is missing, and that is just a pure sign that what happened on course was probably not planned. Whenever you're missing plastic, you know that is not a fun situation to be in. 11:42. Now we can see the front. Let's get that. So that was the women's class, Erin Foley. And it looked like also we were talking about the wolf vest. That might have been one of the wolf vests that she had on as well. Well, we are almost 4.5 hours in to our 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Oh, there we go. This is a good, another little bit close-up look of that. You can see too, she had like a pull strap there on the front, but it's kind of dangling all over the front wheel because of the fact that now the front fender is missing. Get dirty dirt bikes. Well, that dirt bike is officially dirty. I think when it's missing plastic, you can say that is the case. It looks like she's actually got a Fox vest on. That's okay. Check out Wolf Enduro for their vest because they are one of the sponsors of King of the Motos. It's a cool shot because you can kind of see not just where she came from, but where she's headed. So she's kind of follow that trail. Right now, it looks like it's flattening out a little bit for her, but then it's going to go uphill as she heads up that ravine. Oh, there you go. You can see a rider up with that red backpack up just a couple yards in front of her. So she's going to have to get on that bike and start riding it up. Oh, there's Chris Reisner from Trailbound, number 77, always in that. Has got some kind of neon gear. Looks like he's actually in front of or maybe getting passed by Danny Lewis. I'll have to look at that and see where they're at on their laps. But so Danny Lewis 9 on the Beta, Chris Reisner there, Trailbound on the 77. Yeah, Danny Lewis got by him there on the left side. I'm going to check that out so we can see where they're at on their laps. Danny Lewis should be coming in on his 4th lap. I know that Chris Reisner was in the Vet 30 class. So see how many. Yeah, so he's finishing up his 3rd lap. So he will have a chance to go back out and try to finish And it looks like first place is Josh Pregan in the Vet 30A class, and he is already out on his 4th lap. And Chris and Nick Hatcher are coming in shortly, as we just saw Chris working his way with Danny in to finish up their 3rd lap. Cool, man. That's awesome to see Chris Reisner out there doing so well.
Our top A rider in the field appears to be Devin Stevenson with 4 laps completed. Our top 40-plus senior rider, David McCahill, number 112.
That's Ryan Warren, speaking of B Senior 40 riders on screen right now. Number 1691, working his way down this part of the trail, and that's what's so crazy. Again, the camera's showing us. It's like, it doesn't look that bad, but you know it is because of the way that he's picking his way down this line.
Our old guys, leader there seems to be Lutz Stybritz, number 1025, over Joseph Zabala. Now, Joseph Zabala, I believe, is Tony Zabala's brother. He made it to the finals last night with Last Dog Standing over there at the, not Last Dog, with Jeremy McGrath. Top B rider in the field, Cole Clarkson. He's pretty much led the entire race for that particular class. It's our B riders.
Oh, now we can see. Oh, we just lost it. We could have seen that. Oh, it's a 31. That was Riley Bender working his way uphill diner, and he is done. He can now take another left into Chocolate Thunder and back around to finish his 2025 King of the Motos. Great job, Riley. I believe he's new to that Sherco team, maybe even new to the pro class. I know Riley Bender, the name, has been in hard enduro for a while, but I believe he's new to Sherco. At least to the Factory One pro team and to the pro class.
Looks to be in that 8th spot for his finish.
Nice work. We saw Erin Foley again in that wide shot back there when we were talking about our 1691. She was pecking her way down, missing that front fender, trying to catch up to 1691, that Ryan Warren. Oh, we got another rider now jumping into uphill diner, 25. So that's Huddy Kowalo. Yes, ma'am, Pam.
Our top C riders in this field, Aiden Manger, number 1406 on his lap number 3. He is our leader in our C class.
Oh, great look at how that dust just covers those rocks. And even, Danny Lewis is right in front of him. So we're going to get another awesome finish on uphill diner as we have 2 riders right on top of each other. It'll be interesting if one of them eventually tries to go for what is, I would be considered not the best line, right? If they try to work past it. Well, we'll see.
Now, mind you, this is a battle for 9th place between Daniel Lewis and the number 25 of Coelho, Huddy Coelho.
Yeah, but nobody wants to lose, right? Right now, that's the battle between 2 guys on dirt bikes, and somebody wants to win, somebody doesn't want to lose. And then I see the Oxa pipe and silencer on Huddy's bike. I've noticed that those guys have been around for a good bit in Europe, but they're now being distributed here in the United States. So just more products. I believe Bulletproof Designs has been distributing them. If not, I know that I've at least seen them selling them, but I'm not sure if they're the distributor. But they're in the States now, so we can enjoy another product. If you're looking for Oxa, check them out.
Great example of lifting up the back end with a strap. That's a mandatory, man. You should not ever do hard enduro without a front and a rear strap just to grab the bike to move it around.
Oh, yeah,
Huddy.
there's if you look at Mario Ramon's bike, I don't know that Mario Ramon's ever come to King of the Motos, but he's a big world hard enduro racer. If you look at the front of his bike, he has a very interesting strap system, so it's almost like a winch system. There you go. Look at Huddy trying to go to the right, seeing if he can finagle his way past Danny.
Side by side.
Come on, Huddy, you got to give her.
Oh, you're bumping front wheels.
Danny said, no, sir.
Side by side.
That, he needed another 6 inches.
286,000 comedians out of work, and you're trying to be funny?
Nope, just looking funny. Man, look at that. They were like neck and neck, front tire rubbing to Danny Lewis, already getting a couple bike length out on Huddy. But that's what you got to do, man. If you want to get in front, sometimes you just got to try to force it.
Of course, KTM mounted Koala Huddy. Good effort. This is battle for 9th place, by the way.
Now, I know we've seen some riders go more up that, rider right line, but they look to be going a little bit to the left, and that's okay, because again, there's plenty of lines. This rider taking a little bit of he's taking a dust break on idle issues. 454. That is Nick Hatcher in the Vet 30A class, so he's competing against Chris Reisner that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Trying to catch up with Trailbound on the trail.
Looks like our 3 standard women class, women amateurs, still on lap number 1. Aaron Foley seems to be leading at 11:42. Dylan Neiman in 2nd, and Alice Albrecht in 3rd place for the women.
There you go, Nick Hatcher. Oh no! Front tire caught and the back tire just washed out, unfortunately. Man, that was a good run though. You can see what he was trying to do. I'll see if he thinks he can make it from there or if he is going to work his way back down, because where he was at is a flatter spot to be able to get a little bit more momentum for where he's trying to get. So let's see what he does. Okay,
Well, it's kind of tough
pull
coming
over there. I got it.
Kind of tough falling down twice within the same minute. That just takes so much energy out of you.
Welcome to my life. Oh gosh, you just see with that rear tire just getting kicked out all over the place when they just don't do a go. Oh.
4 times in about a minute and a half.
Yep. Tired. Time to reset. $3.59. So that's Jared Jackski. He's in the A class, working his way past Nick Hatcher. They did a good job making that line work for him.
And of course, you can follow live results at mototally.com. Tag into King of the Motos for 2025.
Looks like Nick was able to get past that spot after a couple attempts. He's going to try to see if he can keep up there with Jared on that 359.
We'd like to invite all of you over here to join us for a trophy presentation immediately following this event. And it should be a lot of hooting and hollering and cheering and yelling and screaming. We'll do the best we can and making a really good time, because that's exactly what it is. Huge accomplishment for all of those that you finish, especially for those grabbing some iron.
Oh, so it looked like Huddy had gotten in front of Danny Lewis and was on the right side of coming down Chocolate Thunder, crashed, and that gave Danny Lewis a chance to get around him on the left side. So they must have continued to battle on uphill Diner, and then Huddy crashes on Chocolate Thunder and Danny Lewis gets by.
Well, it sure looks to appear to be little moisture droplets falling from the sky. What is up with that?
Well, I didn't know that that's what we asked for, but that might be what we're getting.
Well, I know it definitely rained in Anaheim last night. Slight sprinkles before the race.
2022, Keith McBean, B Senior 40. So they're on idle issues. Kind of in that same spot we just saw another rider. Yep. Not the way to create momentum with that rear tire. But it is loose, it is silty, it is rocky. There we go. Nice work. Number 69, that's Thor. Christian Thorderson, known as Thor. We just posted a reel on Seat Time Instagram of him talking about his moose and the way that he cuts his bib moose for hard enduro to fit in a 140 JX8 Dakota. It's pretty interesting. This is the most aggressive moose cutting that I've seen to date.
We're looking at outside of some of the lines here on our yellow brick tracker. We got a couple riders that are way off the beaten field, man. We got Darren Collins, probably a good mile and a half off course. Chase Stevens as well. They're still moving. And Oli Bekovar.
Nice. Well, man, let's check back in here a little bit with what's going on in the YouTube chat. We've been having some great conversations back and forth. It's fun to also talk about, they've been even talking about the Christini. So back in the day when we had the two-wheel drive Christini out there, and we got the tracker to play with too. So if you guys haven't jumped into the chat, we still got a couple more hours that we're going to be here, and then you can also make sure you use the tracking. So let's see if we've got any other racers. Well, of course, we know we have more racers. And what is going on with those guys? We do have another rider coming in to finish their lap there at Chocolate Thunder.
One of the wildest feelings you could ever feel after a long off-road race, and you're so beaten, tired, and torn up, and your bike's just pinging and everything. You're thinking, oh my gosh, I just got to make it another mile or two. Then all of a sudden, you see the finish chute. You see that checker. The relief that happens at that particular point in time, drivable. Isn't that right, Brian?
I completely agree. There are times that you do everything right, and you might have a 2-hour race, 4-hour race, 3-hour race, however it may go, maybe an enduro and broken up a little bit. And by the time you get to the end, you're tired, you're feeling it, and it's not the end of the world, but you're excited to be done. And then there are days like today where you could tell that Tristan Hart, who is the U.S. hard enduro champion, right, multi-time, like falls off the bike and immediately sits on the ground and chugs a bottle of water. Like smoke. You know, and it's like they were pushing themselves to get to the finish line, and it's pretty cool. Like that was one of those things I don't think you can expect. You're just like, I know I'm going to be hammered.
Well, and he is an established veteran in this particular form of racing, but he's got these two young guns, Will Reardon and Ryder LeBlanc. They are coming up.
So remember that this is King of the Motos. We're wrapping up that. We've got just a few more hours here. We're going to go till 3 p.m. We're going to do awards at 5 p.m. But starting up later this week, King of the Hammers is kicking off. And a way to make sure you know what's going to be happening is to get the King of the Hammers app.
And log it and save it. watch it live right here off the King of the Hammers app. Another rider off and into the Wild Blue yonder, Chase Stevens. He's probably a good mile off course. Another one is Digon Anderson. He's about a quarter of a mile off course.
Yeah, that's probably those trackers that are, he's probably in one of the valleys or in one of the canyons, and so the GPS and the satellite are doing we're trying to figure it out moment in time, so that's probably why he looks so far off course. But there is a way to filter as well if you're looking at your screen. So you can use the click here to show class filter, and then you can actually click and see only the finished riders. So there's a way to, that way, when you zoom in to what is happening, bam, you can see like, oh, there's my finished racers. But of course too, lap 4 is really what's important. So the guys that are finishing on their 4th lap, and then you can add into that 3rd lap, and they'll come on there, and you can see who is there. And then this, of course, is the moto tally that we were talking about. We'll refresh this guy. We can see in the A Vet 30 how Chris Riesner is in 2nd. So first, Josh Pregan at that 4:11, who's got those 3 laps down. Chris Riesner there at 4:20, and then Nick Hatcher, 4:54, there at 4:22. So again, that's the Vet 30 class. There's a Vet 40 class as well, but when we look at the pros, we can see that those 19 checks is the 4 laps that they did. So they had 5 checks, and then 4, and then 4.
You know, Brian, you and I were talking about this yesterday. Of course, yesterday was the quote-unquote prologue, you know, qualifying for our starting positions for the top 15 for that first row. But in my opinion, they should include at least some points from yesterday to be included for today, because they worked just as hard yesterday as they're doing today for this event.
And that's one of the reasons they asked for the starting line position to be more important for today. There used to be, 20 to 30 racers on that first row, and they made it to 15 today. And I think that that's great, but honestly, I would even say, make it 5. Thin it down even more and make it to where it really does make a difference to get that 30-second advantage or even a minute advantage if you're just 5 racers on that per row. No, I know that it has to get deeper, and they have to figure out a way to do that structurally and all those kinds of things, but figure that part out, right? Or, yeah, if you want to do a moto format and you get points, it sounds like some of the racers are in favor of that during the press conference, and some of them aren't in favor of that. And then the other aspect is the amateurs, right? You're going to get a lot more amateurs registering for these events. So what makes a good event for amateurs that they want to sign up and they feel like they're getting their money's worth, but also puts on a great competition and a great event for the professionals in the U.S. Hard Enduro Series?
In our press meeting the other day, though, Max Gersten was talking to Cooper Abbott and Cody Webb. They both prefer just keeping it the way it is right now. They like the qualifying on Saturday to come into the final round that we're seeing in front of us now. But a couple of the other riders do like the moto format. This rider coming in now. Is he coming in off of lap number 2? Or is he coming in off of lap number? He'd be coming off of lap number 2.
1691. Remember, we looked up his name a little bit ago, but we can find his class, and we will find that out.
Well, my roster sheet with all the numbers blew off when the door opened. We do have a Hey, what's going on, man?
1691 was Ryan Warren, so B Senior 40. We'll bring up B Senior 40 and see where he's at in there. Well, it's showing that 691 didn't finish today, where we're seeing him on course. So obviously there's a little bit of a transponder issue there, and they'll get that sorted out after the fact because they'll have to get his GPS. They'll have to look at his tracks and see that he did what he said he did do.
Well, just like we have full disclosure, all of our accounts, especially Brian's, is unofficial.
Yeah, and it looks, if we go back though, we were talking about that senior B40 class, Keith McBean has finished 2 laps, and it took him 4 hours and 22 minutes to do that. So about 20 minutes ago, he came through and finished his 2nd lap, so Keith went back out there on his 3rd lap. So Ryan Warren might be around that same time frame, but again, with it saying DNF and we're not too sure, it's tough to know.
I'd like to remind all of our riders, especially those coming in, and you can hear me over there, Chocolate Thunder, don't forget your GPS and your yellow brick tracker to turn it back in. Now we're in the Thralls right next door to us over here at Hammertown. We got the Jeremy McGrath Grand Prix King, and it's a novice class that's out there right now, all the novices, them darn nervous novices. There's a view of one of our arrows. There's only a few arrows out there because Justin designed the course, only put the arrows out if there's some GPS tracking issues that might be interfering it. So they want to make sure only those particular turns that are crucial that you're not looking at your GPS, that you will be looking at the arrows and following that track from there.
All right, again, it's tough to know for sure what is going on with yellow brick sometimes in certain riders, but looking at 1691, if it's true, he is now about to finish his 1st lap. So Ryan Warren, man, great job for 4.5 hours having been
working away at that 1st lap to come through and try to keep going here at King of the Motos. Now we got Huddy Koala.
making his way, trying to finish up his 2025 King of the Motos. Another rider heading out there, another one of our A riders heading out for another lap there at King of the Motos. He said, you know what? I'm still trying to finish this bad boy. Let's do the thing.
You know, Brian, I'm not even seeing my 1692 on Moto Tally. Rifled through it a couple times. I don't even see it.
1691 was Ryan Warren. I don't know if we had a 1692.
A 1691, I mean. I do not see anywhere.
He's in the B Senior 40 class, and that's what I was mentioning earlier, is that in Moto Tally, it shows DNF'd. And so that's where it's like, obviously, we're seeing him on the course, so he hasn't DNF'd. I just think maybe he hasn't gone through yet, and so because he's still on his first lap, it hasn't actually triggered to show that he has finished that first lap.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Boom. And he just went through 442, Ryan Warren, in 9th place. Class. Congratulations, dude. Like, seriously, 4 hours, 42 minutes to go 8 miles. Holy smokes. And Keith McBean, who's winning that class, it took him 4 hours and 22 minutes to do 2 laps. So Ryan Warren, good job on not giving up and making sure that you finished that first 8-mile lap. We got 13:07 on the screen. .13:07, Mickey Blackford in the Super Senior 50 plus B class. Awesome, just awesome. 1440, Chris Hirsch in the 40B, Vet 30B class. So they are not giving up. They're like, you're giving me more time to try to finish? I'm gonna try to finish. 2120, Zachary Severance there in that B Vet 30 plus class. So they got competitors right there in the same class heading up idle issues.
Well, sorry I was off air for a bit. I was having problems with my yellow brick tracker. We're back online, back going again, so I can tell where some of these characters are.
It looked like camera 2 is showing one of our racers working their way up to the top of idle issues. There we go. They're now made their way halfway up idle issues.
That's number 1440 of Chris Hirsch. He's our B Vet 30+ rider. Good view of him on a Three Brothers KTM Husqvarna.
I can really see how steep it was too, with the way that even just that small little lurch. There we go. That racer's now up and over 777. Up and over Uphill Diner. I believe that's our Hawaiian rider.
Which one? We have two of them.
777. That is Kamanakana. They're coming in. I believe he just finished. Congratulations, sir.
He did. He should have been.
Been a long day on the dirt bike.
I think 11th place in that pro class.
I'm not gonna lie though, that coffee over there looks pretty good.
So I'm still amazed, Brian. The performance, Tristan Hart today.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
We know he's a phenomenal athlete and great racer on top of that, but to prove and did what he accomplished today, this weekend, just incredible.
I agree.
We're still on the thralls. We have many riders still out on course, and especially second and third lap still out there. So we have a couple more hours yet to go here for our 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Our pro women still include Katie Hall, Leah, number 464, and Addie Albrecht. These are two pro women. Our Vet 30+ riders, Dustin Van Gooten and Dennis Osaki on lap number 3. Oh, we have Nick Hatcher just out on lap number 4. So Nick Hatcher is our leader here in our Vet 30+ class. Super Senior 50+. Dice up between Daryl Collins, 262, and Dave Dalling, number 540. They both completed their lap number 3 along with Eric Tervel, 100. So we'll see how they transpire. They haven't finished yet, so we have not got to that particular point in time to determine who the winner be. So now coming off of that, we're looking at our B riders. Cole Clarkson, Christian Shaw, and Bruce Lockerman, all with 3 laps completed. And in our C class, Dygan Anderson along with Aiden Manger. And I believe Manger is in the lead between those two on lap number 3. So he's on the 1406 and Anderson is on the 1006. Pam Hall joining me up here. What's going on, Pam?
Oh, not much. I've been over here trying to keep up with all the info for the race, and I was on a little bit of a break, but here I am back. And it looks like we have some interesting stuff going on the lap 4 hill. I just was looking up on the screen there. So how many of our top pro finishers have came in so far? Do you know like where we're at? I know Tristan Hart came in. I'm not sure exactly where everybody came in.
I believe we're down to 11th place now in our pros. So 11 riders have gone through. We had a couple good dices. We had a really good dice going on for 9th place. And that ended up coming down to Daniel Lewis, who's number 9, by the way.
Okay.
But Tristan Hart, man, incredible. He ended up beating the kids.
Oh,
both Will Reardon and Ryder LeBlanc.
Okay.
And then
what about Cody? How's Cody Webb doing?
Cody got 4th.
He got 4th. Okay.
Yep. And 5th place going to James Flynn. James doing a good job coming in that 5th spot.
For sure.
So.
Yeah, trying to watch these guys go through this terrain. One of the things about we were talking about earlier, Brian and I were, is we have all this rocky terrain, and then you can get into this go fast section basically. I mean, you can have some hidden rocks and everything, but bike setup is definitely different for this because you can't really have a bike setup for both. So you kind of have to give and take, either fast or softer in the rocks. You know, like fast on here. Do you want to go fast on the times you can go fast, or do you want to make sure that you have the top end right or the torque for the going up the rocks, right, climbing up. So it's funny. It's going to be interesting to talk to the riders and see like their setups. Like, did they change their setups from yesterday to today, even because it's different?
Sometimes they do.
Exactly.
But here's another thing a lot of people don't realize with suspension. You know, a lot of times it used to be straight across the board spring rate for suspension, but then I think Works Performance Suspension really played into progressive spring rates, and they started adding 2 and 3, sometimes 4 different springs with different spring rates to add in that progression. What happens is the very light stuff, very, very chalky stuff will be on the soft end. When it applies more pressure and gets deeper, it gets into a deeper and tighter spring rate for that suspension.
I think that our camera guy was just offering that rider a plastic bag, but he did not take it, but because it's raining.
It is raining.
It is raining.
We have a wet stage up here. Oh, by the way, for those of you receiving awards, if you do bring your motorcycle up, be very, very careful. It's going to be slick as snot coming up here to our platform.
I can tell you what it's good for, but I'm not going to announce it out loud.
No, we don't need to do that now. We know what it is, though. But in the same token, walking up, for those of you not bringing your motorcycle, be careful. Take small steps. We don't want anybody falling and embarrassing yourself up on the stage.
I think there's a little bit of grip on it, but probably not much. I'm going to be on that stage, so I guess I better be careful as well.
Yeah, at least off the ramps, you'll be fine.
Oh, look at this. There is our weather coming into Hammertown.
Oh, look at that.
Here we go. We knew it was coming today. It was a 40% chance. Well, actually, I think it was supposed to be tomorrow after the weather updated, but there is the 40 right there, I believe, to the right, and Lasertown, our welcome gate. But yes, look at that weather. Are you ready for it?
I don't know. I'm going to attempt to drive home tonight. I have a 6-hour drive to northern Arizona, and I'm going to be going through some snow, I think.
Well.
Oh, well.
Well, okay, here's the 914 making his way through, and I wonder if those rocks are starting to get a little bit slippery out there for these guys as well, because we were talking about how, you know, the tires are sticky out here, but the 914 of Ian Clady in the A class making his way through. And that is actually going up. That is going up her problem.
And it is definitely her problem.
I believe that is up her problem. Sorry, let me correct that. Idle issues, not her problem. Got that completely backwards. They're all in that same vicinity, though.
It's funny how we have a different name for each and every. That's a 1319 in front of us. That's Cole Clarkson. I believe he is our B leader, and he qualified in that third row as the third top qualifier. So, gas mounted, number 1319 of Cole Clarkson. Good view. Cole, he of course puts his goggles on backwards.
A lot of them have done that, and I don't know, like, because they're not really in dust and they don't need them, or what would be the reasoning for them not having them on right now? Sweating and fogging up?
Sweating and fogging up, but and that would be more so today because it is still cool. And with the dew point in the air, it would cause a fogging up on the lenses, no doubt.
I know that normal race helmets, like what the desert racers and our rock racers wear, can do the same thing. Even though it's not a sealed mask or a sealed helmet, but we wear dust skirts and everything, so it does keep that moisture in as well once you start sweating. But there again is the 919. 919 of Juan Rojos. He is in the A Senior 40 Plus class. Oh, and I'm getting some coffee delivery. Thank you, Brian. It's a little cold out here, and it's time for some caffeine.
Yeah, I had my numbers in order sheet, but door opened up over here and it blew it into the wind.
You don't have it anymore?
No, I don't know where it took off, way out here somewhere.
We'll have to find that.
It's too late.
Oh, look, I just found it for you.
No kidding. Maybe it was another one that took off. You have one over there too, right?
I do.
Okay, we're good then.
We have all kinds of information
Pam.
over here. You're very welcome.
God, she's so awesome. So on top of it. And she says, hey, I'm not a moto girl. I don't know much. But you know plenty, honey.
I'm learning.
You do good. You do a great job, babe.
Well, it's a lot of fun. I love motorsports in general, and learning the two-wheel world has been something I've been kind of working on over the past few years. Even though I live in the four-wheel world, but it's so much fun. 100% so much fun. So let's go over some facts here really quick about King of the Motos. I'm not sure if you guys have done that yet today or not. The first time we had King of the Motos was in 2012. Graham Jarvis was our first ever King of the Motos winner. And then let's see here. Last year, in 2023, we only had 131 riders enter. This year, we had 171 riders. So our count has gone up by 40, which is, it's amazing. Actually, a couple years. And then 2024, we had 142 racers start, but only 18 finished, I believe is what that's telling me. But we have a total, I believe, of 19 classes out here this weekend. We have the Pro Women, an A. We have A Vet, A Senior 40 Plus, A Super Senior 50 Plus, 4-stroke Sportsman, Masters 60 Plus. You know, you just keep going down. A, B, and C, you have all the same. And then we have our Youth 12 through 15 class. We have our Women's class. We have an Industry class and an E-Moto class. Did we ever find out if the gentleman that was in the E-Moto yesterday finish, and did he start this morning? Because I didn't hear him go off the line because it was just a bunch of chaos.
Yeah, I haven't not seen him today, but he did finish yesterday.
Okay, perfect. I have not seen him today either, so I know that the discussion was possibly about not being able to switch out the battery because of the way the battery works and everything. It's not just a changed battery. You have to charge the actual bike.
Correct. Now, some of the e-bikes do have a charge that you could charge. They could take the battery out and replace it with a charged battery.
Yes,
but
this one does not.
The Stark Vargs are too much. The battery's just too big, too much set into the chassis to be able to do that. But 464 right there. That's a 464 Pro Woman. That's Katie Hall-Leah. Katie Hall-Leah in a Pro Women class, and I believe she is our Pro Women leader, by the way.
Okay.
On a TM 2-stroke.
The way they kick that bike right there, me not being a professional or anything at all, it would just make me so nervous to like kick it like that and then wheelies back on you.
Right.
Obviously, they know bike controller. They wouldn't be out here doing this race.
It was so funny at the Jeremy McGrath Hole Shot King yesterday. Tony Zabala is talking with him, and he's got a CR500. He goes, "Yeah, it's kind of hard to start every so often." I said, "Here, let me show you how to properly start a CR500," because I rode 500s most of my career. And get top dead center, grab 2 more clicks on your starter, give it a full swing. And he goes, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." So I did it for him and put him on it. He kicked it, gave full swing, start first kick.
Well, and he also was in the e-bike too.
That's what I mean, yeah. Both the CR500 and the e-bike.
Yeah, so he did both classes. That was pretty cool. I was chatting with him for a few minutes, and we were talking about the e-bike and how different it is and everything. I can't imagine the e-bikes, because obviously electric motor, you don't have to go through all the gears and everything. It just is consistent.
No, and the thing is, you back off the throttle, and it's like a brake.
Exactly.
Uses the engine to charge the batteries again when you back off on the throttle. So it's pretty well. Now, Tony, he's raced a long time. He's been around a long time. I've seen Tony at a lot of motocross races over the years. And a super nice guy, big guy. And he says, yeah, all he had to do for this race was dial in his computer on his e-bike to get 80 horsepower.
Oh, my goodness.
Pretty
Wow.
wild.
All right, we were just watching Hayden Gust in the A class, and number 129 made his way up. Idle issues.
Hayden's had a pretty good weekend, man. And he's actually, I believe he is leading that A class. Let me make sure. Because I do make mistakes every once in a while.
Trying to see who this is, but I think
It's
it
either
might be Aaron Foley.
it's either Gust or Stevenson leading the A class right now. I think it might be Gust.
And
Guest.
I believe that is Aaron right here, struggling just a little bit to try to get her bike up. Yes, that is the 1142 of Aaron Foley in the women's class.
Now she's in the women's amateur class, not the women's pro.
Correct.
Nice form, sitting strong. Just enough you have to put your legs down, you can, but you're not getting off the seat with your traction. There's so many different techniques. Of course, Cody Webb, he has his own particular technique because his legs are about, 14 foot 6 inches long.
He's so tall. How tall is he?
6'4".
Yeah, I feel really short whenever I interview him.
Cody, what a great guy. We've been talking quite a bit about him.
Yes, I've heard his name quite a bit today.
He's an accomplished mechanical engineer.
Oh, there's Alice Albright right there, and the number 26. Now, Alice, is she the young one? No, she's the sister.
She's the sister of the young
sister.
one, correct.
And she's in the pro class, I thought, correct, or no? I was thinking she was in the pro class. But I could be wrong. We can't always be right all the time, right? All right, there we have the 1142, still trying to make her way up. Idle issues. Looks like she's possibly trying to kickstart her bike. I'm not sure by the way it looks. Or get unstuck. Oh, and lost her footing, unfortunately. Right behind her is the number 100. That is Eric Torville. He's in the A Super Senior 50 Plus class.
Yeah, and he is our leader in the 50 plus class, by the way.
Oh, you can see how steep it is. He had his brakes all the way on and was still sliding down. This is where you want to take a break, but you're not going to. You're going to keep on persevering. Look at that smile, even though he's probably so exhausted.
Well, you got to keep the humor part of it.
Our camera guy right there, or I'm not sure who's up there, but the camera person up there must be cheering them on, because I've seen quite a few people that have kind of stopped right there to get their breath, look at them, smile.
Big time. I love that view over the valley coming down off the Chocolate Thunder over there. And it's showing the 2 turn left arrows there all the time.
Oh, there she goes. Good job.
That's Addie.
That is 1142 of Aaron. I think it's Aaron. Aaron Foley.
Aaron Foley. It's Addie Albrecht is the other pro, 620.
Oh, Addie. Okay.
Yeah.
Alice is the 13-year-old then.
Correct.
Okay, so she's trying to take that left-hand lane, it looks like, or she's going to kick it up and around to the right.
Now, mind you, she's on a TM motorcycle. You don't see too many TMs. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Let's see. See, she's got to walk it around.
What the heck happened to her front fender, huh? I guess you don't need a front fender if you're not going very fast.
No. And there's Alice Albrecht. weaving her way through.
I was talking to one of our workers earlier, and she comes up and she goes, "Hey, you were talking about CMC motocross." She goes, "I used to race motocross back in the day." She's best friends with Sue Fish. It's Carrie Steiner. Carrie Steiner, and she made it to the pro level in the women's class. And
Awesome.
she's about my age.
Carrie's here.
Yep, she's here.
I saw her earlier.
Uh-huh.
She helps out with our VIP tent. She does all kinds of stuff here.
She's very cool. She lives up in Montana.
Yes. All right, now this is the 167. 167 of Corn Calvert, also in that A class. Oh, look at here. Here's Alice making her way up. I'm not sure exactly which hill that is. Let's see if I can find that out. We believe it's called Money Shot. Money Shot. Let's see if she gets up it quick. We just saw the other person fly right by her.
Just stay to the right.
You know, their arms and their legs have to be exhausted by the end of this day.
Well, and then lifting your legs up high just to be able to accommodate the rocks.
Whoa.
God, what's the number of that guy?
I didn't see his number.
4 something. 452, I think. Oh, what a bummer. Now that makes you so much more tired when you have to pick up your bike every time. She's taking a look going, oh my gosh.
I believe that is our cameraman Kyler right there.
Yep, good job on the cover up on your camera. Now's the time to put your goggles on because it's sprinkling a little bit.
All right, so now we have Alice and Aaron both making their way up.
Side by side.
Yes.
Did she just tell her, I'll help you if you help me? Okay, maybe. Okay. You go ahead and go first.
Yeah, right.
628, I think it is. Yes. Addie Albrecht.
Yes.
Of course, has her goggles on the back of her helmet to keep them nice and dry.
Wait, that's Addie on the
628.
blue bike?
Uh-huh. Yeah, she's on the TM.
Well, then that's her sister right there on the blue bike, or I mean the red bike. Because this right here, I believe, is Aaron. I was completely wrong. So 1142 is Aaron. Yes. That was, okay, so they were sisters trying to help each other out. There we go.
Yep.
Hi, Aaron.
Aaron Foley.
Well, where she's at, she should be able to hear us because we have speakers out there.
Hey, Aaron, can you hear us?
Maybe. Or she's going to ignore us.
Somebody heard us, though. They honked the horn down there. Look at her pipe guard. That's an unusual pipe guard. Looks homemade, but very efficient.
This goes to show the struggles up on these mountains, on these rocks up here. And it, like, again, it's raining, so it is going to make a little bit of a difference as well.
Well, the problem is, as riders go through, they come between the motorcycles and stir up dust. Just a light layer of dust over a lot of the rocks will make it slipperier and snot. It really does. And especially if you get a little bit of rain on top of that, too, it's even worse.
All right, now it's the lifting part of this. Hopefully it doesn't roll down on her because obviously the momentum is going down.
And she just might fall over the other way.
Well, it looks like her tire might be stopped right here in the front, at least using that rock as kind of a wheel chalk.
Great coverage by that cameraman.
Mm-hmm. Too bad we didn't have a microphone on him. Then he could interview him right there.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
You know, I was the announcer for Last Dog Standing for about the last 8 of the 10 years. And I'd make it a point, get the wireless mic and go to they have a tractor tire tree that was 40 feet tall. So they built up all these tractor tires for this tree. And you had to ride the motorcycle up the tractor tire tree. Or try to lift it up from tire to tire. So I'd grab the remote microphone and I'd hike around the tire tree, interviewing the riders while they're on the tire tree. It was so cool.
Wow.
It was great stuff. And we had live streaming for that as well. And that was a great event. I started out doing that with Dave Brocious and Tom White. And then Dave started coming down and getting sick, and that's when I started coming out here doing hammers, and we lost Dave in the meantime. Dave started out with the hammers, King of the Motos, when it started in 2012. And he got me into the enduro cross and doing some of the hard enduro stuff, and big loss in our announcing world, wealth of knowledge. Of course, his daughter Christy works for KTM.
Oh, wow.
Nice view of all these trails. You know, the whole environment out here in Johnson Valley has changed so much with the advent of the side-by-sides. So during regular weekends, you know, they'll have hundreds of side-by-sides out here tearing up the ground. And it just, it's a responsibility for all of us riders, all of us racers, to try to maintain good composure, be good citizens, and take care of our business, and pick up the trash, and groom the trails, and anything that might be happening, just to let them know. This is all of our land. This is a United States personnel's land under the BLM.
And we are watching the 1, 2, 3, 4 CVET 30 plus, Kevin Park. Little bits of struggles by so many of them in this area of idle issues.
Kevin, of course, KTM mounted. Look on the side of his motor there, Pam. It looks like a plastic guard on his ignition cover.
It does.
Uh-huh. Looks like it goes right over the top of his regular ignition covers, probably protecting it.
Coming up.
1556. Going down, you mean?
That is Brennan Jones, B class. Again, during qualifying, they would turn right. This time they're going straight up. Idle issues. So they turned right. They would go partially up and then turn right to go around, and then lap number 2, I said qualifying, but lap 1. Lap 2, going straight up idle issues. And then, oh, that's not fun.
He's facing the wrong way.
You can't park there.
You're supposed to be going up, not down, okay?
Oh, I'm like, feel so bad. I want to help him.
It's the old saying, Pam, between a rock and a hard spot.
Yeah, exactly. There was actually a motorcycle off the start this morning, or a rider that fell. He was on the downside of the bike, but he was kind of up underneath a rock, and then the bike was like halfway on top of him. He got out of it, but I just don't know how he did it. He was really stuck for a little bit. All right, so 1556 getting himself moving right along of Brennan Jones.
Look at him taking a deep breath, man. Taking a look, analyzing everything. So much going through a rider's mind at that particular point in time. Brian coming back from his coffee break.
Yes, we got rid of a couple of minutes. Perfect.
Good job, Brian.
Lots of people chiming in saying that the 1, 2, 3, 4 can't park there either. Let's see if anybody else is.
Yeah, we got a handful of spectators out here in front enjoying our live screening and commentating action. You guys having a good time out here? Thank you so much for being a big part of our King of the Motos. Each and every one of you.
Looks like we have people chiming in, wanting Miles out there with his wrench mic. That'll be next week.
Right.
All right, I am going to go ahead and step back out of the booth. Brian, let you back in here at your seat. It's all nice and warm for you, and I'll catch you guys later.
Pam, great job. Thank you so much, and always good sharing and commentating with you. Now, it's a different story with Brian, but we'll pass on through.
We'll make it work.
Yep.
I may not be everything that Pam Hall is, but I at least am going to do my darndest.
Well, at least if we're able to get a chance to talk a little bit, Brian, besides you.
I know.
Brian's so good at that, though. No, a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the enduro and the hard enduro stuff, and really glad. It's been a gas. This is my 4th year working with Brian, and we've been having a good time, and we definitely try to work and put on a good show for each and every one of you. And Brian's picking up all the social media stuff and all the suggestions, and all of you coming up and joining us for suggestions with Brian. Thank you so much for being a part of our King of the Motos weekend.
It looked like that was 628 Addie Albrecht. For a second there, I thought she was running away from her bike. But what was happening is she crashed, and it looks like she's heading back to help one of her competitors. And maybe they've been working their way uphill together. That actually looks like her sister, so that might be 26-26. Let me make sure. I think that is the 13-year-old Albrecht.
It is.
Yep, Alice. She's 13 years old. Yep, so that's Addie, her 17-year-old sister. Look at that. They got a sister hug going on. She's like, you know you got this.
I think Addie last year, she won that particular class. She did. Here she is helping her sister.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
And their 16-year-old brother is out there as well, another Albrecht.
And I asked him last year if they're in a relation to Jeremy Jeremy Albrecht, who's part of the Yamaha motocross team. They're not, no relation. Jeremy and Joel Albrecht, they're pro motocrossers back in the day.
He's working for the AMA now.
Yes, that's right.
He left Joe Gibbs
Yep.
and is working for the AMA full time now.
What a great job that would be, eh? I heard Joe Gibbs.
I don't know. I think getting yelled at by all the racers after you tell them they did something wrong is the last thing I actually want to have happen for me.
Well, I like it with Joe Gibbs, though. He's not a micromanager. He lets his managers manage their people the way that they want to. And I've heard some really good stories about him. I was talking to Justin Barsha about that when he was with Joe Gibbs. And he was no longer with Joe Gibbs then, but he said, it was really a great team to work with. And Joe is kind of a silent runner. His son was running the program there with Yamaha.
So it's cool to see Addie helping her sister, but you can also kind of watch that rear tire as because of the fact of the way she's kind of dog paddling and the weight is being distributed across the bike and the rear wheel, how it is slipping on some of the rocks. Now, granted, again, it's extremely dusty, it's extremely silty, so the rocks are very covered in very fine sand, but that's a kind of one of those moments in time where you can really see the rear wheel start to slip out just because of weight placement on the bike. There we go. Look at that. I mean, how cool is that, though? The big sis helping little sis continue to get her way up idle issues.
Because it's not going to change her pro women's position at all.
Right.
So with her just taking the time and helping out her sister to bring her to a whole nother level and to better her experiences, that's a good sister right there.
Yeah, because in the long run, I mean, we're 5.5 hours in. At this point, they could have come with this lap and just quit and been like, we did the thing. But you know what? They're like, we're going to keep going. We're going to see how many more checkpoints, how many more miles we can knock off, and where we're going to get when that time limit comes to an end. I noticed you guys were talking a little bit when I came back about one of the, I think it was Erin maybe, one of the women racers. She had the pipe guard. It kind of seemed like it might have been a homemade pipe guard, kind of reaching around the pipe on her two-stroke. And you'll notice here that Addie and her sister Alice, they don't have pipe guards on. And so I wouldn't say it's controversial, but there are people that actually would say that they would rather have the pipe dent than have a chance of actually breaking where the pipe goes into the chamber of the engine. And if that happens, then of course you're not going to be able to create any power. Where if you have a dented pipe, at least you will be able to finish the race. And so some people choose to have pipe guards, some people choose to not have pipe guards, and a lot of that comes down to whether you believe the physics of how a motorcycle works and where it connects into the engine, whether you should choose to use that pipe guard or not. Because again, if you have a pipe guard, one of the typical P3 carbon pipe guards that we would see, that dissipation when you hit a rock typically goes pushes that pipe right into the engine. And then there's a chance that it could crack the cases. And then you're not going to be creating any power if you've got that kind of a leak.
In the 2025 Dakar Rally, biggest deficit in Ricky Brabeck's performance was a smashed pipe, and it took him 2 hours out of his schedule, and brought him down to 5th place for the rally, where at that particular time he could have been running probably 3rd or 2nd. So that took him out of the contention for the top. And again, congratulations to Daniel Sanders for taking a win there at the Dakar Rally.
Crazy how for the longest time, right, it took us a long time to get the exhaust pipe, the silencer and exhaust kind of off the lower part of the motorcycle, right? It used to actually kind of hang kind of low, but now you see it, now that where they have the gas tanks and where they want the weight distributed on those bigger rally bikes, you see the exhaust pipe and the silencer there actually a lot lower and kind of hang off the bike more. So they are a little bit more precarious if those large bikes do tip over. Dad's got to be proud of the sisters though right now.
Great
job,
teamwork
ladies.
on both accounts,
Oh
no
my
doubt.
gosh, for sure.
Yep.
So that looks 62, Taylor Dupro in the super senior 50 plus class. Nice work.
Close the door. Good.
There we go. He's excited to get to the top. So we got about 35 more minutes before we're going to hit that 6-hour mark. Oh, look. Got a nice uphill wash to be able to get to the... Nope. So sitting down, unfortunately, in a situation like that is not the best way to make it to the top. You could see that he tried to shift his body weight as the bike started to go one way and his body went the other way. But that is why you stand up. When you're standing up, you have a much better opportunity to pendulum your weight out to one side as you need to move to kind of place your weight in the right spot as the bike might start to kind of dance underneath you a little bit in these rockier situations. All right, here we go, round 2. Get it up, give her the beans. Nice work. All right, he got to the top, so we're going to get ourselves organized here we'll come back with a little bit more information. You guys remember awards are going to be at 5 o'clock here at the main stage. We'll be back in 5:30 for the awards. So they've adjusted from 5 o'clock to 5:30, so heads up. I just announced and told that in my ear.
So our top 60-plus riders in this field right now, Lutz Stybritz, number 1025, and Joseph Zabala battling out for the lead. They're on lap number 2, but our leader is Justin Medeiros. Oh, he's our 4-stroke sportsman. He's our lone 4-stroke sportsman. Last year we had 2. Is that correct, Brian? I think we had 2 4-strokes last year.
All I know is we're watching Brandon Bird come in and finish his 2025 King of the Motos, and he is excited to be alive. I don't know what he was just told, but he's obviously excited about it and got a nice little hug from one of the King of the Hammers media or production members down there. You can see Matt videoing his bike for something that's probably going to get posted on the U.S. Hard Enduro pages.
Boy, Matt rocked it yesterday, man. He jumped on his R6, I think it is, or KX6, or anyway, Kawasaki drag bike, or hill climber bike, and he went out there and jumped and trying to race up with Jeremy McGrath, a couple other people for the Jeremy McGrath Hole Shot King. And there's a 156. It's a B Senior 40 Plus of Billy Robertson, KTM mounted. And after 3 laps, still got composure going on. Good job for Billy. Up and over the top.
Went to Moto Tally for U.S. Hard Enduro, and I now see why Brandon Bird is so excited. He is first place unofficially right now in the A class. Total time, 5 hours and 22 minutes. So Nick Piazza was in second place, and he has 19 as well. So it looks like 6 hours and 26 minutes. But then we do not have Corin Calvert in yet, or if we do, it looks like he's at a time of 5:07, but he's in third place there with the Czechs at 18. So they're wondering if he has maybe missed a check. So we'll see here in a little bit.
Just a little reminder, if you're going on to Moto Tally, we're going on to our yellow brick. You need to refresh every so often just to make sure. So press your little refresh button and just bring them up to par.
All right, there it is. There's the up there. Corin Calvert, we saw 167, updated with 524. So he was about 2 minutes behind Brandon Bird there in the A class. And that means that most likely Devin Stevenson, with him having 18 checks, is probably working his way uphill diner.
Okay, the last finisher with 19 checks accomplished is Jared Lambie, number 214. Jared Lambie with a 23:55 on that last lap. And he finished out at 5 hours and 9 minutes, he did. And right behind him was Dylan Santora. Yeah, finished out at 5 hours and 12 minutes. So this action coming down in front of us right now, number 62. That is a super senior of Taylor Dupre, as Brian was talking about him.
And unfortunately, he just took a little bit of a digger, so he's picking himself up off the ground, and he is going to be continuing to work his way up idle issues.
I'd like to remind everybody here at Hammertown, please keep your speeds down to a minimum within the pits. And you must have a helmet on if you're riding around. BLM is in the house. They will write you a ticket if you're riding a motorcycle without a helmet.
As we were watching some of these racers pick their way through some of these lines, I was reminded how heavy their body must feel right now, because a lot of those boots are 2 to 3 pounds on each side. So they're adding, 4 to 5 pounds just in boots that we're wearing. Of course, they probably have 2 liters of water in there, so another couple pounds, and all the gear on. So you add all that, you've been rocking and rolling for 5.5 hours, even just pitter-pattering sometimes up these difficult terrains is extremely tough on the body because of the fact of how heavy you are. And then just think about, you might be sweating, but you're sweating directly into the boots. So you know what's happening? Your boots are just getting heavier as the day wears on. Like, it doesn't ever end.
Well, here's another issue we haven't talked about at all. We're about 4,000 foot elevation. We are at elevation. This is a high desert. So for those of you individuals that grew up down by the beach, they're at sea level, you're 4,000 feet difference. Your oxygen content up here is a lot lighter than it is down below. So you're not taking in as much oxygen per each breath in conducting your performance here. So it does make a difference.
Well,
and
I grew up in New Orleans, which is below sea level.
Correct.
So I was even more screwed. Got another rider here having issues there on idle issues. They're not idle for him. They're front and center.
And that's the 156 B senior 40-plus rider, Billy Robertson. We've been talking about Billy along the way. They've been getting some good clips of him, and he's still moving forward, which is a good sign.
Yep, he's got an hour left. So, again, that last checkpoint is going to close in 30 minutes at 2 p.m. And then they have to get to the finish to finish their race. If they're going to fully finish all 4 laps by 3:30. And again, we're going to move the awards to 5:30, so they're going to be pushed back just a little bit. We will be doing, so we've got about just under an hour more. Oh, and there's the adventure bike 2902 in the rocks of Johnson Valley taking part. And that rally deck is certainly not straight anymore. So I look forward to hearing the stories of our adventure bike rider out there.
That's Radek Burkhat is who that is.
Awesome.
Industry rider. Just goes to remind you of what just happened over the last couple of weeks. The Dakar, some of the that's still compete in that wonderful world-class event. Well, we got a world-class event right in front of us right now.
Oh, yeah.
2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
Who is that? 1460. That was right in front. Too many numbers. 1460. Harold Harris in the C class. So right there in front of Radek on his adventure bike. There you go, 1460.
Well, it looks like PCI Race Radios has opened up shop for all of you King of the Hammers car competitors looking for a good communication system, the best in the land for our race radios. PCI in house.
.172, Seth Steiner there on screen, riding his way across the Johnson Valley Desert so that he can make his way on another rocky uphill here at King of the Motos.
Nicely done.
Yes, indeed. Nice dent in that pipe as well. So those chambers are built to create power, and when the pipe is dented, it cannot create as much power as it could as if it were actually still in the correct shape. So those dents can take away from power, but in the long run, I would say, air quotes, your average racer is not going to notice those smaller dents. But as the chamber does start to get really compressed, I would say by about half of the space, that's when you'll notice the power really start to be limited because of the dent in the pipe or dents. And there's a good look at one of the Wolf Enduro vests we were talking about there on the rider on the left, that nice tan pack. So Wolf Enduro, one of the supporters of King of the Motos this year. So it's got a hydration spot and a toolback spot.
That was the 196 of Dustin Van Guth, our A-Vet 30-plus rider. Just zipped on by 2 riders looking for a good line. He's sharing his strategy with the other 2 riders. Great sportsmanship by that gentleman. And the 160, it's Philip Kirk in the A class as he's rocking on by us right now. Here, Philip. He picked a more rocky line there just then.
He bounced his way up that just a little bit more than Seth did, but you know what? He got to the top, so good on him. That's the goal. Oh, we got another rider here, an uphill diner. 115. That is Devin Stevenson in the A class. He is like, really? This is how I have to finish this thing? What are y'all doing to me?
No, it's what you're doing to yourself.
You signed up for this, buddy.
That's right. Devin Stevenson. Great job, though.
Look at that Sherco. I haven't know that I've seen a fully white Sherco.
Nope. You know, it's funny. I accused one of the riders having Husqvarna, and he goes, "No!" He turned around, he pointed at the side of his and had a Yamaha sticker on it.
Yeah, when they change colors on you sometimes, the shape doesn't do it.
Well, it's funny too. We see a red bike in this competition right now. We go, "Oh, there's a Sherco." How do you know it's because it's a Sherco? The only red bike that's out there. There's no Hondas out there.
Well, the Shercos are the gray bikes now, but the red bike would be the Betas.
Oh, that's right.
And we got gas.
No, the
too,
gas
so.
gas. It's the gas, not the Sherco. Sorry about that. But yeah, kind of funny with the KTM Husqvarna and gas drama that's going on right now.
Yeah, this young man is certainly heading the wrong direction on idle issues, but is he doing it to turn around, or has he decided that his race is over? We will see here shortly. He does look to be going pretty far down from where other riders have gone to turn around.
Now here's a question for you, Brian. You have to receive the checkered flag to get the win or get the finish?
Well, in the long run, even say you're in the B class or the C class and you don't get all of your laps, it's the racer that makes it the furthest in the race that's going to get the placement. So, again, if, say, the B rider made it all the way into lap 4 and they made it to checkpoint 2 and they made it the furthest in the allotted time for the race, they are going to be the racer that is given that win and that placement for the class.
115, that's Devin Stevenson still trying to negotiate up through these rocks. He's thinking right now, did I pick the wrong line?
Well, he's rear wheel placement right now. See how he's just kind of trying to let the rear wheel do the work? So I'm excited to kind of watch how he's going to decide to place that bike to then take on this section. See, he's trying to remove some of those loose rocks from underneath him, trying to find a good spot so that he can back up. There we go, just a little bit, because he's going to have to create that momentum, because you can tell he's completely standstill. Oh, nice work, but then what happened, he's got just a little stuck on something in that little hole, and unfortunately didn't make it all the way up the section he was trying to blip up through.
Oh, what a bummer.
It's not a position you want to be in.
Nice taking a breath.
I feel that. I'm taking a breath with you, buddy. I mean, the good news is his bike did not come backwards at him, which we've seen with other riders. And that's when the bikes get damaged. So right now it looks like he's going to try to use clutch and throttle to kind of keep that front end up. Oh, and lost that momentum, so he's going to start over again. So let's see if he can get up over that little crevice that kind of got him last time.
Now it's time for Plan C.
Man,
You've already
those
gone over
rocks
Plan
just
B.
Moving.
Yep.
See, he's kind of trying to get them to either get out of the way or get more placed.
Now, Brian, I've seen some riders will actually burn their tire a bit just to get it more sticky.
Yep.
That's true, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, he just didn't want to kind of send it into that more right line, because I think he was afraid he was going to clip those rocks again, stalling out his momentum.
Actually, he's doing really good right now.
It looks like a struggle bus, but I promise you, for the Class A rider that he is, he's doing phenomenal. Remember, 5.5 hours in, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's no fresh chicken right now.
And Brian, what's our phrase of the day?
Absolutely.
If it was easy.
Oh, right.
Everybody could do it.
Everybody would do it.
You know, it makes you wonder, taking a look at the course line up here on the left, why didn't Justin put the ribbon a little farther over to the left or a little farther to the right? Why did he particularly choose that corner? It's a good
He wanted the racers to have to think, which nobody wants to do when they're that tired.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Okay, here's some other riders coming up and battling for bragging rights. 156.
That does look like the same guy that rode down. I wonder if he went down there just to say, you know what, I want some momentum and really come from the bottom. But unfortunately, if that is the same case, it does not look like it worked out for him.
It's a 1969. That was an unusual year.
Yeah, Kellen Kiera there in the senior A 40 class at 1969. So that's the class that I would be in, and I'm very glad that I'm not, and that I'm here talking too much with you guys.
Actually, he has pretty good composure right now. He's still hanging in there, except dropped the bike a little bit.
Except you said something and made him crash.
And that's only the 19th time he's dropped his bike during this race. Maybe 20th.
Maybe 69th.
And you got grab straps, both front and rear, mandatory. And the 156, dicing it up with him. Still, it's that Billy Robertson getting blasted. So right now it is 2:42, and we're looking at first checkpoint closure. Already happened at 2:30. All right.
I feel that, buddy. I'm excited for you as well. I like your red gear.
Robertson trying to get around him. And Robertson getting around him.
All right, there we go. Looks like Devin Stevenson, right, in the A class, making his way through the bottom part of Chocolate Thunder, trying to get there to the finish. Yeah, Devin Stevenson. Nice job, dude. Yeah, you can tell too as well, there are not many gas cans left over there at Chocolate Thunder, so there are not many more racers out there. But right now, these two, they're still out on course. They have another 30 minutes to make it to the next checkpoint before they're going to be asked to remove themselves from the course, and then they'll have another 30 minutes after that. If they do make it to that checkpoint by 3 p.m., whichever one's the next one they get to, that they have to try to get themselves back to Chocolate Thunder.
Well, we have 15 minutes to go before 3 o'clock.
Look at that. Oh, there's the adventure bike. Still trying to work its way back to Chocolate Thunder. That is so cool. Well done, sir.
And it appears all three riders are trying to assist each other. They're having a little BS session right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think of that Supercross last night, huh?
That was good.
I didn't watch. I slept. I was tired from yesterday. I qualified. So
Look at that. Just manhandling that beast down those rocks. Dude, Radek, sir, you are awesome. All right. Pulls out the kickstand and goes back and helps the guy with the small bikes. Look at this.
it doesn't look too much at an angle right here, but it probably is.
Oh, I'm sure it's
Oh, yeah.
gross. Look at that. Again, making his way on his own down that on his adventure bike to come back and help 1460 through over that section. 1460 again was Harold Harris there in the C class.
Now this is coming off of lap number 3 or lap number 2?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that Radek has actually made an entire lap.
I think this is probably maybe lap number 1 or lap number 2. Yeah, because we just caught the first glimpse of the adventure bike just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, so there's 198 on the side of that bike right there with the Wolfenfest, but that is not a number that we have. So again, that's one of those things where And that's also a 4-stroke, and I don't know that any more 4-strokes are on course. So that could be, that looked like they had a red vest on. I wonder if that is a King of the Motos staff member helping them finish up. I feel that, buddy. I feel that. We're very excited for you, Justin Nicholas. So that was one of our A-Vet 30 class riders there, number 650 on that Husky. Maybe that's a gas with white. That was very confusing to me.
I think it's a Husky. And he has, here's something we haven't mentioned at all. He's got a set of Fast Company's handlebars on it.
Oh, yeah, we haven't really talked about Fast Company handlebars, so those are some interesting ones.
They are, and you have 3 different suspension adjustments for those Fast Company. What's the name of the Fast Company bars?
The Flex bars.
Flex bars.
Yeah, so they've got a pivot. Oh, that is a bike that is upside down, pointed the wrong direction. And that's a drain plug, sir. So we can see that. That's not a good thing. Yeah,
well,
so the Fast Company Flex bars, they've got a spot where you can change out different elastomers, so you can kind of have a lot of flex or a little bit of flex. But a good thing with it, too, is it helps with vibration dampening. So you're not going to have as potentially sore as hands or forearms because of the usage of flex bars. It's a cool
couple
product.
good friends of mine work over there, Logan Huff and Jason Parsons. Parsons, a former.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in forever.
He's a former arena cross.
Yeah, Jason Parsons. Yeah, shout out to Jason.
Podium a lot. He diced it up there, with Buddy Antonez and Denny Stevenson quite a few times.
That's cool, man. Oh gosh. Okay, let's watch how air quotes easy. Oh, and is that 101 on the side of that bike? Let me see. Come on, bring it up. Bring it up. No, that is
2 something.
2 something. Yep.
2.
Okay, good. That means it's not Devin from Crosslinks. 27, potentially, Joe Nemeth. Let's see what's on the, no, because I think, yeah, he has a different number on the front of his bike. So
yeah,
oh, the joys.
Come on, turn your bar a little bit, buddy.
Can you not make it easier for us? There we go, 158. We can get this. Woohoo!
We talked about
Robert Cornwell, nice job. The underside of your bike was as good looking as I thought it would be, so we really appreciate you showing that to us and the viewers.
Cornwell, of course, one of our pros. Look, you're supposed to be going upward, not downward, man.
A little bit older KTM as well.
It is.
But that's okay. He's obviously making it work.
It just blows my mind, the new bikes now, the electronics that are involved with them.
Oh my gosh, yeah. That Gas EX350 I have, it is insane. It's a 2024 model, but I got it from Adventure Moto there in McKinney, Texas. Holy smokes, it's blowing me away every time I throw a leg over it.
Yeah, but man, you take the seat and the fender off of it in the back section, and you take a look at all the electronics. It blows your mind. I was working with a buddy of mine on this 300 TBI Husqvarna the other day. Man, oh my gosh, the electronics involved with that blows my mind.
Yeah, so when you take the seat off of those, like you're saying, the Husqvarnas, the KTMs, and the gas, yeah, it's like all the electronics live like right there. It's just so interesting. I mean, there's a lot of wires these days.
Well, just one friend of mine had problems with the connector. How do you know you have a problem with the connector?
When the bike doesn't work?
When it doesn't work anymore. But then you got to go through all the hoops and hurdles to find out where the problem is. Look at all the dents on this guy's pipe, man.
2080, so Dylan Neiman, that is Sun Valley there. So Trailbound Ladies, she is the girlfriend of Chris Reisner in the A-class, or A30 vet class that we were talking about earlier. So again, supporting women on dirt bikes with Trailbound Ladies there on the Instagram. We got this. We got this, Dylan. Nice work.
Up and over the hill.
So if that's 160 on that, yeah, 160 there with the bike on the R on the front and the black
headlight shield. That is going to be Philip Kirk. And this is where it gets really difficult because you know these guys are tired, right? They're almost 6 hours in. They're battling for the A class right now. So they're talented, of course, but they're obviously no Tristan Hart. And so they're smoked, but they're realizing that they're competitors going against each other. So they want to get to the top of Uphill Diner faster than the other one. But mentally and physically, they just have to be exhausted. So that the opportunity to push here is there, but it is very difficult to try to do. And it's crazy. Look at the 2 different lines these guys are choosing right now. That low line looks disastrous if you screw it up.
I think that was a mistake how he ended up falling down to that lower line. My guess. I wouldn't want to be down there. No, and look at the size of the boulders just below him.
Oh,
How do you expect to climb up the side of a boulder like that, right?
I asked Tristan Hart. He did it earlier.
Yeah, we have yet to have a chance to talk to Tristan yet. Hey, Tristan, you're around. Come on down. Give us a chat. Same thing with Ryder, and same thing with Will, and with Cody. I'd like to talk to all 4 of those guys. And Cooper too, if you're around. I'd like to find out what happened to you, man.
There we go. That was 158 making his way up. That was Robert Cornwell. So 158 is in the pro class, and it looks like we had 160. That was Philip Kirk. He's actually in the A class. So we have a pro and an A. But in the long run, beating your buddy and beating your friend is still worth it, regardless of what class you're in.
Yep. If it were easy, everybody could do it. Well, look at our spectators across the gully over here up on the hill. Hey, y'all, can you hear us over here? Thank you. We're over here in Hammertown. And we're going to have a trophy presentation here in about 2 hours from now. Oh boy, it's going to be a long drive home tonight. I got about a 6-hour drive after everything's done. I know a handful of you are sticking around.
Oh, there goes that adventure bike making his way to the top of that hill climb. I'm sure he's excited to get done with his lap here at King of the Motos, but dang proud of him for doing it, that's for sure.
We've got some action coming up on the money shot. Here's back at the start finish, back on top what we're seeing on the big screen now. And you're all seeing it out there at the finish line area. That's quite the jumbotron out there, huh, Brian?
Yes, indeed. That is a very large screen. Just it's bigger than the one that we have down here in Hammertown. The one at Chocolate Thunder is much larger. I think that was the 172 that we were talking about earlier. Now looking like he's making his way over the top of Uphill Diner so he can drop back into Chocolate Thunder. Little hook stuck up there, isn't he? He said, you know what, I'm giving it a break.
That's the A-Rider, Seth Steiner.
Seth, nice, nice, nice. It's a nice little balance point he found somehow.
On his, looks like a pro circuit chromed up expansion chamber.
Right.
Yep.
He loosened that big rock, and so it rolled out in front of him, and then he's also stuck on the other rock. So that's quite the predicament that he found himself in for sure. Shaking his head. He's like, really? I'm almost done, and I have to deal with this.
Yeah, to see how Justin Lineweber rode King of the Motos on a KX500.
Yeah, that's a man's bike, and that's a man's competition thing to do. Oh, there goes. Look at that. That's the adventure bike getting ready to finish. Oh, that's so epic.
And a finish in that line is a win as far as I'm concerned.
Heck,
He should have stayed to the right.
Right?
Don't go down that waterfall. No!
It looks cooler though. Big bike, big rocks.
Gosh. Yeah, look, the other rider come through the finish long before he does now.
Just wheelie it now, right? That's it. Send it. Here we go. Hold the line. Holding. Yeah, you go. Drop her, lean back. You got it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Some of the brands are really starting to come through with these adventure bikes. KTM, of course, one of them. Honda now comes out with one of them. Yamaha's going to be coming out with one. And, of course, Cove.
Yeah, that
from
Cove,
China.
Yeah. And I've seen Jubal Brown riding a lot of the Cove bikes, the rally bikes, some of the 450s and things like that at some of the races this past year.
Yep, one of our
well.
youngsters that grew up here in Johnson Valley, Mason Klein, factory Cove rider, rode the Dakar Rally on it. Great kid. He's a genius, by the way. A lot of people don't realize, but he's a roadmap genius. And that's how he's gotten as far as he's gotten at 22 years young.
I would say that most people also don't realize that I'm a genius.
Well, yeah, it depends on what. No, we realize that, Brian. No, your wealth of knowledge is huge, man.
I'm really good at lying to myself, so I'll just go with it.
Well, at least as long as you don't lie to everybody else, okay?
Right, we'll go with it. I love that. Taking a little bit of a breather here, hands on the handlebar. Then we come back to uphill diner.
That's Adam Tripp in the A+ senior 40+ class.
Nice job, Adam. Man, but just look how different this line looks now that we've had, the 2025 riders come up it. It's so different with everything kind of starting to move out of the way and they're actually being aligned now. I don't think that this is what Justin wanted. I don't think he wanted this many people to finish.
No, he was saying if 15 finished, it would be huge.
And we've got about 20. So that's not what he wanted. He wanted about 15. So good job making it harder, Justin, but we got to make it harder.
All the final action happening over there at Chocolate Thunder. We look clean across the valley. We don't see any dust anymore because everybody's either finished, gave up, or spread out all over the place. So, but look at all the people coming out over there at Chocolate Thunder. We're starting to get some people coming out there to hang out for a trophy awards presentation a little bit over an hour from now. Okay, out in our
that was Thor.
Studio audience out here, how many of you are Cody Webb fans? Okay, good. What about Tristan Hart? Yeah, he won. With a broken finger.
Here we go. Come on, you got this.
And what about Will Reardon, who won yesterday? Boy from Australia. What about Ryder LeBlanc?
Man, Philip Kirk here in the A class is having some struggle bus going on uphill diner. Look at that. Oh, that Sherco is just zipping on through. That's 1440. That was Chris Hirsch again there in that Vet 30B class. Philip Kirk here just kind of stuck, man. He's just found himself that spot where he can't get that front wheel to unhook from the spot that it's in. Could almost be beneficial to use the engine to get the front wheel up in the air and get it on the other side of that rock that's on the right side of the wheel. And so he could get sitting there a little bit, and then he might be able to drag the back wheel around
and get more straight so he could be a little bit higher up on the hill.
You know, Brian, we were talking about this earlier. What would the advantage be at this particular point in time to have a recluse clutch?
So this, again, is one of those awkwardly controversial subjects in the hard enduro world, because there are recluse clutches, which is an auto clutch, that you can still leverage your clutch. But unless, again, talking to those that have done their best to set them up, unless you are extremely efficient at setting it up, the control on the clutch that you have with the auto clutch is not as good as it would be if it were a more traditional clutch. So though there are riders that maybe would ride a recluse clutch, most of the pro riders, even though you may see recluse on the side of their case, they're not running their actual recluse clutch. They're using that clutch cover and the recluse plates, which are they're just the traditional stock plates that recluse makes, because they're actually a little bit, the fibers of those plates are a little bit better. And then with the recluse clutch cover, they actually can put more oil in there because it's a little bit of a bigger clutch cover, which allows to keep the bike just a little bit cooler on the day. So there's, again, actually a quite from the Seat Time podcast, I had Nowhere Near Famous on the podcast, and he talked about hard enduro and recluse clutches. So there's a short from that podcast out on the Seat Time YouTube channel you could check out if you want to know about it. But he's definitely adamant that you cannot create the clutch control that you should have with a recluse for hard enduro.
Philip Kirk cleaning his trail. Of course, we're not coming out over here at Hammertown. We're doing our live streaming as we're doing awards for our King of the Grand Prix from Jeremy McGrath today. So Pam's over here doing our awards for that, as Brian and myself continue here at King of the Motos.
I'm wondering, with the way that Kirk is moving those rocks, if he's about to back his bike up to try to come at that more right line, which is a little bit lower from what we're seeing on the screen, instead of continuing to try to fight there in that high line that he's kind of got himself stuck in. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. Man, it looks like we've got another rider now entering uphill diner. Yeah, if nothing else, wave at the camera.
Couple shout outs to a couple good friends of mine who have tagged in. Dale Astrom. Dale, proud member of Shamrock's MC and a regular here out in Johnson Valley.
That looked like number 29. So Petro Zavorsky there in the senior 40A class, making his way across the desert. Got another rider here now making their way across the desert, trying to get their lap done here at the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos.
You know, Brian, talking about our race director, Justin Lineweber, he competed this entire year at the National Enduro Cross Championship. And
yeah, that's pretty awesome.
He locked up second place in the novice class this year.
There's no number on the front of that bike, and that looks like a red vest, so I would say that that's actually probably a course worker. I'm not sure if they're cleaning the course, and that's a TM as well, which I know that is what Justin rode. Oh, wow. Kirk, what did you do to get yourself into that position, sir?
Yeah, that was number 198. He's not on a rider's list, so he must be a track worker, sweep rider.
Yeah, so what he's trying to do is use that clutch to keep torque on the engine, right? Just a little bit of pull so he can kind of keep that bike balanced and rotate that wheel over. Oh, I see number 1, my good buddy Devin out there on course. Looks like we got a couple riders too with their clothes on. Maybe they're there to help out. Maybe they're emotional support friends we'll see how this goes. But definitely, Devin, you got this. Come on, man.
Devin Finaro, he was the winner of our last dog standing, or last man standing, hosted by Cody Webb over there at the IRC camp. He took the win over about 18 different individuals. So here he is right now within view, the lower rider on our left.
Nice. Yeah, that looks like Dylan there from the Trailbound Ladies in her climb gear, but I'm not too sure. But that's number 88 as well. What's the number 88 going down there? That is
That's Josh Pregan.
Nice.
He's an A-Vet 30-plus rider.
Love it.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's Lucas Eddy. That rider that I see without the helmet on looks like it could be Lucas Eddy there. He's another good racer and rider. Yeah, Dylan. Give them that support that they need. Emotional support friend.
Yeah, we're trying to call just what we see because our yellow tracker really doesn't do us any justice right now where everybody's at. So you can follow the Moto Tally for United States Hard Enduro, or you can watch our screens. But pretty much, if you're to follow yellow tracker, it's only going to get confusing. So for those of you on our internet feed and our live streaming right now, we are doing trophy presentations in front of us as well for the Jeremy McGrath Grand Prix King, or King of the Grand Prix. And they're going through about, I think, 4 different races today. And when we get to the pro race, we'll go and highlight the top 3 for the pro race here today. I know Dustin Davis was in that. And Blaine Thompson, former King of Adelanto, 2-time King of Adelanto, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm sure that Dylan knows that she's done with her race, and so she's there with her helmet on, being that emotional support friend, but I don't know if she could actually help per se right now because she's not actually a rider on course. I would assume that's why she's not physically helping, or she just doesn't want to get anybody in trouble. I mean, the shot that we're looking at right now, that would be disgusting to try to ride across.
That would be disgusting to try to walk across.
Yeah, it's crazy that's what this looked like, an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago when Tristan Hart came through here, and now when we get back between those red lines, you start to see a line form, which, again, in these rocks to say, see a line form sounds insane, but. All right, so we know that this is a little bit of a hill climb. It's been trouble for some of the riders, so we'll see what he does. At least he's standing up. That's obviously the best way to do any kind of hill climb. Instead of sitting down on the bike and weights in a better spot. Oh, there's Chris Reesner from Trailbound. Looks like he's trying to make a pass on number 111.
That's Max Wiggin in the A class.
So Max is in the A class, and Chris is in the Vet 30 class. Look at that cool shot. You can start to see Chocolate Thunder coming in where everybody's parked and stuff like that. That's pretty neat. Oh, and there's Hammertown in the background. Look at that.
That's right.
Okay. Hey, Kirk made it to the top.
The concept between King of the Motos and King of the Hammers is similar in some ways, but different in a lot of other ways, because we are going to be seeing some gnarly stuff coming up the end of this week. We used to have the the big showdown challenge up there at Chocolate Thunder with all the rock climbers. And, you know, just to be a big old party out there. We don't do that anymore. It's still open every single night for people to come out there and watch the craziness because it never stops. It continues on. Well, after today, it'll be open territory for the four-wheelers.
I got a few more riders there. One coming in to finish an earlier lap, and then we got another rider coming in to finish their 4th lap because they did just come off of Uphill Diner, drop back into Chocolate Thunder. Those IRC banners, we got Bulletproof Design, we got Monster Energy. So much support from the sponsors of the series. Cool to see. And then we've got another rider on Uphill Diner. '88, you said that was Josh Pregan. That pink and blue FXR gear. Another U-Sway hydration bladder, it looks like. He is just picking his way up Uphill Diner right now. I see the drone. That'd be a cool footage. Caleb, if you want to switch that drone that's floating there, if we could see that camera over Philip. Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Great coverage by our Hammer Media group.
Come on, Josh Pregan. Okay, this is that spot we saw Kirk's kind of stuck in earlier, so let's see how Josh does. Hey, can you help hold my bike? No, I'm sorry. I can't. Yeah, he's trying to figure out, do I want to try to go left and go high, or do I want to stay a little bit to the right? It looks like there's kind of a low right line as well, but that could get pretty precarious. Kind of see where a lot of dirt has been traipsed through the boulders. This might be the line that he's going for. Yep, there it is. That's where Josh is headed. Okay, let's watch the good times roll. Nice, and that is the problem with taking your feet off of the pegs. Because of that, there was no weight on the rear wheel, and so as it started to spin, it just lost traction completely and just fell down the rock. So in those situations, it's really a good idea to weight that downhill peg so that you can make sure it's pushing the bike into those rocks that are at an angle like that to try to keep it from slipping down. And I know I'm sitting in a booth saying that to you guys, but that's the concept. That's where you want to try to be. We know at 5.5, 6 hours in, this Josh is a little tired. All right, well, he's got himself to one little safe spot. Got to get that up and over and make sure that rear wheel doesn't drop down, though, to his right, because that won't be fun if it does. All right, nice, nice, nice. Okay, this is one of those spots, though, that he has to get into the bottom and create momentum and carry it through, because it goes straight into the uphill slab. So let's see how this goes. All right, choosing to stop. So this is going to be tough for him to pivot, and then from a complete stop, create some momentum to get up these rocks. Nice work. Oh, man, he made that look easy. Great job, Josh. Man, the amount of manipulation that he's having to go through to get this bike 5 feet, then 10 feet, then another 5 feet, then 3 feet, then from a stop completely pivot the bike 90 degrees a different direction. That is why the top professionals use the engine and the machine to do as much maneuvering as possible. Because every time you have to bring your body into this, it just wears you down a little bit more. You're almost there, Josh. You got this. Oh, nice and smooth. Nice work, Josh. Made it up and over that spot. Let's see who's going to be hitting uphill diner next. Oh, that's Devin right there, number 101, picking his way up uphill diner. Yeah, and that is a good look at what it takes to drop in off the top of uphill diner into Chocolate Thunder so that Josh can finish his 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. Let's do this, Josh. Nice work coming in. Bring it in. Just look how soft and silty that dirt is. You know those guys are exhausted as well. Get a cool shot of us with that drone getting to follow Josh in. Yeah, a little blip there. He's feeling frisky. Coming through the sand wash, finishing up King of the Motos. Nice work, Josh. All right, back to Devin. Devin on his KTM, that cross links component KTM. And Caleb, if there is a drone shot of Devin, let's see if, there we go. Now we're on top. We can see what Devin's actually struggling with. You can see one bike is actually gone. That might have been Devin that did that, that kind of broke through a little bit of that red tape that was the barrier there for the marker. But it's just because of the fact that I'm sure his bike went somewhere that he didn't want it to go, because you can tell right now he's in a little bit of a precarious situation. And you can see the size of the butt pack that we were talking about, the tool pack that he's got on. So not only does he have quite the large hydration bladder, he's probably got a little bit of parts, maybe some tools in there. He's also got quite the large climb tool bag as well. So again, probably carrying some parts, maybe some tools just in case anything goes wrong. Because again, when these bikes drop sometimes on these rocks, it can cause quite the damage. All right, Devin's back on the bike. He got, oh, come on. Don't slip. Yeah, back it up, Devin. Nice. There you go. He's got to get that front. Yeah, nice work. Nice work. Picking that front end up and over. We saw Josh kind of take this line, so when he gets here, he's going to kind of pivot to the left, I believe, and then he'll be able to kind of head up between some of those taller boulders. Yep. Head and hands on the handlebar. Just taking a little bit of a breather because what he just went through was not easy. Oh, electric starts are so nice. He was able to just give the button a tap, get the bike started, start crawling up the boulders. Nice. Good placement of that front tire. You see that Bulletproof Designs clutch cover. So that's, when we were talking about protection parts, that Bulletproof Designs clutch cover is a CNC machined piece from aluminum, where when you, more traditional clutch covers when they come stock are cast, and so they're just not as strong. And so in hard enduro, again, when the bike falls over all the time and potentially wrecks a clutch cover or a case, anything like that, the more protection we can have, the better on these hard enduro bikes. There you go, Devin. You got this. Nice work. 6 hours and 23 minutes of riding his dirt bike here at King of the Motos, and he is about to finish. Oh, that's a lot steeper than it looks, guys. Don't worry. All right, we did the thing. Drop into Chocolate Thunder, make it through the sand wash, cross the finish line, celebrate. Yeah, there we go. Look at Devin. He's excited to be done. He's like, hey, can you help me get off my bike? I'm a little tired. Nice work, Devin.
Get out the shoehorn.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I just went down, took a little body break, man. Walking back, it has gotten 10 degrees colder in just the past 15 minutes.
Dude, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. And, yeah, it is definitely dropping. Well, we've got about 5 more minutes before the course is going to be cold, and riders are going to be asking to be, if they're not in, getting helped in. And we are going to talk to you guys about the top 10 that we've got. They are on screen once we close the course. And then, of course, too, we'll talk to you guys a little bit about some of the King of the Hammers events that will be coming up later this week. We got one camera guy, looks like he's jogging back to his position, getting his little workout in. Just look at that terrain that these racers got a chance to take advantage of today. That is so awesome. And there's Hammertown in the background. Across from Chocolate Thunder. Super cool, man.
What a shot that is from over the top, man.
Yep, you can see down there, bottom right is Chocolate Thunder, as those riders are starting to work their way back to Hammertown. Look at that. And we know that is about a 2-mile journey, so that is so cool to see those guys starting their way back from Chocolate Thunder. And we have got our official top 10 King of the Motos on screen. So first place, Tristan Hart. Second place, Will Reardon. Third place, Ryder LeBlanc. Fourth place, Cody Webb. Fifth place, James Flynn. Sixth place, Brandon Petrie. Seventh place, Quinn Winsel. Eighth place, Riley Bender. Ninth place, Daniel Lewis. 10th place, Kawalo Huddy. So that is our top 10 from the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Motos. What a day, Chris. Do you have any big takeaways from the day?
Oh, the biggest takeaway, biggest incredible thing of all is Tristan Hart. That just blows me away. When Tristan said, if I finish this race this weekend, it's going to be something very special.
Right.
And you know what? It was something very special.
Yeah.
So
special he won. It's still blowing me away. You're right. But I think there was an iconic shot that happened when Cody Webb was on uphill diner for the finish there.
Right.
And his bike stopped, and we were talking about him maneuvering. And that was one of that times where you got a chance to just watch him kickstart the bike. So we saw kickstart Cody in action. Man, that was so cool to see. I love that kind of a shot. That was neat.
Hey, all of our fans out there, thank you so much for joining us here for our King of the Motos 2025 Monster Energy portion of it. Just a kickoff for King of the Hammers. And this is Brian and my 4th year for doing this together. And it's been an absolute gas. What a pleasure and honor to be here and doing so.
Okay, so don't forget that the Desert Challenge is going to be coming up next as a part of King of the Hammers. Get the King of the Hammers app. If you hadn't had a chance to do that, we will be back at 5:30 with the awards, so make sure you pay attention for that. Thank you guys for tuning in for the 2025 Monster Energy King of the Hammers. We'll see you guys for the next one.
Great job. Brian Pierce, Miles Hasselquath, and Pam Hall joining us here today. And here we are. We'll see you down the road here in Hammertown.